Try to stomp the flame out. Oh, painful sound echoes in the darkest hour. You can hunt me and you can have me, but you have no power. It's coming over the horizon like the burning sun. Oh, let there be silence for the ones we...
Hello everyone, and welcome back to the America's Regional Finals for Space Gods. We are so excited to be back for day 2 of our regional finals, and I can't wait to be here to yap alongside Sealy and Sub-Zero Arc to kick off our show. How are you both doing? How you feeling after yesterday?
Doing great. We have 8 of our players that have now joined this field, and this is where the dreams get made, right? So, you know, making that tier 1, that's what a lot of these players' goals are.
Yeah, absolutely. Yesterday was really, really intense, with already half the field that we had yesterday being eliminated, and today it's going to be intense again. The whole weekend is going to be intense, especially with what's on that line of getting to tier 1 from tier 2 or maintaining your spot in tier 1.
Let's not get ahead of ourselves though, because today we're taking it a little bit slower for our format, since we're only going to be cutting the bottom 8 competitors after 6 games today. So there's a little bit of wiggle room for our players. They don't have to be like ultra locked in, but you do need to avoid going out in the bottom 8 today. And then of course, we are going to be finishing those eliminations tomorrow. That's where we're going to see the bulk of those dreams, I think, being made. Today is just the start of their journey.
And they're playing for a lot of stakes, even in these 6 games today, even though they're not getting cut, they're not getting, already advanced to the next stage, because we're fighting for the spots in the TPC, the TFT Pro Circuit. That is the highest tier of play, where every tournament has a spot at the Tactician's Crown to fight for. And so this is what all these players want. They want to be able to go to the Tactician's Crown. And one of the best ways to do that is have more shots at it. And so the promotion relegation system, meaning, hey, 16 players are already locked in for next set, and from after this weekend, 16 more players will be joining them. And so we need every point we can get today.
Okay, you're right, because points do carry over. So today, you at least gotta get that momentum, and then tomorrow, make sure that you've worked with all of those hard-earned points to get closer to those dreams of making the pro circuit and even the Tactician's Crown. One hurdle at a time, but we're here for it. Now let's look at our competitors that we have this weekend. There's 64 total. We already did our play-ins phase yesterday, but they're joining to make a total of 40 players today, the competitors that are in that week 1 bucket.
Yeah, yesterday, so we saw play-ins, the players moving on from that. Greya, Upset Max, Super Pino, Silencer, Jukyu, Koala, Ready, and Ego. Some crazy games yesterday, and they're only going to get crazier. If you are somebody who made it in from tier 2, going into day 2 today, you're playing against all of these fantastic players who are either at the top of the ladder, people like Dank Memes, or people who have come down from Pro Circuit, people like Prestivant. I mean, these are household names in TFT, and so day 1 was just the start of it for these players moving on from play-ins, and we'll see how they do today.
Which does not get any easier when you look at that field of competitors that are taking the stage today, starting in that week 1. But just in case you missed some of the action yesterday, let's take a look back at some of those highlights from the play-ins.
Well, and here we go, loading into game number 1 of our regional finals.
Use the Xayah, yeah, just clear this entire left side first here and then get a lot of sniper value. Good CC there, though. It does look like this level 10 might be swinging the fight here. I mean, the Vigor's doing a ton of damage. The extra front line is there, and yes.
Group hug, meaning the group up is going to be huge for Ready, and the Nunu will take big advantage of it. Jukyu looking to take it down and take a win here in the play-ins.
The Nunu was moved to the side here,
Fiora's on the back. Fiora took taking out Jin, and now only the Xayah doing damage here for Koala.
Yeah, that's the face of a guy who says, tell me where I sign. I'm totally agreeing with the second place. Now going up against Silencer with a huge cap board where with the Gnar, ramping up, finds the Jhin, finds the Corki, and the win.
It should be enough, and we do see the Shen onto the back line, taking out the main carries for GQ, and that will be lights out. I can't even see this Cho'Gath's health bar. There is so much HP on that side, but this Blitzcrank is going to shoot it into the air and into that back line and do so much damage. Graves does stay alive for a little bit, though, but it's not looking like it's going to be nearly enough.
Silencer trying to take it all away here. The LeBlanc ramping up. Good crowd control there. And the Sona takes a huge hit. The Jack Koala falls down.
Lots of great highlights to get me so excited for the action that we are going to be seeing in just a little bit. But let's look at the hard facts as well. What were the top comps that our competitors actually play yesterday? And I think it's going to be really interesting looking at this graphic and then also starting to compare to what we end up seeing today, because we had a really great interview with Reddy, one of our top points earners from yesterday, who said, well, this might be a little bit different than what we see today, just because the field of players is going to be different for just like the veterancy that we have that's going to be starting.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, looking at this graphic, one of the things that the first time I saw it that blew me away is there's no Meeple on here. There's no Veigar. There's no Gnar on this this graphic whatsoever. It's a lot of this Fast 9 stuff. You can see also even this other reroll comp that a lot of people rate very, very highly, the Samir reroll, 4.70 average. And maybe some of the issues we saw yesterday with people playing that from contested led to this having not the best AVP in this spot here. So interesting to see what comps did well yesterday, and, you know, maybe this will shake up a lot going into today.
One of the things that shocked me the most was watching AMER this morning and seeing what their top comps were. It looked nothing like this. They were all Fast 8 compositions, playing around those 4 costs. But in the Americas, we love playing some Fast 9, playing around these really high-powered 5-cost carries. And you can see Vex, Jhin really being, you know, kind of the pinnacle of what we saw for compositions, alongside, you know, Sona and friends being a good flex as well.
Speaking of 5 costs, chat, we want to hear from you. What is your favorite 5 cost? Because you're right, I think we've gotten a very nice sample size of those Fast 9 compositions from yesterday, but is that going to end up being the same case today? Chat, you got to tell us, get your votes in, and we're going to be following along with you for your favorite. While that's coming in, CLE, Sub-Zero Arc, what has been your favorite 5 cost to play around with?
I mean, I just put it in chat. Blitzcrank is by far my favorite. I think this guy is an absolute menace. Anytime I see him, I really want to figure out some way to put him on the board. Having Space Groove and also just fitting 2 Vanguard in just feels really good. And so any opportunity I get, that's what I'm going for.
I think I'm maybe going with chat here. I love Graves so much. I think this is one of the coolest 5-cost designs they have ever done, where you're slowly upgrading him throughout the game. I mean, one, that is just, even if every single round you got an upgrade and it just went down one path, that would already be a really cool design, where it's like, okay, I'm slowly building up this 5-cost, but he's got all these different upgrade paths, and we've seen some come in and out of the meta. We saw yesterday, actually, the more like tank style Graves, which is a little bit less common, but did really, really fantastically. And then obviously we have the more like carry style Salt Vest Graves. Every once in a while you see even the Marksman Graves. It's pretty rare, but you see it every once in a while. And so I feel like there's so many cool paths to go down. I mean, if you've seen the trait tree for this Graves, it looks like a trait tree out of like a MOBA or something. It's just like absolutely huge with all the stuff that you can go down. So he is so cool.
I love the flexibility of Graves, but I gotta say, I'm a little surprised we don't see more votes for Bard and Jhin. Bard literally abducts units for you, and I think that's so cool. I thought he was going to be one of my favorite 5 costs all the way from the beginning of the set, when it was revealed that Bard could actually take one of the dragons from PvE. Even though, like, I don't know if you could put it on your board, it was still really neat to think about in principle. But also, I don't know. I think Jin's finger guns are just amazing. I love that he just...
I mean, we got a bunch of people voting for Zed and Vex as well. So Zed is not even a 5 cost you can get normally. You have to get it from a specific augment. It is pretty cool. I will give it that. Cool. Really, you know, with TFT's birthday being yesterday, that is a little shout out to way in the beginning with that Shadow Zed, which was pretty sick. But, you know, it's hard to get.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those, like, 1 in 100 games. One of my favorite games of the set that I played was a Zed game where I was Anima, got the Zed augment, and then managed to cash out the Ice Blast armor. If you throw that onto Zed, every single time he drops low in HP, he stuns all the units around him, and his clones do that. So you're just perma-CCing the entire enemy board. If you look at like the average placement of those things together, it averages like a 1.2 or something, and I did end up winning the game. So that, very, very rare. You don't get to play Zed often, but when you do get there, there's some crazy combinations that you can get with him. So I really, really like him. And I do love these kind of like little hidden 5 costs where it's like, okay, you don't usually see this, but the first time I saw Zed, I said, what? He's not in this set. Where did they get this Zed from? And then you look at the augment, you're like, oh, that's so cool. So I love that kind of design.
I will say, if you look at the stats for all these 5 costs, which one do you think is the highest AVP?
It's got to be Vex right now, right? I just, based on like some of the games that we've seen yesterday, or is it Fiora?
This is a trick question. It's actually Apex Primordian, but it's not on our options. But the next one would be Jhin. So Jhin is currently the highest AVP for this, but it's pretty fun.
I will say my Bard propaganda worked. I think Bard won the pool. So thank you,
Sure
chat,
did.
for backing me up. I just think Bard is such a cool unit, and I think hopefully we'll get a chance to see more of it. I know Sub-Zero, you were saying people didn't show up on our top comps graphic, but it was a trait tree that people really liked to play around with yesterday, and it branches out into a couple of different things that I think we will definitely get a larger sample size for today. But yeah, all my Bard lovers, rise up. But now that we've done talking about the meta, we got to talk about our competitors that are going to be taking the stage today. We had 16 players from the play-ins, 8 now moving forward, but let's talk about those competitors that are actually going to be starting their America's Regional Finals journey today. First up, Michael. I feel like he is the star of the Latin American region. He's always somebody that we look at and go, he's going to make it to the TAC crown because he's that good. But he is starting out in week 1 for Space Gods.
Yeah, I mean, Michael is the king of LATAM. He has the most finals appearances. He is just somebody who I think a few sets ago was kind of more underrated, especially I think a lot of people who watch TFT have this kind of like bias of like only looking at, the NA players, the Sojus of the world and things like that. But Michael's someone who I feel like really started to get his flowers the last few sets. People realize, wait, this guy's really, really good in TFT and can play with the best players in the region. So it's crazy to see him sitting here in week 1. He's somebody who likes to play a lot for very, very consistent like 4-cost style, which is very cool to see, especially in a meta like this where there's a lot of bifurcation of there's a lot of reroll and there's a lot of really strong 4-cost lines. So really excited to see what he cooks up today.
His set was very interesting because we all know that last set previously he had a historic run. It sadly didn't land him at Tactician's crown, but this set started off a little bit rough because he had some health issues, but then went 11th and 10th. So right back in form after getting these health issues solved, but still ended up in this week 1. So expect big things from him these next few days.
Michael is only one of our TFT Pro Circuit players that is going to be starting today, but what about the 2 competitors that probably didn't expect to be here? That's going to be Konda and Prestivant. These are 2 competitors that just narrowly missed out on the tiebreakers for those TFT Pro points, that they are here starting today. And while that is kind of heartbreaking in the fact that you do have to play 2 more days of competition, I feel like there is something to be said about that, giving you a little bit more experience when you do have to play some extra games.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Prestivant is somebody who I feel like this guy, he's so good at TFT, but the results just haven't landed exactly for him yet. Every single time, he's always on the cusp of something. Fun fact, every single TPC, this guy has gone exactly 4th in one of the cups. 4th at Battle Academia Cup in set 15, 4th at Demacia Cup in set 16, and then 4th this set in the Stargazer Cup. So very, very consistent. Each set getting that nice score in one of the cups. And so he's always, not getting that first in a cup, but I mean, 4th top 8 is obviously fantastic. And then also in set 13, when he went to the World Championships, he went 9th overall, just barely didn't make the final lobby. And so just barely not making it at the Tactician's crown, just barely not making it into week 2. I feel like this guy is so good at TFT. He's just good enough, but TFT is sometimes a game of inches. If you just have one fight go one way, win a fight, then you can be in the the top 8 and be in the finals of the Tactician's crown, or in week 2 of regionals.
On to a lesser known name here in NA, but in BR, he's someone that has a lot of history, has qualified to the Tactician's crown before back in set 8, and going into last regional finals kind of came back out of nowhere. It was like, hey, we haven't seen you in a while. Welcome back to the stage, and made it all the way back into the TPC, had a great showing, just not quite enough. Needed one more point. Just one more placement would have got him back into the TPC for this next set. So he's got a lot of history. He had a great set so far, and I expect more from him going forward.
I think both of them, you can easily say, like, with their experience in the pro circuit already for the season, like, they're coming in, I think, with a leg up over some of our competitions, since they really were that close. But who's going to make it hard for them? That's going to be our previous regional finals winners. Since their regions merged, we have had only a handful of competitors that can say that they were able to be the best of the entire Americas region. And we have 3 of them that are going to be starting out in the competition today.
Yeah, Greya, somebody who we saw play yesterday. I mean, this guy is an absolute beast, made it through play-ins, kind of squeaked in at the end of the top 8 of players who made it through play-ins, but he made it through, and this is somebody who has that ceiling, and Inkborn Fables just absolutely popping off, and so he's really looking to repeat that performance. Also, I would say a really, really hard worker, somebody who doesn't necessarily always have, an insane amount of games grinded on ladder, but is always watching players, and I was looking at his profile in the scrims leading up to this tournament. In 2 days, he played 36 games. I think all he did when the patch came out was sleep and play TFT, and so it's usually a good sign that you're working that hard going into a tournament.
Opster is one of these players that has some really high highs. Winning regional finals is a great way to do that, but also just has a lot of variance in his play, because I had a chance to interview him a while back, and we asked him about his play style, and he's like, hey, I play by the vibes. I'm an instinctual player. What the game gives me is what I'm going to do. That's just kind of what my read is not usually what everybody else's read is. So if his read is good, he could be very much back at the top of the table this weekend.
I gotta give so much credit to CMB, because we have had a couple of Brazilian players that you think of as carrying the legacy of Brazil. I think you look at Ego Illusions as one of his players, especially because he does have a title in the Brazilian regional finals. But CMB was the first one that really showed up on the Americas stage and ended up taking a title home for Brazil. And so I'm really excited to see CMB come back. He followed up his Americas regional finals win in KO Coliseum, also making it to the almost making it to the final lobby at the Tactician's Crown a couple weeks later and finished with a 9th place. But I'm just thinking this is really one of the players you have to look out for as continuing to carry the legacy for Brazil.
There's also a few players that qualified in from yesterday that are regional champions, but before the merge, Jukyu all the way back, I believe it's set 8, and then also Ego winning Brazilian in set 9. So those guys are also coming to get another regional finals title under their belt.
One more player that I want to touch on before we get into these first games has to be Dank Memes. This is a competitor that I feel like he's always showing up in some big way. I love watching him because of just the emotion that he puts into the game, but he also has the stats to back it up. This is a player we have to watch out for.
I mean, his stats are pretty insane. 4.02 is the best average placement in the whole field this week 1. It is absolutely insane. He has the best win rate in field from week 1. But here's the problem. He has never been in the TPC. And it is a little shocking. He's qualified for the Tactician's Crown twice through regional finals, having 2 final lobby finishes, and then going into Tactician's Crown and performing pretty good for what you'd expect in the first couple times, but it's been a little bit of a struggle since. Yeah,
so his most recent regionals since we have moved to this TPC system, 45th at the KO Coliseum regional finals, 38th at the Lauren Legends regional finals. This guy is clearly good enough to grind really, really hard on ladder, and he does have the success in tournaments prior to these last couple of sets. So, maybe these last couple of sets just didn't really click with him. He had a little bit of a stumble. We're really hoping to see him come back this set. He's clearly good enough. He's somebody who you see this name and you think of him as a tier 1 player. So it's crazy that he hasn't been in TPC until, hey, maybe now if he performs well enough over the next couple of days.
Definitely a ladder grinder, and I think that if Dank Memes can lock in, this is his time to shine. You know, it's going to be this set. I feel it in my gut. But if you are watching the stream, you have your favorite players that you're cheering for, you're inspired to come check out the competition for yourself, then please get your Compete card, register at TFT.com and start your own competitive TFT journey. I've competed in some of the sub-regionals. They are so fun. I think the community is also really welcoming, especially if you are a newer competitive player. I feel like it's pretty easy to kind of get in and get your feet wet. Harder to reach the upper echelons of competition, but I know you both have also competed in multiple different levels of competition. So what else can you share to get the people inspired?
I mean, TFT is one of the most accessible esports to exist. You can literally compete from your couch, on your phone if you want to. It is really fun that is an opportunity, and you can make it all the way to that Tactician's crown. We've seen so many players that have worked their way through that, using their sub-regional qualifier to get into the trials, to then get into regionals. It's really, really fun.
Yeah, what I love about this system is it's really aspirational. You can say, even if you're not somebody who right now is directly qualifying for, Tacticians trials, you can play in the sub-regionals and you can work your way up to qualifying into the trials. I mean, when I first started playing TFT, that was my goal, is to be someone who can consistently qualify for Tacticians trials. And then once you get there, you can move up from there. Say, okay, can I consistently, make it to the second weekend? Can I consistently make it even further? I mean, some of the players that we're going to watch today are players who started out, maybe a few sets back. They weren't qualifying to trials, started qualifying, and then made it all the way here. So it's just a really nice system where every single step of the way, there's something for you to play for, something for you to aspire to, which is just one of the best things about TFT.
Making the first cut of a sub-regional feels like such an achievement. It feels so good. So like, I cannot try to encourage you enough to go try that out for yourself and feel what that feels like. But I just know that watching the regionals, someone's going to want to try this. We've had people come in to the Americas Regional Finals, hope that they're going to make it all the way to the TFT Pro Circuit, and then they do that. They realize that dream. While we are the main broadcast and we're going to be focusing in on just one lobby at a time, please check out our amazing co-streamers that are going to be able to show you all of the other lobbies we've got going on today. We've got 5. So I'm sure you will find someone else that's going to be following another one of your favorite players, or a groups of players, your region, different languages. You've got all of these different people that can help you do that. And of course, a lot of our competitors are also streaming their own perspectives. So if you really just want to follow along with one person, get the perspective of their board, that's a really great way to do that too. I feel like I learn a lot every time I'm like going back and watching somebody's regional VODs, and they also do like VOD review of their games. There's a lot to take away.
There sure is. And I do have bad news. If you're a Super Pino fan, there will be no co-stream for him, but you can watch his POV for sure. So, because he's still playing. He made it through plans. He's ready to roll.
That's kind of a co-stream, right?
Yeah, it's the next best. I mean, it's honestly better than a co-stream. Is like a real stream.
It's
so
a very
excited.
good time.
Yeah, it's going to be a great day of competition. As a reminder, 40 players, 6 games, and the bottom 8 will get eliminated. Sounds easy until you realize that those points carry over, and tomorrow's going to get even harder when we have more eliminations coming in left and right. But are you both excited? Are you ready to get our day started?
Oh yeah.
I'm super excited.
One of the interesting things about today, though, is the way that people decide how do they start. Right, a lot of times these tournaments, you have to like, do I need to play for first, or am I just gonna play for top 4s? But here it's like, am I avoiding bottom positions, or am I trying to start off strong to set myself up well for the whole weekend? It's always super fascinating to see how players and their play styles will evolve throughout the games depending on their position.
Yeah, there's a huge difference between starting a tournament, even with just a first, versus starting with an 8th. I mean, it completely changes your perspective on, okay, now I'm playing from behind versus I'm playing from ahead. Obviously, everyone wants to start with a first, but not everybody can. So there's also some mental resilience there, right? We've seen people who have started off tournaments going 8th even, and then have brought it back after that. So that's a big part of it as well in TFT, especially going from day 1 to day 2. We've seen some crazy things with players having a really, really rough day 1 and bringing it back day 2, or vice versa, have an amazing day 1 and then they really fall apart day 2. So a lot of it is also that mental resilience of knowing what you have to play for and then being able to execute.
But where do you rate these play-ins players? Because I feel like that's always the big question mark in the air. Did they get more experience by being able to play yesterday that they can actually apply those learnings to for today?
It's a very interesting point because two players, Broseph brought this up with us yesterday, made it through plans all the way to the Tactician's crown last time. And so maybe it is the secret sauce. Maybe you want to be in play-ins and make it out. Obviously, it's hard to make it out because only 50% do make it from the play-ins to our day 2. But it is, it's worked in the past.
There's a lot of value in just getting those reps in. And I really feel like going into day 2, as that being your day 2 and not actually your day 1 is really, really valuable. All the nerves, you get shaken out day 1. You also know, like if you're making it to the next day, then you clearly have some kind of a good meta read, so you have a little bit more just confidence in your own game plan versus all these people who are coming in day 1. They're coming in absolutely fresh, which if they're confident in their game plans, that can be great. If they're feeling a little bit shaky or they're not sure if they've gotten in as many scrims, as many reps as they wanted to, then it actually could be a downside. So I definitely do think we'll see at least a few of our play-ins players making it to the next day, maybe even to weekend 2.
And one of the fascinating things is, most of the times you're playing in a TFT tournament, you want to get that first place spot. This weekend's way different. There's 40 players competing, and the top 16 get rewarded, and all resets next weekend to compete for some of those top spots once again. And so, yes, we want to be the week 1 champion. I think that's a good thing to strive for, but we really need to be top 16. That's like you're either, 1 through 16 or you missed the cut. It doesn't matter whether or not you're first or you're 10th or you're 16th. That's what we're fighting for.
So then that goes back to the point that you were both bringing up, though, is like, how do you actually consider starting out your tournament? Is it slow and steady wins the race, just top 4, continue to accumulate those? When you are considering the fact that only the top 16 get rewarded, that's 2/5 of the, the 20, hold on.
You're doing broadcast math.
I'm doing broadcast math. That's 2/5.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
I was like, hold on a second. Yeah, it's 40% of the field. It sounds like a lot, but it isn't when you consider the fact that we've got sandwich cuts that are going to be happening where like the top of the top get rewarded. You skim away the crop and then like you also skim the bottom.
Yeah,
it's
not
like
easy. It's not easy to make it to the end here. I do think if I'm going into one of these lobbies, I'm just playing my best TFT. I'm definitely not going like 1st or 8th or anything like that. I'm just trying to play the best average placement I can. It's very different from like a checkmate final lobby where you're like, okay, I have to go 1st or 8th here. I need that first. So that's my approach. I will say there is a big benefit to going first. And if you're one of those players who can, start off strong, that's great. I don't know. Like if I get, an anima start in my first game, am I going to go for it? I mean, if it's my best spot, sure, why not? And maybe I get a 1st. If I get an 8th, we'll work from there, I guess.
As long as you don't get griefed. We did see that yesterday. That was so sad. The anima cow shots getting griefed would be painful to watch today, especially with all those points on the line.
Yeah, it is especially heartbreaking when you're in a position where you need to play for the first and somebody clearly stops you from getting there. I remember watching in EMEA this morning, we had multiple people. I think specifically Revan needed one more point and needed to win the game, and he was rolling for a 3-star 5 cost, and Dasic definitely had the one in his shop that he was looking for. And I was like, oh my gosh, the ratting is intense. But you got to do what you got to do. That's how you play TFT.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if you're the person who needs to not give them that first, then it's nothing personal. I think, sometimes there can be some grudges in TFT when you grief people, but there's nothing personal. That's just how the game's played. If your best spot is to grief the anima, feels really, really bad if you're the anima player, but maybe that's your fault for playing anima and in a spot where somebody else could grief you. So there's multiple levels to it.
Thanks for being patient, everybody. We are just about to get started with our first game of the day. We want to make sure that all of our players were feeling ready, feeling focused, and here to just put out the vibes. I feel like everyone looks pretty calm right now. This was not the same as the end of yesterday where people were clearly looking very stressed.
I mean, look at our lobby.
Dank Memes' cam. Dank Memes was like smiling. He's having a great. I don't know who he's talking to over there, but he's having a great time. That's a good mentality to go into it with. I mean, game 1, you shouldn't be tilted, right? The game's some people are pre-tilted, but you shouldn't be tilted going into game 1.
I mean, Dank Memes has a great time with his chat, so I'm sure that's who he's talking to, because all our players are required to stream as well, which, makes it fun to be able to find their POVs easily. But I think this lobby is a really fun one. We've talked about a lot of these players, Prestivant, we talked about CMB, we talked about Dank Memes, we talked about Greya, but I do want to highlight Cool Guy Dom. He's one of these players that it's first time to the regional final stage, and that's because he won Tacticians Cup 1, and now, he showed that he can win tournaments, and now he's going to be fighting for a spot in Tier 1. He had a great run, actually, at the Paris Open as well, and so now looking to fight with the best of them.
Yeah, we have a really cool diversity of qualification methods looking at this lobby. So you have people like Cool Guy Dom and Solus coming from the trials. You have people like Dank Memes and Greya grinding it through ladder, JRC Precedent coming through TPC, and then Black Sheep also ladder, CMB also TPC. So you kind of have the full spectrum here of the different ways of making it to TPC, from the people who are already in TPC to the people who are trying to battle into TPC.
It's always kind of fun for me to watch which way of competing or like qualifying actually is the highest conversion rate back to the TPC. Is it the competitors that have already had that experience for the TFC Pro Circuit coming in from the set, or is it really those ladder warriors? It depends. Set to set, it ends up being a little different, but it's like a fun side quest that I do keep in mind. It's gonna be fun though to watch this first game in action. Poor Gray is already tired. Must be tired from yesterday though, truly.
Oh, I think, Necker, to your point, one of the interesting things from yesterday is we saw 2 of our TPC members relegated already through the play-ins, and then 2 of our TPC players made it into week 1. But the big thing to call out is the QP, the people that had consistency within the trials. 3 out of the 4 of them made it to week 1. So I expect consistency to be the key for a lot of our players to make it through to week 2.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like another big thing is just sort of like the hunger for a TPC spot. You'll see the people who are, towards the bottom of TPC. I mean, they've gotten into TPC in a prior set. They're obviously very good at TFT, but the people who are battling it in from Tier 2, I feel like they're really, really hungry, really, really want that spot.
Let's get it started. For our casters for Game 1, we send it over to Asa and Hubeson.
All right, we've got Black Sheep here. Oh my god, we have the 3 emblem stars, so already a really exciting game. What do you think of this one, Hubasan?
Yeah, 100%. Thank you. I got Zephyr by the mute of my microphone, but yeah, now we're starting once again. For me, Greya, amazing already having that Cho'Gath that you just mentioned, having the possibility to stack. We already saw the Cho'Gath Lissandra. Gets a Lissandra from Orbs, so great situation here for him. I wanted to go a little...
Maybe Voyager to go with Karma potentially could just play that around the Cho'Gath.
We should check, everyone here. Is there any high roll spot that you really, really like? Or you think it's a little you always get maybe one for early game and you go for a double emblem for late game? It's very difficult to use everything, right?
Yeah, I think just being able to use at 2 out of 3, I think a Greya spot, if he does go for that Darkstar line, Brawler with Cho'Gath, Voyager with Karma. I think just being able to use 2 out of 3 is already quite nice, but if you could use 3 out of 3, I think it's really high roll. Basically being up an emblem is almost being up kind of like a silver augment on the rest of the lobby. And it's a really high variance encounter, and we'll see what our players choose to do with it.
There's possibilities here to get a random emblem for some of the players. Let's see if someone wants to go for it. We see a lot of duplicator there for Black Sheep. Okay, we see here
you called out, going for the double spat. CMB has a potential double Darkstar, so if they make it to level 10, could go for that, the Darkstar Prismatic. I think you need 3 emblems for that one, though.
Okay. Prestivant has here Challenger, flexibility here with Boya Geroso, so good opportunities. We see Nova emblem that we know is pumping up right now. Has Nova, has also the possibility of going Marauder angle, so probably Master Yi together with the Vanguard. We see a Stargazer also has a good chance.
Yeah, I really like JRC's emblems, right? Because all of them kind of match the Nova units. Akali and Aatrox will use the Bastion Marauder and the Nova. So he kind of has 3 that are pretty synergistic, which is really nice. Whereas, like, Precedent has a Stargazer, the Challenger, but there's no Stargazer Challenger. But one really nice thing in Precedent spot is he has a Reforger, so he can choose to get rid of whichever ones he doesn't want later.
Yeah, always great to have that angle. We see JRC once again, what you were mentioning. Yeah, great spot. It's very easy to put the units in, trying to get maybe value in the early game. That will be a little harder. But then it's great that you already have a plan, right? You already know what you're going for. Important, I wanted to highlight that we have 2 players here, Dan Mims and Black Sheep, that are top 1 ladder. They classify directly via ladder and are the first or the number 1 spot in ranking in both of them. So 2 ladder warriors that have played so many games in terms Black Sheep has been rank 1 global also. Latin America South server that maybe is a little weaker compared to other servers, but of course also something to recognize for his consistency on ladder.
Absolutely. I mean, it's definitely not easy to do. And we saw some ladder players qualify for our play-ins yesterday, but these are the players who are number 1 on ladder. The play-ins from yesterday placed a little bit lower, so the consistency of Dank Memes and Black Sheep playing so well throughout the entire set and making it directly past play-ins into our day 2.
Yeah, back-to-back Tactician crown there for Max means cool guy. And maybe a newcomer coming up here, having Brawler plus Space Group plus... this is very good for Space Group. Space Group is one of the comps that really enables any emblem. You have the vertical, so everything you have a lot of splashables. So having the Brawler, you already can commit. Having the Vanguard, you have the +1, so great spot also for him.
Yeah, I love Cool Guy's Dom emblems. I also think that's one where he can probably use all 3. Space Groove, a lot of times you're going to play a Replicator for your 4-cost carry Nami. That's going to be Pantheon, so he can use a Brawler. And then he already has the Ornn using the Bastion. So really great spot where he can use all 3 emblems.
Okay, Soulless also now taking a grabs, has the Primordial, very good for the early game. Primordial on the other side, sorry, for Prestion, I believe. And now just trying to hold up. He has the Time Breaker, but hasn't activated. So very important for him. He has the Time Breaker. He needs to get value as soon as possible, because later into the game it's very difficult to gain value from him. So for Soulless, it's either gaining something here, finding the Melios, finding something, or maybe the value will be getting a lot less.
Yeah, absolutely. Timebreaker is pretty nice to get in the early game for the extra econ, but of course Solus only has 2 out of 3, so definitely looking for that one more Timebreaker. It's offered a Pantheon. I can't remember if he had a Pantheon on his board. If not, that could be a good pickup, but it does come with Cloak, so we do have to see if he values the unit or the component.
Not a Cloak fan. Man, throughout the story of TFT, Cloak probably the component that is less deserving, or the less that you want. I remember some metas where Cloak was good, but it's like very, very difficult, right? I don't know why, but it's like the niche that you don't want to go into.
Yeah, Cloak is... It's good when Bloodthirster, Quicksilver, kind of on a melee attack carry is good. There's not really any right now that wants those items. It's also good in AP meta because it gets magic resist, but yeah, Cloak is, in most patches, the least desirable component.
For Black Sheep here, getting the anima in, so very important to be aware if someone is able to grief the spot of Black Sheep. So far 37, so just starting maybe last round with the anima. So Black Sheep with a good chance here to pop off in the mid stages of the game when he gets that 400, even 500 is possible. That is very difficult, but at least 400 to get some good items that are very flexible into the game, especially the tank ones.
Yeah, Black Sheep's position looks really well if he can get through neutrals and maybe 3-1 with his anima streak. It'll almost guarantee he'll be able to get a 400 cash out since he got in before the first Space God offering. And if you do get that 400 cash out, as we saw yesterday, it's almost very, very frequently will lead to a first place. Greya is the only other 4-loss potential able to grief him.
Okay. Be aware of that. JRC is laughing. I think it's comfortable, has the Winsus, know he's putting it on Kindred that has been buffed for this patch. Having fun, and this is exactly what you need. This will be a 6-game night. So yesterday was 7, so we know some of the players are tired. The ones who passed. Greya is the one from yesterday here in this lobby. So very important to maintain the cool and of course be present on every round.
We saw him in the camera pregame. He was yawning a lot before this game started, so hopefully he'll be able to wake up and play his best here.
Okay. Having a chance here. Pike 2, on the other hand, there for Soulless. We haven't seen the Pike. There's the Pike comp. Maybe we've seen a Stempo. I think we saw one yesterday, Asa. Maybe a comp that is very, very niche, but could be possible depending on the angle he has. Now with the emblems, maybe difficult. I would love to see it maybe another time.
Yeah, I don't think we saw anyone make a Pike 3, but I think we did see someone play the Pike reroll, but just hit some of the other pieces. But yeah, could go for that potentially.
Okay, Nova Emblem has the Vanguard. Finds an early Tam Kench that will give him additional resources. Always great to watch. I think that's one of the reasons he was happy. So changing the Jouning to happiness here. And we have confirmation here. Black Sheep, the only one with the Lustric. And Grea low in HP, but starting to win right now. So Black Sheep in a great condition right now. Probably no one should be on place. We need to watch. Maybe someone has the spot to grief, but it's very difficult to grief Black Sheep now on stage 3. Everyone wants also to take care of his game. And if you grief Black Sheep, you're hurting yourself. So good position for him.
Yeah, absolutely. We saw that Grea actually lost his 4 loss. So I wonder if they went up against each other, which would be probably a mistake from Grea, because when you are in this loss streak position, you almost can't afford to let someone else cash out a big AMER cash out, because you're going to be the one who's likely to be low HP, and then that's going to be basically an unbeatable player in the late game. So it's kind of, in honestly, your own best interest if you're in 4 loss to grief the AMER player.
Okay.
And also you get more econ, just continuing your own loss streak.
Yeah, totally agree. In terms of game plan, he has the Voyager, slamming AP, so probably Darkstack Flex, potentially going more into the AP angle. Voyager very good with the Karma. You have a good support trait on that spot, and of course you can use the Brawler that he's using it right now together with the Choga. So good spot also for Grea, and now we'll wait to see what happens. Now 6 out of 9 Leonas. Just taking a moment here, Asa, to give props to the new overlay that we have. Now we can see the stars, the close that we are to 3-starring a unit. So very cool to see, and we'll have it updated throughout the tournament. Thank you to production for that.
Yeah. We can see he actually has 7 Leonas on his board, but I'm really worried about Grea. Just even during this pause, I'm looking at his camera. This guy is still yawning. I'm very scared. I'm very scared if he's gonna be able to lock in and play his best today.
The arbiter, I know you mentioned it, just to reconfirm, is every 4 seconds you have 14% chance of getting a Leona. So this is the best one. You cannot low roll this one, or at least very unlikely to low roll. Very easy to get. You not depend on having Ginsu to ramp up the speed to actually get more chances. So a great spot for him to get the Leona 3-star as soon as possible.
Yeah, I think he should be in a pretty good spot. Your favorite to get one every round, even with only 2 Arbiter. If he finds a 3rd Arbiter, you're pretty much guaranteed at least 1 a round. So he's pretty likely to have it by 3-3, maybe 3-5, and then that'll give him a really strong mid game to win. And we saw that he did not end up playing around the Cho'Gath, but instead using the Arbiter and the Voyager. So probably we'll go into some sort of like AP, Vanguard, Shepherd, Voyager. A lot of these units have synergy together, likely to end up in one of those lines.
Okay, makes sense here. Of course, a little more about the story of these players. We already talked about Black Sheep. Dan means CMB 2 times, a Tactician crown winner. On the old days, he got a TAC crown, the old days of Brazilian when the pre-merging of the regions. And then he went to the Alicante one. So a player that is well versed into TFT. And now we continue the game, slamming Warmords here, trying to maintain tempo here for Grea.
Yeah, CMB did very well, just barely missed Final Lobby at that one. I believe he got 9th in that Worlds there. So good to see him back and playing for a shot to compete in that Tactician's crown again.
They're both comfortable. JRC is okay. Dan Mims also has a good spot. We see the graph there on the right and have the additional possibilities. Grea in a good spot. Cool guy going for that space groove. And now confirmation for the second augment against Silver. So people going maybe for an additional emblem. We know some of them still looking for that angle. And many of the spots here actually want an additional emblem. So very good to see if anyone gets another angle for this.
Yeah, it's only a silver augment, so not super likely for people to get emblems from silver augment. I believe branching out is the only one that can give you an emblem. But yeah, we saw Gray printed that 8th Leona, so if he does get the 9th one here, hopefully it will be stable for stage 3 for him.
Okay, Prestiven looking good at this for now, trying to hold on. Has a good Talon. Talon a little nerf, but still a great unit in the early game. Let's see if the gas is well enough here for him to be stable. Prestiven trying to find another chance of going to Tactician Crown, but of course, most importantly, this week is what will enable these players to go to TPC, to advance to the tier 1 of TFT. And of course, they need to go against all these great players. Huge 6-day today, Asa. And then tomorrow they have another shot of going to the finals.
Yeah, absolutely. I think a lot of players actually consider the stakes this week to be bigger than the stakes next week, because that's going to affect your chances of getting into the pro circuit for the entire next set, the entire next 4 months, compared to playing in Tactician's Crown, which of course everyone wants to do as well. But yeah, I think a lot of the players, they really care about making it into the pro circuit, which will be dependent on their scores today and tomorrow.
Yeah, gives you economically, gives you financially, gives you a little leeway. It's like you can commit to TFT at least for a while. You know that even if you perform mid, even in TPC, you have some money to really go. But more than that is the honor, right? It's the actual possibility of going pro to TFT in full time, taking the chance to do that. So very important for him to have that chance. And for Black Sheep, for example, a player that has been fighting so hard to dedicate full time for TFT is great. Dan Mims, we already talked about him, a player that went 2 times back-to-back to Worlds, to TAC Crown, and now doesn't have the chance to go to TPC yet. This is the perfect spot for him to advance.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Black Sheep's spot in Game 1 is looking incredible. He was able to keep that Anima streak, so very, very likely to get a 400 cash, which will set him up for at least a good shot to go first. We saw Gray over here with the Leona 3 win streaking into it, so maybe we'll be able to continue that streak.
Continuing now, just thinking about it. Very important, yeah, to maintain the win streak you mentioned, and just trying to pressure as much as possible. It's very easy to just go pressure and then into a top 4 and having a chance to get an additional angle. Black Sheep still with the 7 lose streak, going for that 400 that you mentioned. So maybe on the beginning on stage 4, we'll be present to see what happens. Trying to fight, trying to put units here, just trying to go for weak side and trying to get as much units as possible. He wants to lose, but he also wants to maintain himself healthy, 233. So very close, he's killing units and getting closer to that threshold.
Yeah, absolutely. He wants to make his board as strong as possible, but to make sure you don't win, because winning here is a disaster with Anima. Each sequential loss is so important. And since you're trying to lose anyway, you might as well play the Primordial on your board. Get a little bit of extra econ while you're at it. Time Breaker as well is nice to fit in if you can get it. But yeah, you can see Black Sheep able to kill a couple units with his 3-item Jinx here. So very, very nice round for Black Sheep. Kills 3 units. That's about as much as you can hope for, since you have to be careful not to win.
Yeah, makes sense. I'll put you in a spot here if you want, Asa. Any favorites to top 1 with the information you have right now?
I mean, it's got to be Black Sheep. It does depend on the item he gets from that Anima cash out, because he's already committed to the Deathblade. Has some of the AD emblems like Marauder. So if you get an AP item, that could be a little bit trickier to play around. It'll be interesting to see if Black Sheep, how he adjusts to that if he does, but he's really just hoping to get something like Battle Bunny Crossbow or one of these AD items he can just use that'll fit very cleanly into the AD direction he's already leaning into.
Yeah, makes sense. It's so fun that the first God offering was a Kyle item and everyone went there, and now Kyle gave the cloak. So everyone's just going for Ari and the additional XP, just trying to get something. Oh, the early cash out here for Black Sheep. Opinions on this?
Interesting. I'm kind of surprised he took this one. However, it was the one that gives you 3 Jinxes as well as a Jinx item.
Yeah.
So it is.
He's here. He's rolling. Yeah.
Yeah, it is one of the ones that you can play Jinx reroll into, although I'm quite surprised he did go for this. I think going for the 400 cash, which gives you the item that is almost as strong as a Radiant item, kind of halfway between an Artifact or a Radiant. That's the one that I would have expected, but yeah, we'll see if Black Sheep's 300 cash that gives him, it gives him 3 Jinxes for his Jinx reroll comp that he's trying to play into. Pays off for him.
Yeah, he rolled, but he didn't roll deep. It's like, oh, there it is. Okay, there's the deep roll down, now fully committing to the angle. I was thinking that maybe there's a chance he just rolled to maintain a little tempo here because he was losing too much, but no, he's totally committed, as you mentioned.
Yeah, absolutely. I think he was, I missed this at the start, but I think he was considering this Jinx line the entire time. And you see, he took first augment, taking the small duplicators. This one almost always is going to be playing to reroll.
Okay. Okay, now seeing Grea with a good Aurora here as holder and just trying to hold up, trying to go for that fast 9 possibilities. He can play around Voyager, he can play around fast 9, but of course he will need to step up on level 8 and be strong enough as possible. We know Nami is good in flex. He could play Nami Darkstar vertical. He could play Darkstar with Nami also and get a good spot there. So let's see what happens going up against Black Sheep now.
Yeah, Grea already has the Aurora 2 as a backline, so I think he's going to want to skip level 8 since the upgrade from the 2-star 3 cost to 2-star 4 cost is nice but also really expensive. So he's really hoping to be able to go fast 9 from this spot, and Grea got his 4 loss snapped on stage 2 but was able to convert that into a 6 win, so it actually works out really, really nicely for Grea. Bad news for Black Sheep, bad matchmaking for Black Sheep, basically fighting. Grea is probably one of the only players Black Sheep could lose to in this spot, so unfortunate for Black Sheep taking a loss here with his already low HP.
Yeah, he wanted to ramp up a little and then get the full 4-1 roll down into maintaining the win streak, so now in a difficult position. He should be able to get the 4-1 and get everything 3-star, but of course he wanted to be as healthy as possible. Seeing Cool Guy now, tempo-ish, low in HP, with 7 lose streaks, so at least some injection of gold. We see him trying to go for that fast 8, and he will need to roll down. Space Group is the name of the game, so very important for him to find that Nami 2-star.
Yeah, he's got really, really good emblems. Has double combat, so could cap really high if he hits his board, but definitely a little bit concerned with the amount of HP Cool Guy has. And I believe also contested by Precedent, who has a Space Groove emblem, also going to be looking for the Namis.
Okay. Yeah, Nami, a great unit, right? Was buffed, feels good. Maybe you will not win the game, but it's good for a top 4, but you need to hit early. You need to really pressure the stage 4, be healthy as much as possible, and then you know you're killing units, and you're able to pressure the lobby when you can.
Yeah, we can see Precedent using the Stargazer emblem to tempo off the Talon, but looking at his bench, it's pretty clear he's trying to get off of Stargazer, just going into the same Space Group line. And you can actually see kind of the difference in the, just the variance of the emblems. Like, Precedent is going to have 2 dead emblems. The Primordian and the Stargazer are both going to be dead next round, whereas Cool Guy Dom is going to be able to use that Bastion, going to be able to use that Brawler. So it's actually quite a good spot for Cool Guy Dom if he can hit his board.
Okay. Yeah, the deep roll down should come. So we have the big stage here, 50 seconds to select augments and of course do the deep roll down, trying to find that Nami that is so important.
Precedent taking his time, thinking about what to take. I think Cool Guy Dom actually goes for triple combat, so if he is able to hit his board, I think he's going to be extremely strong just because of the high roll emblems, and then also having the triple combat. The double group hug, double defensive is really good for Space Groove since it's infinitely scaling offensive stats throughout the fight. If he can hit one more Nami, it should be very, very stable for the rest of the stage.
Yeah, you mentioned it. So greedy, right? Already having so many power of combat with the emblems and going for additional combat. He needs to hit, and this was said about with Bro said yesterday. You need some economy, some injection to actually go fast 8, and we know exactly why that happens. Not having a 2-star tank, where at least the Ornn is doing a good job, but needs to find the Nami. So he will go to True Zero, will keep rolling. If he finds the Nami, it will be the greatest spot. If not, I feel it's still okay, but he will start to bleed a little.
Yeah, we see going up against Greya, who did roll a little bit on 8, but is still holding 20 gold to preserve some of his future. Really close fight, huge win for Cool Guy Dom, just barely winning this with a Nami 1 over Greya.
One off of Akali there for Black Sheep also, going for that angle, and this is the Roldan, doesn't find it. Finds the Jinx, finds the Rek'Sai, finds the Velvet. Just like in Akali, who doesn't have items, but he have crits items, so he also wants to item as her. So for now, just going for the Kindred and trying to put good units and good items here on Jinx. Graves
Black
2
Sheep,
here for Soulless.
Soulless here, yeah, Graves 2, very interesting. It looked like he was trying to play this Corky Riven comp, but instead of finding Riven, he found Graves 2 instead. Not quite sure how that happened, but maybe he could fit Nara in. He does have the sniper emblem. That's something that normally doesn't fit in this comp, but could maybe choose to try to play that. We'll see how Soulless chooses to adapt this kind of standard comp to his emblems. This comp normally kind of fits together perfectly with the synergies, but now with the extra sniper emblem, he does have the Nara on bench if he wants to use that option.
Yeah, it's a high roll, but it's a high roll that needs time to actually work. The Graves is now 2-star, but doesn't have improvements, so doesn't have items also, only the emblem. So the Corky 1-star is the only one trying to put the damage in. He used reinforcements, so doesn't have combat, has just the Ramus 2-star. So if he doesn't have the time, this could be also the end for Soulless.
Yeah, I think Soulless probably ran out of time. We didn't exactly see his board, but having the items on the Corky 1 instead of the Graves 2, I would imagine he's going to move these items right now, but we'll have to see what Soulless decides to do. The Graves definitely doesn't have the upgrades yet, but even still being a 2-star 5 cost.
Yeah, gets the
I would
assault.
expect him to itemize.
Okay, trying to roll for the Corky, and then we'll have to make the decision that you mentioned, Aisha. Doesn't find the Corky. So now is the decision. Does he move items, or does he believe it's better to maintain Corky for now?
Yeah, I think Soulless making a really big mistake here, playing the Fizz on the board, who's normally used in this comp to give Rogue to Riven, but you could play Gnar for the Sniper emblem instead.
Okay.
So I think, yeah, Soulless, I hope he sees the Gnar in his shot, because, yeah, I think this is quite a big mistake. The Fizz is just not necessary in this spot if you're not playing Riven.
Yeah, the tensions comes through here for Soulless, so bad news for him. Now very low, 14 HP, 1.5 life. So very, very difficult spot. Finds the buckshot now. He needs triple buckshot to actually get the Graves in a decent spot in damage. So that means a few rounds more.
Yeah, Soul sees the Gnar on this stage. A couple stages slow, but hopefully it'll help him. He's in a very tough spot on that 7 loss, not quite stable, but maybe with the Graves ramping up could make a comeback.
Okay. See if it's enough. JRC now trying to find the Kindred 2, doesn't find it, and once again Soulless rolling to 0, doesn't find the Corky, and goes up against the Nami 2-star from Prestiven. Huge hit from him, and just trying to find now the secondary tank that will be the Ramus.
Yeah, absolutely. Prestiven on Ramus paired. Does have the Ornn 2 at least, and has the Nami, so very stable during this stage, and Soulless taking a huge loss and dead on stage 4.
Also, Prestiven holding up on 9 Ornns. Normally it's not required, but of course if you get a free Ornn and you know you're going to stay on level 8, you're not going level 9, it's better to try to get that additional value for units. And now the Ari Boom will give us additional items here just to try to outperform. What's the next step here? Blitzcrank with items?
Yeah, the next unit you want to itemize here is Blitz, which is really nice that Prestiven has that as well with a Space Groove line. I do think, yeah, holding the orange is really smart. He doesn't really have enough gold or HP to reliably be able to make that 60 gold jump he would have to spend to get to level 9. So just rolling now, be able to get the upgrades in the short term, like this Tom Kench that he just hit, even like a Samir or a Nasus would help a little bit. And you might as well hold these orange. You don't have that much to spend your gold on, so going for this Ornn 3 here is really nice on level 8.
Okay.
Even though level 7's the level you usually roll for 3-star 3 costs on, because you have 40% odds, you can see on the shop odds in the bottom is only 32% instead of 40%. So you still have pretty good odds to hit 3 costs on level 8.
Yeah, totally. Also, full mana generation here for Blitzcrank. Normally, you can go for the crit or go for the mana generation. Shoujin also pretty good because you need to you want to use that all to misposition some of the units are there. There you see it, just ramping up to the back, and now with good possibilities here. But there's a lot of damage on the other side. There's a Darkstar Aurelion Sword coming in for CMB, and it's just too much damage right now.
Yeah, CMB at the top of the lobby in health. This 6 Darkstar Aurelion Soul 2 just absolutely destroys Precedent's board. Really, really strong setup with the CMB. Has a Vanguard that pairs with the Darkstar Mordekaiser, has the Voyager that pairs with the Darkstar Karma, and then of course has the Darkstar emblem. I believe they also have a Brawler emblem to Cho'Gath. So CMB very efficiently using all 4 emblems that match up with Darkstar units. Very nice in his spot.
Okay. The game is giving Graves for free. We saw Soulless losing with the Graves 2-star with the Corki, so takes an 8th. And now JRC, level 9, and finds also the Graves. Nova Graves, so having a good chance here to get additional damage together with the Kindred. Lacking a little frontline there. Only the Maokai for now, and still Tahm Kench 1.
Yeah, JRC went fast on here and has the Graves 2, is about to have the Fiora 2, also has Tahm Kench pair, so really, really close to being able to spike, but is he going to be able to survive this round? Going up against Greya, also level 9.
And Greya, as you mentioned, holding up
So
onto
close.
that. Yeah. I thought she was weaker, but not. The Aurora ramping up so huge, as you mentioned, Asa. Very good to pass that, right? You get a 3-cost 2-star that you know is good items, and you can just out-delay the level 8. Something to take into consideration.
Yeah, absolutely. JRC so close to being strong. Had the Fiora 2 in the shop, but wasn't able to buy it. Had the Tahm Kench pair, but was taken out by Greya. JRC was in quite a good spot in the early game. I believe he 4 streak stage 2 and then hit that early Tahm Kench, but the Fast 9 is that risky line where you can get really strong, potentially get it first, but if you aren't able to come online, you can take a really bad placement.
Okay, for Black Sheep, good positioning, getting the weak side on the right for Prestiven, taking out a lot of the units, taking out the main tank, access to backline, so taking a huge chunks here for Prestiven, well positioned here for Black Sheep, making the difference, and Prestiven will be also defeated here on 6th place.
Yeah, Prestiven had kind of an uphill battle from the start of the game, pretty much only able to use a Space Group emblem. Compared to Cool Guy Dom here, we see using all 3 of his emblems. But yeah, Black Sheep, with that Anima cash out, had the extra strength able to take out Prestiven.
Okay, having that possibility, yeah. And now having that chance to find that additional tank that is so important. Maybe in the mid-level, right? He's like mid-level to level 9, but actually without gold, so it's like a little the level 8 jail. What do you recommend on that spot? Do you recommend just trying to get any additional upgrades, or just try to maybe do the Hail Mary, go to level 9 even without much gold?
For Cool Guy Dom, I think there's not that much value in rolling. I think you could try to just hit the Blitzcrank like you said, but I think there's a chance. He's 5 win streak. There's a chance he's strong enough. He only needs to win 1 more than 2 rounds to get to 9 on stage 6. So I think that's a pretty good chance. And then try to get a guaranteed power spike instead of kind of gambling on a Blitzcrank, which you most likely are going to miss.
Okay. So important for Black Sheep that he finds the Rek'Sai. Normally, you only prioritize the 2 cost, but having that Rek'Sai feels good because you have that additional time with that tank 3-star to just get the additional units to ramp up. If not, normally you can get maybe close onto a tank and maybe a little late for the rest. Dank Memes looking strong here with the 6 meeple, so just trying to ramp up. The Corki, not a premium comp right now, but this is the out that he finds with the augments that the encounter gave him.
Yeah, absolutely. Everyone down to 1 life. We haven't seen Dank Memes board in a while. I really don't like the Meepsy on his board. Normally this is played for Voyager, but he's not playing Voyager. I think potentially just like a Darkstar unit, maybe this Mordekaiser shop would provide more value. Meepsy, of course, giving you 5 to 6 meeple is not going to do anything.
So strong. Now he cleans everything here, CMB. Black Sheep goes out together with Dan Meme, so we have top 3 confirmation here with Cool Guy, Grea, and CMB. For Black Sheep and that means also some in some points. Remember, today 6 games, so no one will be eliminated throughout the 6 games, and after 6 games, only 8 will be eliminated and carry over the points for tomorrow when we will decide who advanced to week 2 and, of course, to the TPC slots.
Yeah, and actually 3 players being eliminated. Cool Guy Down also being eliminated. Black Sheep taking a bottom 4 after that 300 AMER cash. I think maybe he didn't want to kind of gamble on getting a good 400 cash, but I think like going for the 400 would have been the play there. Because you can see with a 300 cash, it does give you a little bit of boost, but it doesn't really give you significant power over the rest of the lobby.
See if he finds something else here. Trying to find the bar, trying to find the Blitzcrank, yeah. There's the bar, 3 items, so maybe the decision here to... He has life, he has HP, he can grid one more round.
I think you saw the Karma here, because once you hit Sona, well, we'll see. Yeah, maybe he just locks instead.
You transfer? Okay.
Yeah, because once you hit Sona, you don't need to itemize the Karma. And he is level 9, so he has a good chance of hitting the Sona, maybe even the Blitzcrank.
Let's see if he has a chance. Blitzcrank with good possibilities here to throw into the back the main tank here for CMB. Just trying to hold on. Trying to make a good chance out of it. Blitzcrank out. And there's the damage. Accessing the backline there for the Aurelion Sol is just too much. CMB in a great position here to take it all. Grea needs to find the upgrades. Ideally, both of them here. Not enough gold. Finds the Blitzcrank. And now he will need to protect the Blitzcrank. Not the best items. Having some healing. And of course, that tier on the Hand of Justice could make a difference. Maybe the Blitzcrank can ult 2 times, and that could help here Grea, lacking maybe a little damage.
Yeah, I think Grea got a little bit too excited and bought that Blitzcrank too fast, because he only has 1 remover. I would love to see these Karma items on Blitzcrank, which he would have been able to do if he popped the items off, but he instantly purchased the Blitzcrank, which made him not able to do that with only 1 more remover.
Okay, the Blitzcrank there, hitting the mech. So he should have access to the backline there, or at least try to avoid. There's a big hit. Bar trying to adopt someone here. Gets the Mordekaiser, but it's not enough. And now will be the Hule ult here from the Aurelion Sol. Leona still ramping up, but Leona is on the other side. Aurelion Sol starts attacking the backline, cleans up. Bard against Aurelion Sol, and it's not enough. CMB takes game 1, and with great positioning once again, and a broken setup here with the Azol Darkstar.
All right, great game from CMV. Great emblems, was able to use all 4 of the emblems he had. Darkstar emblem, Brawler with Cho'Gath, Vanguard with Mordekaiser, Voyager with Karma. Amazing set of emblems for CMV. And takes the win over Grea.
Yeah, Grea having a chance also to pop off if he finds the additional upgrades. As you mentioned, not having the removers to actually upgrade and put the damage items on the primary carry was a difference, but it was close. Both of them zooming good points for this battle stage. We will go to a short break, and then the analyst desk will explain a little more about what happened. Don't go away.
Don't worry, there's no break. We're just going to be here to yap about this game and even more TFT, CLE, Sub-Zero work. Kind of a fitting story to end our first game, though, is we got the head-to-head between 2 of our previous regional finals winners.
What a great finale, but I think the start of this game was really fascinating because we got 3 emblems to get started. It just, it's one of those games where... you look at the variance of what emblems you got, whatever. It's all a skill gap because we figure out how to make these work, and CMB came out on top.
Yeah, I mean, even though some players got some more sort of like awkward emblems, other players got ones that almost seemed handpicked. I mean, it doesn't always end up going that way. I mean, Cool Guy Dom, somebody who, if you look at those emblems, had a really, really nice setup. The Brawler, the Bastion, and the Space Group. That's a fantastic emblem setup. Grea just more playing around stuff like the Vanguard emblem and reaching 6 Vanguard. It's not always about exactly what emblem you get, but really what you can make of it. Some other players, by the way, Black Sheep and Solus, just want to shout out to our earlier discussion about favorite 5 costs. They're hating this Graves unit. They both hit Graves 2 and then died, went 7/8. So, it's not always what you expect. Sometimes you see a Graves 2 on 8 and you think, oh, we're chilling, and it doesn't end up going well.
Friendship ended with Graves. I think CMB definitely showed us that Jin is our new best friend. But we've got another game in progress, so we are going to be jumping over to that lobby. So we get a chance to show you just a little bit more TFT. And I am super excited to talk about this next lobby because we get to focus on Degree, Bobster, Ego, Super Pino from yesterday. It'll be really great to see Super Pino and Ego again, and then Phoenix Out, Crazy Cat, Cottontail, and Chang Shen Li. Are there any players in particular that you are excited about in this lobby?
I think the story of this lobby, as we're going to see it here soon, is there's a lot of underdogs in this, of just whether they're underdogs from the TPC that were new last set that we didn't quite expect to make it and now are still trying to prove themselves, or you're a Crazy Cat who is continuing to prove himself, but we still doubt him, or maybe you're one of these players that just has some high highs and low lows and really just trying to find some consistency. So there's going to be a lot of good storylines that come from this game.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of fantastic players. None of these players are, would I be surprised if they were to make it to, day 3 or even weekend 2? But a lot of people who, they're not like the top, huge like streamers or people who are, constantly doing crazy things in TPC. But a lot of good players among them. So really excited to get into the game and see it.
Unfortunately, we've already had 2 eliminations in this game, as we're going to be jumping in at one of the later rounds. Crazy Cat went out in 7th, and Cottontail unfortunately took the 8th in this game, but we still have 6 more spots up for grabs. And it was, I think, a triple prismatic lobby. Am I seeing that right? We at least had 2 prismatic augments, but that means that there was a lot of like high caps that we'll be seeing in this lobby.
I mean, those are just the games we expect at the regional finals. We start off with the Caning, the Rost encounter, get the 3 emblems. Now we have triple prismatic. I mean, it's just goes with the theme of what we're seeing so far here in day 2.
If I was a player, I would rather have the triple prismatic because I feel like you have a lot more agency over what you end up picking, a lot more agency over the path you go down versus the triple emblems. It feels like you're just, okay, here's what you're doing, go and figure it out versus at least the prismatics. Sometimes it almost feels like even though you go crazy high cap, it almost feels like less variance because right from the start, okay, if this was like a triple prismatic encounter, right from the start, okay, this is going to be like a high octane, high cap game. So you say, okay, I have to play for this. And if you do just play, a low cap, play for top 4, kind of do some kind of like low cost reroll or something, and you bot 4, I mean, you only have yourself to blame in that spot.
I think luckily for our players, that 3rd augment actually ended up being gold. So like not full triple prismatic, but like I think there's a lot of wild variance. And if you were Ego, then you don't even just have to play with a prismatic. You're also locked. You're yourself are opting into the emblems from the trait tree.
I'm just trying to see what's going on looking at this this lobby here. I mean, we already see Priz Ticket on this the Space Groove board. I mean, one of the best lines. One of the lines we saw didn't perform that well yesterday, but when you're uncontested, when you're hidden with Priz Ticket, you're feeling really, really good. And Foster's spot looks amazing here. And even some more eliminations here with Degree and Super Pino.
I think when you get that prismatic ticket, you specifically can commit to this reroll, and whatever you choose, if someone contests you, you know that you're going to lose out in that contest. And so, we can't quite see what everybody at the bottom of the table played at this point, but we do know that if it was contesting Bobster, it didn't end well for them. Chang Shen Li, though, playing around the high econ start that we see with Shimmer Scale Essence does help give you some early HP because you have an extra item, but also gold throughout the game as you attack and tank.
Mighty Mech is huge. Oh, Chang Shen Li is going to be close to elimination, but can you actually get through this giant Nunu in the front with the anomaly attached to those 2 protectors' vows?
Yeah, upside is it's only a Nunu 1, so we should be able to cut through it faster. But I mean, that is a Xayah 2 on the backline. Ego's also level 9, so it's kind of like what board's going to win the more frontline here on the side of Chang Shen Li versus like the more backline on the side of Ego, and it's looking like. Ooh, it's actually insanely close.
It's so close.
Oh, it's actually so close.
Oh, man. We'll drop out here. I mean, we were talking about this yesterday. Sub-Zero was just like, these Xayah players always hit Jin. And you saw that be the difference there in the back line, just being able to do so much AoE damage and knock out that front line. I mean, the Brilliant Soul trying its best to clutch up there. Wasn't able to quite get it done.
Looking at more of the AP lines coming out here from Phoenix. Ego, of course, still in this with that Stargazer sniper And then Bobster with the Space Groove reroll. Bobster also still on a roll. Super hot win streak.
Yep, it's one of those situations where it is a prismatic lobby capped out with gold, and I mean this Ornn Samira comp is one of those lines that caps out super high if you get there. Xayah also caps out super high. I feel like if I'm Phoenix in this lobby, I'm just happy to be here. Top 3, solid, we take those, but like it's a super capped fast 9 board and a super capped 3-cost reroll board. So Phoenix, it's one of those games where you're like, this was a great third. You know, I could have gone like 5th this game if I lost some more fights. Solid third, you take your points and go to the next game probably.
I think Phoenix is playing for a lot this weekend, and I know we'll talk about him more as we see him in future lobbies, but he was in the exact same position last set. He was in week 1, day 2, was fighting for a TPC spot. He's someone that has been at the top of the tables before, but went 39th out of 40 in this day 2 competition. And so he's looking to have a much better day 2 this time around and make a shot in a 3rd place. It's a good way to start.
Bobster looks like might be leading the charge. We do get a chance to see the head-to-head against these 2 boards now that Ego has actually made a bunch of these upgrades, where you're still missing out on the Jhin and the Tahm Kench. I feel like having this upgraded front line... Okay, there's the Tahm Kench. Now I really wonder how these 2 teams are going to match up against each other.
Yeah, this is almost the most capped version of this Xayah board. Only last thing we're looking for is the Jhin, and hilariously, Bobster has the Jhin too, actually, on this board. Another good unit for his sniper for his Samira here, so actually denying Ego there, and we'll see if the Ornn can take. Look at that beautiful swap of the Ornn to the right side here to deny sniper value from Ego, making sure that we're getting as little value as possible onto that sniper, and also if we can kill the front line on the left side, this is going to give us a ton of sniper value, but our Ornn does get punched by the Blitzcrank here, so it flies right back to backline, and it's actually going to be another one of these close fights. Xayah trying to cut through this Ornn. He's so tanky, and he's just barely getting through the Blitz punch. The Ornn's still alive. The Xayah's getting there. I think it's going to finish it. Yeah, and wow. Ego actually turns it around and wins a fight against Bobster, breaking that huge win streak.
I think we're getting a preview of what we're going to see a few more times. I think this is going to be a positioning battle. We're going to have to figure out how to not let that Blitzcrank ruin our good positioning for Bobster. I saw the advantage come through. It's like, hey, this is good for my sniper value, bad for his. But, you know, once Blitzcrank throws it into your team, it doesn't really matter.
I have not respected Blitzcrank 2's game enough. I was saying the same thing during that first game when we were talking backstage. I was like, is Blitzcrank 2 really going to be making that much of a difference in this fight? And while it didn't end up working, it has been in this one. And so we see the positioning change again, where that Blitzcrank is going to be on that Ornn.
Yeah, always good when you're playing a Blitzcrank. Just get it onto this biggest enemy tank here. This is fantastic as well when you are a sniper board. Push that enemy tank as far away as possible from your snipers so that you get a ton of sniper value. Great Nunu ball as well. The only problem is our front line is dying really quick. The huge Blitzcrank punch onto this. Oh my god, but it's not enough. The Samira Blitzcrank punch was not enough to actually win the fight, and Bobster wins one here. So trading wins. I mean, if they keep going like this, Bobster's gonna win. He has the huge HP lead here and the Soraka boon that's slowly healing him up every single round as well.
Another item to come through for each of our players. We'll give a 3rd item to this Jhin, or maybe we can move one of these items off the Blitzcrank if we don't find exactly what we're looking for. But, I mean, this is the battle of what we see as a lot of the premier comps right now, seeing the reroll for Bobster and the Xayah being, you know, it's maybe not the best Stargazer. I think that's probably making the big difference here with it being the Fountain.
Yeah, it's totally fine. It's not amazing and one of the ones that you're loving in the Xayah comp. We do swap everything to the right side here. This is going to be a pretty different fight because the Blitz is opposite side of this. It's going to get to the Nunu, but pretty slowly, and I think this first punch is actually not going to be onto the Ornn here. And so, yeah, the Ornn actually gets to sit in the front line for this fight here.
Ooh, the Ascension comes in, so that's going to be more damage coming out from Bobster's board, and if you can't break through this Ornn, it's just going to be that final Blitz left, and that's Bobster taking the first place in this game.
And Bobster hasn't won a tournament since the last time he won regional finals. And so I know he's hungry. I know he wants to be in tier 1. He was back in set 16. He was in tier 1 and then dropped out for set 17. And so he's fighting back for a spot, getting a first place. Great way to start.
Yeah, it's a huge way we were talking about before. Just starting the tournament on a first feels so good, especially when you don't have to play for kind of like first or eighth style from here on out. Just get good average placement throughout the day, move on to the next day, move on to week 2, and be in TPC.
It's also just such a huge confidence booster to know that like the prep or like the decision making that you used in that first game was spot on, right on the money there with the prismatic ticket and going through that space groove line. But I'm excited to just kind of get a chance to see what will be happening for the second game. We're going to take a brief look back on the remainder of what happened here. You can kind of see the final boards that our competitors landed on that we did not get a chance to see before they were knocked out. And we're going to be getting into that second game shortly. But I'm pumped. I want more variance. As a viewer, I want to see the variances. For the players, I don't want them to see that anymore.
maybe not Emblem Ensemble for the next game. Maybe we can retire that for a few games. But more prismatics, I'm always happy with.
Listen, at least if it's a prismatic, you have the chance to choose that you want to go for the Emblem Ensemble instead. Because we saw 2 players in that lobby taking Trait Tree, which is, the exact same thing. Being able to fit it right into your composition. One of these players went second, the other one went 8th. So, tale of 2 stories.
That's TFT.
There was a little bit of contesting happening there. I think you even said the Cottontail was on the Space Groove line, and you were saying as we jumped in, like, you maybe don't want to actually end up contesting in person that has the prismatic ticket, and that did not go super great for Cottontail in that first game. But in the second one, I am hopeful that these players, if it didn't quite go their way for that first game of the day, you got to brush it off a little bit, stand tall, and just get your head back in it.
Yeah, if you bought for the first game, there's still a lot of games left to be played, even in today. Only bottom 8 dropping out today, so there's a ton of time to make up scores. Exactly. You definitely start to feel a little bit pressure, and then if another bot 4 comes in, then you start to feel a lot of pressure, but there's still a lot of time to make up scores. It's only one game of TFT so far, and we got a lot more to play.
I think the thing, though, that these players need to keep in mind is, yes, only 6 games today where 8 get cut, but if you don't set yourself up well for the next day. We have cuts every 2 games, and then we have cuts every game for the last couple. And so it starts to move real fast if you're not in a good spot.
The points carry over, so you are right that they want to make sure that they're off to a good start today so that it's a little more comfortable when those cuts start to come in tomorrow. For the second game, we're going back to Lobby 1. So we will be following Prestevant, CMB, Cool Guy, Dom, Solus, JRC, Black Sheep, Dank Memes, and Greya. And remember, the big winners from that last game were Greya and CMB, who were able to get that second and first place respectively. The emblems, though, obviously did throw a wrench into things. And so what are you thinking might come out for this second game? When you're thinking about consistency, not even just the players, but consistency, what lines would you think about for the next game?
Oh, I think one of the interesting things is that the emblems throw a wrench in your game plan, right? Each of these players have prepped. They have a plan coming in like, hey, I'm more comfortable on these lines. I want to play more around AP. I want to play more around Fast 9. I want to play reroll. That's all gets thrown out the window when you get handed 3 emblems that decide kind of where you have to play towards.
Yeah, TFT is all about finding these little, sometimes very, very niche lines. It's a comp that you might only play 1 in 20 games, 1 in 50 games or something like that. And so it might be that, yeah, you have this game plan of, okay, I'm going to do this very consistent thing. And then you get a crazy line. And people at the regional finals, these are players who know all of these different lines, know all the different paths they can go down. So excited to see it as we can see all these player cams. Everybody's still looking pretty happy going into game 2.
It's a long day, right? We'll keep it calm. We know that we have a lot to go, and so if you get too ahead of yourself or get too nervous or down and start playing like crazy, you can make some bad decisions. I would love to see Solus bring it back from where he got it last game, but we are jumping into our game, and so I believe Asa, Hoope, take it away.
We are back. Thank you, Desk. And now with good possibilities here in this lobby, as the Desk mentioned, CMB was the one popping off there on the last game, Asa. And now we have a treat once again with this great strategist.
Yeah, absolutely. Looking forward to see all these players come back into this game. I gotta say, looking at the cameras before the game started, Greya looks still so tired, but he was able to get a second last game, so we'll see if he could keep it up.
Yeah, gets a double Ilawi here from Orbs. We'll receive confirmation here for encounter also to check possibilities. And of course, the name of the game is finding space as soon as possible. Sells the Ilawi, but only managed to buy one Veigar. So maybe that that you mentioned, no, the tiredness might be taking a stall here on Grea.
Yeah, ran out of time there. I think because he already has the limit to hitting Alawi too early does give you a big power spike, but it doesn't guarantee you're going to win. And compared to the Alawi 1, that's 6 extra gold that you have on your board, which of course 10 gold makes 1 gold per round. So you're actually kind of paying like half a interest breakpoint if you get an early Alawi 2. So Gray actually decided he actually doesn't want one.
Okay. Ooh, Prismatic here to start. And of course, Living Forge being premium and worth the wait, also good possibilities there if he finds or he's able to embrace the variance.
Yeah, I think worth the wait is a little risky here because he already has a pretty good direction with this limited to Alawi. If he gets like a brawler, for example, he's gonna have to give up on one or the other. So I prefer the Living Forge. You do have some variance in what you're offered, but at least you have 4 choices. These Vanguards a lot of times go into the AP line that he actually played last game, so he takes the AP item here, Dark Seal. Dark Seal you can use pretty similarly to a Death Cap. So yeah, we'll just comfortably go into AP here.
Yeah, I like the Lulu angle here especially because you have the possibility of making a weak tank be the one with the most HP that normally is Maokai. So you can use Jax as your main tank 3-star, but the Maokai 2-star with 1 item of HP can be bigger in HP. So you just sacrifice the Maokai and immediately get the value on the Pact. So pretty huge if he managed to pop it off.
That's true, that's some good tech. The Dark Seal gets extra value when your highest HP unit dies. And over here we have Precedent with the Trait Tree, so he did not have enough of Ensemble. He wants more. Sniper, Primordial, Timebreaker here. Timebreaker good for early econ, but not really anything too synergistic, I feel like.
Okay, makes sense. We see some players using the duplicators from the encounter. It was Velvet encounter to just get economy, and some of them are holding up to it. So the ones that maybe want to pop off, just use a 3 cost and try to get some gold, and some of them are thinking about that reroll angle.
Yeah, JRC here going for the Shimmer Scale Essence. This can give you a lot of gold with the Mogul's Mail that you get on 2-1, but unfortunately he doesn't have a 2-star tank or a tank item that he wants to slam. Could use a Crown Guard if he wants to get that gold, so not getting a ton of value from it yet.
Memes committing to the space group here, not having also items, has a bow, doesn't have strong board right now, but at least have the option there to go with good possibilities. CMB, on the other hand, slams the Jewel Gauntlet, already telling the rest of the lobby that he's playing AP, holding up Veigars also on the bench, so maybe open to possibilities while playing. He sells it, so probably going for that Twisted Fate that we saw yesterday. That was also a good option.
Yeah, could be going Lulu. I think CMB was already level 4, which important to not level up early if you're playing the 1-cost Twisted Fate, because you want the as best shot odds as possible. So could be going Lulu, already has a lot of the pieces and the Stargazer.
Okay. Nice. Cool guy having the 3-time breakers thanks to the emblem. So expect the unexpected. Was good for him here, having the chance to get this. Holding up to the Anima, trying to get double push there on economy. And of course on late game power with the Anima, holding the Ilawi, holding the Briar. And of course having a chance maybe to put Primordial in also.
Yeah, I think this augment is flexible. They look really similar.
Okay.
But yeah, with the Timebreaker, at level 5, could fit in 3 in for a bunch Econ or 3 Anima and 3 Timebreaker because of the emblem.
Okay. We have Medallion, so actually great for Twisted Fate, great for Lulu. And of course we will see the ramping up and the generation of emblems that in the late game could be very significant to ramp up those comps.
Yeah, absolutely. Will be really interesting to see. Also, already 2 Jaxes, so a lot of units already. If he does want to go into the Lulu reroll with the CMB with the Shimmer Skill Essence.
Okay. Almost everyone going for the Kale, just trying to get additional items here and trying to force a little up the tempo.
Yeah, I think every player took it. I think it's all 8. I think we did see Anima in shop for Cool Guy Dom, who is on that 3 loss, so could get in 2-5 Anima, potentially it could go for that 400 cash maybe.
Okay. We saw yesterday, we talked about prismatic ticket, and normally you can use it more for 2 costs or something like that. How do you feel about 1 cost? Because for 1 cost, you want tempo, you want to... Is it good for 1 cost? What is the actual way we should look at it?
I think prismatic ticket is a very, very old augment. It's been around since augments existed, I think, in set 6. Gizmos and gadgets. But I think historically it's been played with 1 cost reroll a lot, but I think now people have been figuring out that prismatic ticket is actually not that good for 1 cost, because with 1 cost it's pretty easy to hit your board anyway, so you don't need to invest in entire prismatic, and then even if you hit your board and then you have an econ prismatic, you're not actually going to win rounds anyway. So prismatic ticket, I think a lot of these players starting to recognize is much better for 2 cost or 3 cost rerolls.
Okay, CMB, as you mentioned, going for the Lulu. So probably 2 players going Lulu. That's not what you want to see. Maybe one of them will have to pivot out of this line, getting the Stargazer in, have a pair of Jacks that is so important to put online as fast as possible. Even though Lulu is the primary tank carry, you want to get that Jacks as soon as possible to 3-star. So I wouldn't be surprised for them to roll on 3-2. That is normally the default. So it will be very interesting. Here's Greya. The other one wanted to go for that line, holding Veigards and other things, but probably, as you said, maybe the pack will be only tempo and use as a Rabadon and will not go for the full tech with the Lulu.
Yeah, he already has the Leona 2 and already has the Alawi, so I think he would probably just commit to playing these 2 units the entire game. And Cool Guy Dom does manage to 5-streak with the Anima in last round, so does have the potential to go for that 500 cash, and with the Timebreaker emblem, able to get a little bit of extra econ as well.
Yeah. I think Grey is not only is not tired. I think he's a little under the weather. I think I saw him sneezing there, so maybe also could maybe catch a cold. So just send him best wishes to recover as soon as possible, and of course mentally to be prepared to give the best as possible here on the tournament. Cool Guy, Anima 3, 87, trying to go for the full pop off. Takes out the Timebreaker for now, just trying to ramp the Anima as soon as possible.
Yeah, absolutely. Expect if no one else is playing a weak enough board, he can level next round and fit in 3 Anima and 3 Timebreaker. Just getting double econ would be, again, very, very, very strong if he makes it to 400. If he gets to 300 like we saw Black Sheep did last game, it will give you a boost, but 400 is the breakpoint where you get the tier 2 Anima items that are very impactful. The other is mostly just the econ boost if you get to 300.
Yeah, for Black Sheep was like a hybrid, right? It was more like a tempo decision there to get the Jinx and try to win the later stage 3. Pre-save for HP, so very interesting to know that you have also those options. So Black Sheep knows that maybe he will not win the game for that, but getting a good position there and at least summing points. In a lock day, that's the most important, right? To make sure to get as much points as possible and play your game.
Yeah, Solus is going to go for the 1 cost reroll with a prismatic ticket. I'm kind of concerned for Solus because kind of what we talked about. Solus is a player who's not that in touch with the up to date with as much as some of the other players. I think he doesn't study quite as much. So I think kind of a lot of players leaning away from 1 cost reroll with the prismatic ticket, but Solus decides to commit to it, and I'm a little concerned that even if he hits his board, he's not going to be strong enough, but we will see if the Cho'Gath and Alessandro is good enough to hold their own in the prismatic lobby.
Okay, yeah, for now, getting at least starting to win, so probably we'll see some ramping up here, low in gold, only 22. And now we slow things down with silver. Find your center. Could be very interesting here with the Cho'Gath, and that's the decision. Super Cho'Gath, find your center, and of course trying to ramp as much power into that Cho'Gath that will scale onto the late game infinite.
Yeah, absolutely. Good augment for Solus. Everyone does have another 1 cost duplicator coming in, which is good for this 1 cost reroll comp. So yeah, really, really interested to see if Solus's one cost reroll can hold up in this Prismatic opener. Silver second is really good for Solus because that means he's not going to be going up against double Prismatic boards with carrying these one cost units.
Makes sense. Yeah, just trying to hold up here. JRC close to the Twisted Fate, finds the Twisted Fate 3-star, so going for that Medallon Fate Weaver. And good possibilities here. Anything else? Some rolls here for CMB. Additional economy for Presti Venoso. Now we're seeing
Black
a little
Sheep.
more about... Yeah.
Wow, Prismatic ticket into restart mission and got a Victor too to go with his Jewel Gauntlet. We saw Black Sheep earlier. Prismatic ticket slammed the Jewel Gauntlet. Was maybe thinking Lulu, but then restart mission to Victor 2 might be really nice for CMB, who was the other player who were thinking might be contesting the Lulu.
Yeah. Makes sense. Victor, another unit that was buff and feels very, very good. Can also go into the late game and be a support carry, but for now, just maintaining tempo for him.
Oh, we do
JRC
see a Twisted Fate from JRC, so...
Yep.
I'm a little
Only
concerned for
Twisted
his
Fate,
spot
very
because,
far from
yeah, this
Go
you
on.
really need the Jax in this comp. There's not really a replacement. Aatrox is just not an acceptable tank. But he only has one Jax, and then CMB going Lulu reroll will be buying a lot of the Jaxes. So I'm very, very, very afraid for JRC's spot that he's not going to be able to find the front line to survive in this Prismatic opener.
Yeah, it will be totally tough. And he's low in HP, so he needs to ramp up. He's playing one cost, needs the ramping, and this is the worst that can happen because even though you have the damage, as you mentioned, you don't have the tank, and you need to win these rounds. You need to win stage 2, you need to win this round, you need to be higher in HP. So from now on, it will only get worse.
Yeah, it's going to be hard for me. I would be very shocked if JRC top 4s this game from this spot, but hey, we'll see what he can do.
Okay, a little gold and also Divine Refund to have some possibilities there. And copy a component. Very huge if you want to index maybe on Rabadons, if you want to go on something like the Corki that we know is not premium, but could give you an option to go into that line.
Yeah, absolutely. We see almost everyone taking the Kale again. A few more people taking Ari this time, but still Kale the favorite. Corki could be a line for Cool Guy Dom with a flexible. He got Timebreaker and Rogue emblem, both that fit into the Corki line. Rogue, great Corki item, and then Timebreaker is just, you're already playing Timebreaker, so you'll get a bit of extra econ there.
Okay, JRC getting close to that Aatrox. Once again, it's not the one that we have. Trying to get as soon as possible to that roll down. Rolls deep. Maybe we'll try to maintain 30 here. Finds the Talon, but again, more damage. No tankiness.
Yeah, JRC really needs to start winning now. It doesn't have the Aatrox, but hopefully we'll be able to win here up against Black Sheep with the restart mission into the Victor. Really curious what Black Sheep will do with the Prismatic ticket here. Probably will just commit to the Victor is my guess, but really interesting spot. Does have the AP Psionic item, which is very nice as well.
You like the vintage Victor? Did you play it starting the set?
Sorry,
Reroll
say again?
Victor? The
Oh,
vintage
yeah.
Victor, like the reroll Victor, you played
Yeah,
it?
yeah.
in the beginning?
Yeah,
That's cool.
this was the strongest comp of the game on the first patch. They actually patched, I believe, at Nerf Victor, and it was still extremely strong. That they nerfed him again, and we haven't really seen this comp that much. Someone played it yesterday, one time, but yeah, it's been pretty out of the meta. But I mean, when you already have 3 copies for a 3-cost reroll, each copy without Prismatic ticket usually costs about 20 gold. So if you already have a Victor 2, you're kind of like 60 gold ahead. So yeah, could be a good spot
sense.
for it.
Yeah, here's the reason why JRC was not hitting. CMB, we know, is contesting, and both of them need the Jax. This is the important thing about the comp. Normally, you say, okay, I'm playing Lulu, someone else is playing Twisted Fate, is fine. No, it's actually the strongest unit in the tank that both of them need, and it's very difficult to hit, at least in tempo. In a regular rank games, maybe you can do it, but here, everyone's pressing you. You don't have time, actually, to get quicker into that spot. So very tough position for both of them. For now, CMB in a stable spot, but and while still contesting and finding some units.
Absolutely. Reddy talked about this in his interview yesterday, where the level of play in these lobbies is just so high that everyone is finding the right optimizations, making their boards really strong. We saw CMB, even with the 3-item Jax 2, the 3-item Lulu 2, every single unit on his board upgraded. Maokai 2, Pantheon 2, Twisted Fate 2, Aatrox 2, in only stage 3 and still taking a loss to Press Event.
Holding the LeBlancs, holding also Pikes while already having Pike 2-star. Maybe just, I don't know. One of the two is the sell side. Not sure here. Or maybe open to decisions here, Black Sheep. Okay, does 50 sells the LeBlanc, so that will not be the option. Doesn't have Guinsus, doesn't have any possibilities. And there it is, the roll down on 7. He's committing to this.
Yeah, I think it makes sense when you already have 3 victors. The Lulu that he maybe wanted to play earlier was contested. So I think it makes a lot of sense to just commit to the victor. Not as strong as a comp as Lulu, but I mean, it's the patch is just really well balanced. Even though it's not as strong, still very, very viable. Much better decision than kind of going into a contested Lulu reroll.
Also trying to find the Rask, having some additional damage, and yeah, not much options here. Maybe the Aurora could be an angle, but of course, if you're playing Aurora, you can also play this Victor. That makes a lot more sense, having the Prismatic ticket. He will now need time and gold to get as much value as in the Prismatic ticket as possible. Going up against Grea here, who's doing Flex AP, finds an early Bard.
Yeah, Grea played. We saw him take a second with this kind of Vanguard flex in game 1. Probably playing something around that again, but big win for Black Sheep on this critical round.
What do you pick here? He needs gold, but he shouldn't invest gold having Prismatic ticket. It's like too much of an investment, and he needs power right now.
Yeah,
oh, Bronze for Life.
Bronze for Life is too good for this comp. If you look at the side, right, he has 8 bronze traits. This is kind of the premier Bronze for Life comp to get the maximum amount of value out of this augment.
Nice. Nice. Cool guy here. Get us additional gold. Finds the carrier Aesol here. Voyager. Level 8. Just trying to hold up as much as possible here.
Yeah, Cool Guy Dom does cash out into the Aesol. Does have the Annihilator, which is a 400 cash. So definitely a contender to win the game. He also has 4 Reforgers. So even though he has these Dead Rogue Emblem, Dead Timebreaker Emblem, he can actually just reforge both of them, which he's doing right now, and has a really good chance of getting something usable with 4 Reforgers.
Okay.
We see him reforging once again, back into Rogue Marauder, another double reforge. Anima and Darkstar. Already has the Mordekaiser 2 and the Karma 2, so already has 2 Darkstar. One more Darkstar Emblem might be useful if he finds a Jhin, but we'll have to see what he wants to do with these emblems.
Yeah, he can pivot out of Mecha, just play the Darkstar Aurelion Sol. For now,
oh, that's true. Yeah, I didn't even think about that. Yeah, 6 Darkstar potentially.
Okay. JRC, okay. Finds a Morgana. So lacking the Jax 3-star, Morgana will have to hold up here. Now level 7. So he said, okay, I just want any point possible. I know I will not hit this Jax 3-star CMB, the one who finds the Jax. So JRC is now only in a mission to rush up, to get as many points as possible. 7 is okay, 6 is okay. And of course, he just wants to avoid the ace, just ramping levels now.
Yeah, CFB, I feel like hit pretty fast, has an extra econ from both of his first 2 augments, also Medallion Lulu, of course Prince Gold. So quite a little bit of extra econ, but quite surprising, he's actually on a 3 loss. But now with all these 3 stars, maybe it'll be enough, but no, it seems like still gonna continue the loss streak. That's kind of shocking that CMV with a 3-star Jax and 3-star Lulu is still losing.
Yeah, crazy. We not enough damage. We saw the front line on place. Jax items were decent also. So yeah, maybe much power on the front line. Maybe, I don't know, a little position or access to a back line. Very interesting, yeah, as you mentioned. Here, everyone going for Ari here. Just trying to...
Everyone's got enough items now.
3 of Pantheon for CMB. 3 of Poppy also for Prestiven. We haven't seen him in a while. And for now, Black Sheep, stable in terms of power. or damage, but lacking a little frontline. We know Ilawi 2-star is stable, but of course now later into the game, it should not be enough.
Yeah, Alawi a little bit contested. Greya with the Alawi 2, but with the prismatic ticket and the dupe, Black Sheep only being 2 off of the Alawi, so has a really good chance of being able to hit it.
Greya showing us another variation here with the 5 Shepherd, normally playing around the Vanguard, and now finds the Morgana and decides just to play a little more flexible here. 5 Shepherd is the most comfortable way of playing it, especially if you're playing around the LeBlanc. And you can stay on this comp, and of course you can try to transition to a full legendary later into the game if you manage to find the double 9 Greya. Of course, just thinking about getting as much points as possible. I believe he will stay on level 8 for a long time.
Yeah, Greya with a Sona too. Very surprising. Level 8 has a commerce core, so has a ton of rolls. But was able to take the win against Precedent, who is on a 4 loss. Trying to print this Nar 3 and this Poppy 3, but quite far off.
Yeah, finding just now the Corki. That is not the main carry, but you want him to give just additional damage until you find the Nar. So later into stage 4 finds the Corki. With a pass right now, good items on the Nar. Normally you prefer the Deathblade rather than the Krakens, but also pretty good. And now for him, it's a tough situation. Really low, and just trying to maintain HP as much as possible. Needs to find the Nar, and maybe he didn't get any Nar natural, so he's just committing to the printing, yeah.
Yeah, he really needs to find at least one more in his shot, because if he's going just for the prints, that'll take... I mean, we can't see if he's halfway there or not, but even if he's halfway there, it'll still take 3 more rounds, and at 41 HP, I don't know if he can survive 3 more rounds on R2.
Yeah. Let's see, we see a little of the items. Greya having the Varus item, but it's pretty flexible there for the backline. Soulless with the Radiant Death Cap, so good possibilities also to ramp up a little. And something else that pops up to you out there on the right with the items?
Yeah, Solus got this Radiant Death Cap. I believe that was from his 3rd augment. I think he has Call to Chaos into it, so... I mean, Solus is doing well so far. I was really, really interested in how well he would do with this Cho'Gath reroll. We talked about the Prismatic Ticket, mostly not being used for 1-cost reroll, but I mean, it seems like he's doing quite well so far. We'll be able to see if he holds up. It is on a 3 loss right now, so it might be falling off a bit.
And should be enough here, but no, the Corki doing good damage. Oh, and finds the win here, Prestiven. Not having the Nar 3-star, this is a huge win for him. Bad news for Soulless.
Yeah, that's what I was kind of worried about with Solus. Like, Solus, you can see, basically hit his entire board. He doesn't have a Karma that he needs for 6 Darkstar. But even losing to Precedent's Nar 2 is not a good sign.
Yeah, very low roll. Not finding the Karma 6 Darkstar is a huge chunk of damage that you get through the whole lobby. You get also the dark holes that helps you a lot on the front line, so the Cho'Gath is not the one that has to soak all the damage in the start. And no Karma.
Yeah.
There it is.
Oh, yeah. Does find the Karma, which is absolutely huge. I wouldn't call it super low roll, because normally you wouldn't have the Jin, so actually you normally wouldn't have 6 Darkstar anyway, but it does have the Karma and the Jin now, so we'll see if it's enough to help Solus win some rounds here, going into stage 5.
Yeah, showing us the importance of having a Dark Sun emblem and don't depend on that low roll possibilities. Black Sheep's thinking about it here, 19. Nothing more finds the Ilawi 3-star, so important. And not much else that he can achieve here. Everything itemized, maybe some items for the Pike, 3-star and standalone, but obviously concentrating on AP for now.
Yeah, Pike 3, not going to do too much with no items, but it's nice to have. He has a Prismatic Ticket, so you just pick up the Pikes while you're rolling for your other important units. Maybe it'll kill something here.
Yeah, taking Prestiven here before he finds the Nar 3-star is huge here for Black Sheep. Maybe a free wave. We know Prestiven is still strong, and he will take a hit here.
Prestiven doing surprisingly well on only Nar 2. I wonder if he does hit the Nar 3. He's also 1 off Poppy as well. Has a small dupe. So if Prestiven does hit, who knows? Maybe he might be a contender. to win the lobby, given how close some of these fights have been with just R2.
Yeah, decides to roll to try to find some angle and not preserve HP. True zero now for him, just trying to grab some option. And JRC, using the creativeness here, just ramping levels, finds the Corki that is contested, and also pretty good. This is the new way to play this Fate Weaver comp, just index more on the Fate Weaver, and just try to put a use that precision, the fact that you can already have the crits to just maybe ramp out that Nash or Tooth, to ramp maybe additional crit items that go well with the precision. And for now, JRC trying to hold on, doing better than I thought he will. With
yeah,
his comp.
absolutely. Like
48.
you said, Nasher's great with Fate Weaver. It already gives crit, so you don't need the Jewel Gauntlet that you normally need with Nashers. But yeah, JRC, I said I'd be surprised if he top 4'd, and look, he's at the top of the entire lobby. So great play.
You're officially surprised? Are you officially surprised?
I'm very surprised.
Officially.
His Aatrox 3 holding up as his front line. Really nice.
What is he lacking here? I mean, he was fine. Well, no, he was lacking the 6 dash star that he already has, and now 13 HP, 1 life here for him. Taking items off and maybe trying to do some changes. Prestiman finally finds the NAR 3 star.
And the
has
Poppy
lost a
thing.
lot of HP. And the Poppy, okay.
But yeah, we saw like Solus, even though now he had his entire board, still taking a loss. So keeping us alive.
Okay.
Pressman going up against 50 gold here, up on the other side. Has an R3.
Not much damage from Dang Memes. Only Nami 1 takes a hit. Prestiman stays alive, and Soulless is the one now on the verge. Take it a loss and gets eliminated. The game didn't go well for Soulless, didn't find the karma, so 6 Darkstar was late into the game, couldn't preserve AP, and now with a bad matchup, gets an 8th place.
And now we have CMB here with the Lulu. CMB hit, it seemed like he hit pretty fast, but that's part of the trade-off with the Medallion Lulu. Every Lulu Stargazer has a different effect, so the Medallion one gives you extra gold that can hit faster, but is also not as strong as the other Lulus once you do hit.
Yeah.
Oh, no more removers. That's a stone plate that he would love on the Jax, but no more removers for it.
It's crazy, right? Because now you get a lot of removers, but also you have the possibility of using them so you want to. And I don't know. It's for me, it was a great quality of life change having that many removers. But of course, even if you use them a lot, you still need more in the late game.
Yeah, I absolutely think is a great change to TFT, and it's such an important skill to balance using them effectively for tempo, but at the same time saving enough, although I don't think the Stoneplate Jax would have made a difference against Cool Guy Dom, who has not lost a single round since his 400 Anima cash out. This is kind of the thing I was saying, I was hoping Black Sheep was going to go for in game 1, this 400 cash out just snowballing into a huge win streak for Cool Guy Dom. Looking not even close against CMB's board.
Yeah, we see now the rest of the players. CMB takes a 7th here, so very important for him because he got a 1st, and Soulless double 8th right now. So very difficult spot here for both of them, and now we continue with the rest. In points for Soulless, it will be huge. It's 6 games, but it will be tough to actually ramp out from this.
Yeah, it is not impossible to come back from 8-8. We've seen, I think like Wage and Iverson kind of famous for doing it multiple times, but it's definitely a huge uphill battle. Now we see Prespin and Greya also taking bot 4s here. Prespin's that NAR 3, even though it came online, maybe just wasn't strong enough. You have to be really careful in these Anima lobbies, because maybe just anytime you go up against Cool Guy Dom, you're going to take a loss pretty much no matter what. So preserving HP is just so important.
Okay. Makes total sense. For Black Sheep, amazing. Doing the vintage, Victor had a good spot there with a 5th place, also playing tempo Jinx from a difficult spot. So Black Sheep is in a mission here to just get points in any way possible. And now for him, low in HP, but actually doing well here. Finds additional items now for the Pike, changes the Psionic item for the Pike just to make sure that he got pure power there on both Nami and Victor.
Yeah, the two psionic items are all slightly weaker than craftables, so you prefer to not have them on your main carry. Of course, early on in the game when you don't have 3 items, you'll just use it. But now that he actually has 3 craftables, he can start putting some of the weaker items on the pike, like the psionic item.
Makes sense. Voyager emblem also for Cool Guy, trying to maintain himself strong. Is it enough against that means that finally finds the Nami? Good options here with the Space Group Vertical. Access to the backline there for the Riven. Riven takes out the Karma, now hitting the Aurelion Sol. The Voyager, is it enough? And now Blitzcrank against Nami. And it's a huge hit. Dangmin stays alive, but great here for Cool Guy.
Yeah, Cool Guy Dom on that 11 win streak with a 400 anima cast. But Dankme is putting up a very, very competitive fight. It's kind of bad news for whoever has to go against Dankmemes now, although maybe not, because then the other player is going to go up against Cool Guy Dom. So really, really likely for JRC and Black Sheep to both die on this round. JRC's 3 extra HP might come in clutch here. But we'll have to see.
Okay.
He's going up against Cool Guy. He might not even be able to kill the Mighty Mech. Might potentially kill 0 units, but does have that HP buffer.
Important point right now, 5 HP there for Dangmims, also JRC in that difficult spot. Any of them could be eliminated on the left side. Just find it out. Nami doing so much damage. Access to a backline right now. Riven trying to hold up. Riven goes onto the Samira, but it's not enough. And now Nami soaks up. JRC gets eliminated. And on the other hand, also Dangmims. We see the expression of both of them. Not happy at all.
Absolutely, yeah. I thought Dank Memes was going to be able to win that against Black Sheep, but no, Black Sheep was the one who came out on top. Now, can Black Sheep take down this 12 win streak, 400 anima cash out? It's quite an overwhelming force. Also, Cool Guy Dom with a flexible as the first augment, which scales throughout the game, also becoming really strong in stage 6.
Trying to find the Karma 3-star there. Yeah, one off. Black Sheep doesn't have gold to contest. And now possibly the final fight here. Cool Guy being the favorite here, going up against Black Sheep for the win in the second game of the day.
Blitzcrank punches the Alawi back. Not too far back though. But this Aurelion Soul is just doing so much damage with the anima cash out item. The Annihilator.
Holding up. Oh, but it's too much. Yeah, too much damage here from Cool Guy. Getting the Voyager, gaining full HP. And Black Sheep knows. He's laughing. I got the Victor. Victor reroll vintage comp and making it work here on the battle stage. Asa comments on these highlights. I mean, for me, the Victor.
Yeah, I mean, I think for Black Sheep, honestly, in that after someone gets that 400 anima cash out, stabilizes with a 2-star mech, 2-star Aurelion Soul, I think you've got to be really happy getting a second of that lobby. Getting first is just really difficult against anima, so every single placement up to second place is basically as good as you can get, honestly. So Black Sheep getting that restart mission into the Victor, that's probably not what he originally was planning to play. So pretty, honestly, a little bit of good luck with the restart mission, but also really good ability to pilot that into kind of underutilized comp.
100%. We'll be having a short break now, and we'll come back with the desk and show us a little how the standings are right now, and of course, a summary of the game we just saw. See you soon.
we shine. You radiate with light. Our hearts dance entwined. You're one of a kind. Shine on and feel my heart. We're never lost, even when I'm gone. Like circles on from near and far, above the flower bed. As we watch the stars, and we'll never be lost. You are my home. You feel my pain. My soul is yours. Two souls the same. With you, I'm everything. You never asked me to change a thing. They set our world on fire, but our hearts will burn for miles.
Two games done for the Americas Regional Finals for Space Gods, day number 2. That means we're back to break down the action and give our competitors a small break before we reshuffle the lobbies and get into our game 3. CLE Sub-Zero Arc, myself back on the desk, and what'd you think about that second game?
I mean, I think we started to see, high risk have high rewards. Cool Guy Dom playing both of like the lost streak traits at the same time, Timebreaker and Anima, being able to turn all of those extra resources into a very convincing first place.
Yep, another prismatic lobby, which means it's a very, very high cap lobby. We saw at the end there that Mecha Comp winning out. Really want to give a shout out to Black Sheep playing this Victor reroll, which is one of these like less played reroll lines, definitely one that exists out there, but not at like the top of anyone's tier list. And going second with it, can't beat that Mighty Mech Comp. It's just like impossible for that to get through the Mighty Mech's front line, but a really, really good second. I think he's gonna be really happy about that placement.
I'm stoked to see the Victor reroll. I mean, we saw like sprinkles of Misfortune yesterday as well. So I feel like there are a couple of lesser used reroll lines that are going to show up today. But as we look back on some of the memories of this game, I feel like another flavor that we have to kind of talk about is like the Dark Star comp. Like it always looks so good because we've seen it being able to win, but it just didn't quite get off the ground in this game.
It's hard for Dark Star because it does really cap around that 5-cost Jin. If you get 2-star Jin with good items, you can win the game. But just like any other composition, if you don't hit, it's a little bit tough to get through and get the placement that you're looking for.
Yeah, it's also one of these lines that it's a snowballing line. The more that you can let Cho cast and get more stacks, then in the future he can cast and get more stacks. And so I feel like Solus had kind of like a rough start with the line, didn't win streak at all stage 2, and then it took him a little while to even get to all of his 3 stars with Prismatic Ticket. That's just, it's not going to cap out. Once again, talking about these type of lobbies that cap out so highly when you're going up against a bunch of 3-star 3 costs, or a Mighty Mech board that has extra anima items on top of it and all of these emblems on it. It's just that board, if you're not hitting quickly, is just not going to be able to cap out high enough and do well in this type of lobby.
Even though there were tons of reroll, I mean, we saw Prestivan. Okay, not reroll adjacent, sorry, because there was the Gnar getting printed on the board. I always get baited by that. But we did see the Meeple line now come out for that, and then other reroll lines that ended up coming to the fray, like the Victor, and of course we saw some of the Fate Weaver units also get re-rolled there on JRC's board. So I'm kind of excited to continue to look at this. A lot of reroll with the Prismatics, which is not what I feel like is normal of a Prismatic augment. I typically think of Fast 9.
It depends on which augment you get, right? You get Prismatic Ticket. Obviously, that means you're going to click the D key a lot, and you're going to see how many golden units you can get. But I think one of the interesting parts we did see was Stargazer being contested. CMB playing around Lulu, and JRC playing around the Twisted Fate. And the problem with that is, hey, the front line gets contested. Jax is much harder to hit for either of them. But it turned out the Jax 3 did go 7th, and the other version did go third place. So you can't be too mad at JRC.
Yeah, no, I was surprised. The second I saw this contest, I was thinking, it's always so rough in TF reroll when you're contested, because then you can't get to the Jax 3, and that's kind of all you got as far as frontline. But reach the Aatrox, that was enough to kind of stabilize for a little while, and then pushing levels is really valuable in this TF reroll comp. You can get to 4 Fate Weaver, get that really, really high cap. It's just a ton of damage. Corki's a fantastic duo carry late game, so almost maybe a blessing in disguise. Didn't get to the Jax, but then could use that gold that he was going to use on the Jax to push levels, cap out high enough. And that's another placement where, you go third from that spot when you were essentially contested in reroll. That's an amazing placement as far as I'm concerned.
It takes a good player, though, to realize and recognize that they are in that position where, like, okay, I could try to roll for this, and there is a chance that I could hit this because there are enough 2 costs in the pool that we could both get it. But it would be smarter, and my odds would be better if I do just push the levels there. So, we'll see if that's a trend that continues. I feel like we are seeing less contests today than yesterday, and I am all here for that at the very least. Or at least you're finding ways to get out of that situation for yourself. But we can see some of the points that have actually come through if you take a look at the ticker at the bottom of your screen. And so while we have 5 simultaneous lobbies getting played out, these are some of the scores that we can see for the other games.
And just a reminder, there is 6 games happening today, and this is only 2 of them. So if you see some of your favorite streamers or personalities, or maybe some of your countrymen, don't worry. It's only 2 games. We have 4 more games left to go today before we cut the bottom 8, which we're now seeing on screen being around 7 points for the cutoff at the bottom 8.
Yeah, one of the really interesting things about this lobby is for a few of the players, for our top 2 from last lobby, we had a bit of a reversal. So CMB went first in the first game and then 7th in the second game. Greya went second in the first game, 6th in the second game. So nobody really, in this lobby at least, like running away with it, getting to that like first start where you put yourself into a really good spot. Solus is somebody who is really going to be looking to make up the points here. You can see there, 40th place, only 2 points, 8th is not how you want to start. But like we talked about, only bottom 8 eliminated today. I think if you're Solus, your goal has to just be to stay above water, try not to get eliminated today, and then you can keep going on. If you can make it to day 2, then you can just keep trying to stay above water and get enough placements to get yourself onto the next round.
No one has gone first though, so maybe there's a good chance to just kind of keep yourself in it, but that means the rest of the points are actually quite tight when we start looking towards the middle of the tables. A lot of people, though, in those double digits after these first couple of games. We've shuffled the lobbies around. We have going to see some new faces battling against each other, and usually that ends up meaning that we're going to see new flavors for some of how those playstyles will clash. And for this upcoming game, we are going to be going to lobby 3, but we'll find out soon who is actually in that lobby. I just know the number. So
yeah, I think one of the fascinating things about the standings is there's 11 players that have 10 points through these first 2 games, which is over a fourth of the field, and so it's fascinating to keep your eye on where people go from there, because that's probably where you want to be, is right around 16 and up, and that's where all of these players at 10 points are right around.
Yeah, it's interesting how the standings can shake out depending on who does really well, who doesn't do really well. You can have some tournaments where a few people are just running away with the scores, and that makes there be a lot of diversity in the middle. Or you can have tournaments like this where there's a ton of people right in the middle there, and you can literally be 1 point difference from making it out today or not making it out, or making it to TPC and not making it to TPC. So we'll see as it goes on. A lot of close scores right now, and then as we get further into the day, we're going to see a lot more diversity. A few of the names that we saw from play-ins, by the way, I did see Silencer, our up-and-comer, was at 11 points, so looking pretty good. And some of the names ready here from play-ins, 6 points. Precedent only at 7 points. Super Pino. So yeah, we're looking at the bottoms, and then the nice placements are going to scroll on here. Cool Guy Dom, we saw in that last lobby, and his first place overall with 14 points. So very, very impressive start for him.
In the upcoming game, we are going to be seeing Toddy. So Toddy already has 13 points accumulated from those first 2 games. Juku as well is actually one of our players that came in from the play-ins. I feel like is already utilizing that experience to a good start here as the 3rd seed in the lobby. And I'm excited to also get a chance to see Metsao. Deepay we have not seen yet play a game on our main broadcast, so that's going to be super exciting.
Yeah, lots of great new faces to take a look at and see what form they're in and how they're playing. But I think Toddy is specifically a player that I've been on the lookout for having a re-breakout set, I would say. He's an OG in the scene, won a couple tournaments back in set 6 and now back on the regional final stage for the first time in what feels like a while. He's one of our official co-streamers for the event too, which means he loves doing the content and following the scene, and now he's playing with the best of them and has a great start.
Yeah, and kind of some tier 2 destroyers there as well. Deepay, somebody who I'm really excited to see play as well, has been grinding it out hard on the tier 2 scene, made it to a regional. So very, very excited to see him play. Jukyu we got to see play yesterday, somebody who really, one of those players who does have the pedigree, has done well in the past, so definitely could battle it out from tier 2 and wouldn't be at all out of place in tier 1. It's crazy the level of competition in all of these lobbies, even though we got 40 players here. They're all fantastic.
Now we can see, this is a different view for all of you. You know, the ticker moves a little fast, so just in case this is more your speed, here are the 40 players in order with the number of points that they have. And it's also really easy to see the break point of where that 32nd and 33rd place is, which is where those cutoffs will take place. And so there's still 4 more games to be able to play today, and then we will get a chance to look at that. But already, I mean, when did VCLF
did he name change to that? With
man,
how many V's is that? 12.
A lot of V's. I think one of the things we talked about going into the show was Bobster specifically being a 1st or 8th player. And we see it laid out right there.
Oh.
Went 1st, then went 8th. Ego doing the very exact same thing.
Yeah.
And so both these guys chasing consistency. But, you know, when you get both those positions, you're averaging your 4.5. You're good to go.
Yeah, Dank Meme's doing a little bit less work, just taking those cool, calm and collected fourths here. Somebody who we were talking about in the pre-show, somebody who there's a lot of expectations on. And he, I think, has a lot of expectations on himself. I think he probably thinks of himself as good enough to be a tier 1 player. It's just really hasn't had that breakout when we've been in this kind of TPC era here. So it'll be exciting to see his next couple of games come through.
Here's at the top, the players that are hoping to keep up the success and get that momentum for the second day of competition tomorrow. But Toddy is really where we're going to draw our eyes to, because he is the top Brazilian player now that we will be following in that next game. And of course, a bunch of other amazing competitors will be joining the lobby too. And so I'm super pumped. I think this is going to be a great time to kind of see everybody push their mental a little bit more. Can we still find those avenues to see more of those creative rerolls? Like the Victor reroll was a very nice breath of fresh air for some of the things that we have seen. But I'm super excited as well for this next game, because we have been calling on some of the amazing pros that already are going to be competing in week 2 because of how well that they did this season. And yesterday we got a chance to hear from Wigbug and Brosif. Today I'm super excited to be able to introduce our next special guest to the broadcast. We've got Kambuli, who will be lending us his voice and his help for this next one. And so excited to see Cam and the rest of the casters take this one.
Thank you, Necros. So excited to get going with some more TFT action here with Asa and Kambuli. Kambuli coming into this is on vacation this week, but I'm sure you're prepping and learning a lot from this tournament, yeah?
Yeah, I've been prepping in Arena, playing a lot of Arena, learning the best items and augments for that mode. But I might know a thing or two about TFT as well.
It's important to get some rest and relaxation, playing some other games, clear up your vibe. But what are you most looking forward to watching these games here today?
I mean, I'm happy to see that we're going to be watching Bobster. That's like who I'm pulling for the most this weekend. That's like my study partner for a couple of years now and one of my closest friends in TFT, so I'm rooting for him. Also, just kind of excited to see how the meta shakes out. I think there's just like a lot of different comps that people are playing, and it's sort of hard to figure out what's good when everyone's playing everything, but like, there has to be good comps and bad comps, and I think we're going to find out.
We sure will. My first question, though, before we get into this game, is how familiar is Bobster with Arena's augments and combos?
Oh, well, I don't want to give the wrong impression, but he is quite familiar, but he has been prepping for TFT as well. He's been playing a lot of scrims,
good.
so...
Okay, good. I love to hear it. Well, we'll see if he can keep it up. We described him in the top of the show as somebody who, likes to go first to eighth, often has a lot of variance in his play, and started off the day that exact way. So maybe some middling placements, maybe some top fours will just be in the recipe for him in these coming games. But Asa, you were able to cast those first couple ones. Is there anything different that you're seeing today versus in the play-ins yesterday?
I think as like Reddy said in his interview yesterday, I think that just the level of play is elevated today compared to the play-ins. So that just means everyone on average is making a little bit better decisions throughout the entire game. So throughout the entire game, everyone has a little bit stronger boards. That makes it a lot harder to take those kind of like fast 9 lines where you could just win stage 3 without rolling. We saw a lot of that yesterday, but not much of that today.
We do see Black Sheep taking a quick nap. Good strategy here in between games. I think Shoma is another character in this lobby that we definitely want to keep an eye on. He's a player that has had some recent success, but is still chasing that tier 1 alongside Spencer, who, he's a player that hasn't had great results in the TPC so far, but as we jump into game, we'll see if he can bring it back from his 5-point start. It will be an Ornn encounter to get us started.
Yeah, looking at DPay here. DPay is another player who has been kind of in and out of TFT. Got a final lobby in regionals like all the way back, I think like set 8 or something like that. He's coming back, so it's really great to see him back in TFT. He was my teammate that we won the Box Bash recently with, so I'm rooting for DPay.
Yeah, he's definitely a good teammate. Me and him used to study together as well in TFT like a while ago. Around that time, set 9, set 10. And then after he retired in Vegas, he would message me every once in a while like, oh, how's TFT going? And then eventually it was like he seemed curious more, and I was like, is he about to come back? And then so the last couple sets he's been back on his grind, which is cool to see. And I think he's definitely good enough to make tier 1.
He's been making a lot of coaching content as well, which I love to see. I think he's got a website that he's doing now also. And so, I love to see people giving back to the community. Obviously, he is a well-known coach. He used to do that in Overwatch League. He used to be a coach for that. And so, just a great community figure to have around as well. Kimberly, a question for you. What would be your ideal opener in the current patch if you were to be playing this weekend?
Yeah, I mean, some things have changed this set, but I think what hasn't changed is that 3 Prim opener is just super strong, or 3 Timebreaker. Obviously those econ traits. He instantly rips the ticket. I'm not sure what the Stargazer is, but I'm sure it's good for Lulu.
We also have the, since it is an Ornn encounter, that is the one where everyone will be getting an artifact on stage 3. So are there any lines that you're kind of thinking of already on stage 2 for that encounter?
I think all the rerolls are generally a bit better just because you're getting it on stage 3 when you usually want to be spiking. Also, I think Mech, we saw Cool Guy Dom win with that comp last game. That comp uses artifacts pretty well as well, so can angle that.
All right, Spencer able to get 3-star Rek'Sai right off the rip because of Construct the Champion. We do get confirmation that is a Fountain for the Stargazer, so extra mana generation for that Lulu on Bobster's board will be fantastic. But it also is Yasuo and Varus as our gods for this game. And so Varus being one that really helps enable rerolls, and also Yasuo being one of those, especially with the stacking hexes you can get.
Yeah, absolutely. Definitely seems like some reroll encounter, reroll gods. Bobster's got the Prince ticket. We do see Juku going against the grain there with the upward mobility. DPay had not had missed out on our album ensemble game 1. He was not in that lobby, but going for the trait tree, getting 3 random emblems here.
Yeah, I'm curious what Juku's gonna play here. I think with the Stargazer being Fountain, that kind of rules out Xayah from a spot like this, or maybe not rules it out, but would maybe sway you away. So we might see him try and just send a fast 9 for Vex, or maybe play into Mech.
Yeah, it is a 2-component opener, so that means each player, instead of the 3rd component, the standard opener is 3 components, 6 gold. So instead of the 3rd component, they have an extra 6 gold. which is nice with augments like upward mobility that make your gold worth more.
We see Toddy on the other side has Exalted Adventure, one of these augments that gives you a lot of direction and also is quite powerful because as you get those 3 stars, you get a bunch of extra resources with it. And is Belveth, Gwen, and Gnar. So it looks like we're going to be going for Belveth. Obviously, that makes a lot of sense with playing Primordian. And I bet we'll go with the Gwen alongside that to pair with the Rogue.
Yeah, the spot looks really good. I think the only thing that might be a little bit annoying for him is that Spencer got the Build-A-Bud Rek'Sai, so it might be harder for him to get some frontline for his like Primordian reroll, but I think he's probably happy with his Exalted options.
Yeah, Metzwa here with the Pandora's Prismatic already has committed to the Sterix Radiant and the Deathwave, so some fortunate rolls on these items to get some synergistic items. Pretty strong items as well to go on this Briar too. Really strong opener for Metzwa. This Prismatic is probably the strongest augment you can have on stage 2, so really looking for a 5 streak here from Metzwa's spot.
Another player with an interesting position is Deepay. I definitely want to check out what they got because they took Trait Tree. So we talked a little bit about how our day started with Kane Encounter, giving us 3 emblems, and a lot of players choose and elect to go into that route with the Trait Tree augment. So we'll see what he does have. Dark Star, Anima, and Vanguard. So good options there.
Solar Hex here, you can see every single player instantly choosing that. That kind of solves your anti-heal problem, and it also gives you extra damage on your carry. So just a extremely strong God Boon. All 8 players opting into that one. We'll see if any of them forget that they have the Solar Hex and build anti-heal anyway. It's something that sometimes I do, where you don't want to build a second source, but yeah, sometimes you just forget.
Yeah, I don't want to get too meta, but with Deepay in the lobby, it seems like it's pretty likely that something like that might happen.
Wait, have we seen Deepay Biss with the Solar Hex and all of the anti-heal items? The quadruple Deepay Biss? I'm down.
Yeah, I don't know. We'll see if he can put together all the parts of Exodia. That
Yeah, Boxer already has a Lulu too, with the Priz ticket not having rolled yet, but kind of crazy. I think I don't even know how he got that.
Yeah, he's going to be
Not a lot
super
of
happy
this.
with that.
I don't even think he would have gotten offered a Lulu from the God Pengu there because he wasn't in the top 4. So, I mean, he just got, sometimes your shops get blessed.
Yeah, 'cause he's only level 4 and he found 3 of them already. That's quite good for Bobster. So what are we thinking here with Deepay's emblems? Darkstar and Vanguard could go together with Mordekaiser potentially, and maybe just go into 6 Darkstar. He does have the Reforger, so it could Reforge Anima.
Yeah, I assume he'll play 6 Darkstar. I think he might have wanted to keep the Anima to see if he could get like a cash out, but it seems like Jukyu and Shoma are both trying to get the 5 loss, so he wasn't able to do that. So I'd imagine he'll probably just be reforging this on 3-1 maybe or 3-2.
Seeing if they fight each other is going to be an interesting part of the end of the stage. It does not look like they will, and so we'll probably have 2-5 loss in the lobby where Metzwa and Spencer are both chasing that 5 win as well. They are not facing each other also, so it is possible we have a lot of extra gold coming through our win and loss streaks.
We saw that the cool guy Dom taking the first place with a 400 Anima cash last game, and Shoma is very well set up to get that in this game. 5 loss. Jukyu can still try to break his streak though on stage 3. He has the extra health from upward mobility. So I think in Jukyu's spot, he's pretty incentivized to save the lobby against Shoma, but it will come down to matchmaking. Sometimes you just don't fight the entire stage as well.
Yeah, I think he just has to stay fully open because he's already losing and he's sort of playing this like risky line himself with the full open upward mobility. So if Shoma gets this cash out off, he's just going to be at a better position to win the game, and then Jukyu will just die. So he kind of has to for his own sake and for the lobby.
Spencer's position right now, taking Construct Champion means you really need to get that 100 streak, and he did get that in stage 2, so he's very happy there. He also got dropped nearly perfect Master Yi items, which we've seen be a fairly successful comp, be able to get to level 8 and roll down there. So I bet he's pretty happy with what got dropped there on that neutral round. Black Sheep is rolling down, trying to play around this Cho'Gath 3, but is pretty far off.
Yeah, Black Sheep got the Radiant Warmogs as his first item. Got a lot of good tank items. 3-item Cho'Gath will help him stack, even with Cho'Gath too, with the Radiant item. Can get a lot of stacks with this round. Now we have both the 100 HP players facing against each other. We'll see who can win between the 3-star unit versus a Radiant item.
I mean, this Briar will not die. The extra healing item on her will just continue to build that streak for Metsua here at the top of our lobby, where Shoma did take a win there. Jukyu continues his loss streak, but the Anima streak, I believe, is snapped.
Oh wow, yeah, Jukyu only played 2 units last round, snapping Shoma's streak, so that actually Jukyu saving the lobby from Shoma's potential huge cash out.
Cambly, in this position, what are you looking for once you get your streak snapped?
I mean, restart mission seems like it's got to be one of the best things. I mean, he might not be able to get his cash out, but if he like refines Anima later, he might be able to just salvage a 100 or 200. But honestly, it's not really important. I feel like he actually goes charge transfer. I wonder if there's like a specific line he has in mind where he wants the combat augment, or he thinks that the restart mission is not helpful for his spot, but I would have thought that would be super good for him. And Jukyu goes for it as well. I think it's good in his spot too. He doesn't mind winning now. His main goal was to snap Shoma.
Restart mission is actually insane in Jukyu's spot because he was only playing 2 units, so he only had 4 gold on his board. Restart mission basically gave him 30 plus gold worth of units, which is almost like the value of a prismatic augment as a silver in his spot.
I think the amount of value just happened in the last turn for him, right? He snapped the Lost Streaker, who was getting really rewarded for that in the lobby. He then rebuilt his whole board instantly with Restart Mission, so he's rich, he saved the lobby, and now has good direction. And look, oh, we have an artifact now for everyone across the board.
Yeah, he has a Belveth 2, has the Urgot 2, so might be thinking about Mastery, but no, instead goes for the Static Shiv, goes for potentially the AP option.
Black Sheep taking a look at his options.
Branching out Darkstar is insane.
He also kind of insane. He used the Reforger right before the artifact, but was not really punished for it. Although I guess with 4 choices, you're maybe not trying to Reforge your artifact that often anyway. But yeah, getting Darkstar with branching out when you're already committed to the Cho'Gath 3 roll, very, very, very fortunate result for Black Sheep.
Where did these items end up, though, in the late game? Obviously, they synergize very well together with the Shiv and the Rage Blade, being able to get all of these shocks across the whole team, but not great for any of these late game carries in Darkstar.
I think he's hoping to play Xayah with just the Darkstar emblem. Very common with a Sniper Jhin, but you do have to find the Jhin, which can be tough when you're investing a lot of gold on 1-cost reroll.
Good split here between Yasuo and Varus.
It's possible that he might try and play around Darkstar LeBlanc. It's not something I've done or seen, but I was just thinking, like, if I was in his shoes, what would I be thinking about? And I feel like when you have Shiv, you're just thinking about like LeBlanc or Vex are usually the best holders. I mean, I'm sure it's fine on Xayah just because the emblem gives like AD and AP, and the AP will scale the Shiv's damage, and then the AD can scale Xayah's damage, but
it makes a lot of sense. Lysandra Shepherd, and then maybe you can play like Meepsy to link with Karma Voyager Shepherd, or Alawi as the Vanguard Shepherd. That'd be really interesting to see. I haven't seen Darkstar LeBlanc, but I agree it makes a lot of sense with his item setup.
5 Shepherd, 4 Darkstar. It sounds like a fairly good composition to me. I think it would be interesting to see that play out. The creativity that we were talking about a little bit on the desk is what's needed to really shine at this level of play. And so we'll see if that does pay off. Tony on the other side does have the Flicker Blade for this Belveth, so every attack will continue to scale the attack speed up, just like the old Rage Blade used to be. So this Belveth will start attacking real fast.
Yeah, Toddy with the Exalted Adventure going for Gwen and Belveth, like you mentioned earlier. Committing to that reroll. Kind of light on rec size, like only has, I guess has 6 of them that look like Rek'Sai 1 on the bench, but it's actually Rek'Sai 2, as we can see from our cool graphic that we have now on the right. That Spencer's Rek'Sai 3 from Construct a Champion, or Build a Bud rather, maybe impacting Toddy's Rek'Sais.
Hellfire Hatchet on this Urgot, really leaning towards probably more of this melee carry route. Slamming the Kraken Slayer, though, is interesting to me. Is that what you'd be thinking here, Cam?
Yeah, I would think he's playing into Master Yi with the Hellfire Hatchet and then cracking the Kindred. It just seems like the most natural progression when you're playing around these like Brawler AD opener with Rek'Sai Primordial stuff. It just transitions into the Yi super easily.
Yeah, I think Spencer was never able to find Bel'Veth, which is quite unfortunate. Bel'Veth, he has Challenger and Marauder on his board right now. So Bel'Veth would be a nice thing that would just give you... If he had it on 2-1, we've had 10 rounds by now, so he's kind of... Would have had like 10 gold from that, so a little unfortunate there, but...
Yeah, and right as you said that, he got it in his shop, which is...
Yeah.
Just the slap in the face.
Yeah, it's a little too late to get the econ.
Cody will be looking to cash out Exalted Adventure here ASAP. He has so many copies of each of these units, and I'm sure we'll roll down here at the beginning of stage 4 to get his final see what a picture of his game will look like, because the sooner you hit this, the sooner you get the rewards and the less gold that you have to spend to get there. And so I'm going to see if he can pull it off here. Did get above 50 gold from this neutral round. We do get that other lesser duplicator.
Yeah. Just uses them now to get the cash out. The Primordian.
This is insane.
3 Primordian trait. Prioritizes the Primordian, so he can still 3-star the rest of these units. Yeah, double Radiant.
Wow. That's a lot of HP. And if we make a Crown Guard on that too, can you imagine how big that shield would be? Yeah, there we go.
I mean, this might be the 2 best Radiants that he can get, and it's just like gives him both from this cash out. I think he's going to be super happy. I mean, this Maokai 2 basically looks like a Maokai 3.
Yeah, this Maokai has so much HP.
I love that
it's not even
Bobster
close going up against Bobster.
did take Kappa Juice, though. I just think that is kind of based, honestly. We're just going to stack hats, get a bunch of extra damage amp throughout the game. Shoma, though, is the one to keep our eye on, as they did cash, but not the one that they were looking for. Only cashed at 300, and now have to try to really quickly figure this out before it is too late.
Yeah, Shoma does
Not
have the
the
Radiant Vow,
best.
maybe some synergy with Ascension. We'll have to see what he goes for here. Thinking a lot on this decision between these 3 combat augments. Shoma's looking very far off of the units he wants to hit. Only 1 copy of Aurelion Soul and Mighty Mech. Kind of scary in Shoma's spot.
Karma 2 is a big upgrade for the damage of this board, but we've good anti-heal spread. The Karma will do the shred as well. I do want to call out Bobster did take augmented power and got rewarded with that prismatic, and so did Metsua. So both of them taking a little bit of the bet there, and it really paying off, giving them a lot more power, especially combat power for both of them in their augments they took.
Yeah, I gotta be a little critical of Shoma's itemization here with a 2-item Aurelion Soul and the Void Staff on Karma. With 6 removers, I think you really gotta put all 3 of these craftfuls together, especially on 16 HP. Losing a single life could be really impactful here. Alright, so he gets a Striker's Flow on the Aurelion Soul now.
Yeah, so that makes sense. We were just waiting for that. Bobster, though, still a little bit off this Lulu with no duplicators on bench, making this a little bit harder and a little bit more expensive to hit what we're looking for.
Yeah, Bobster holding on to 5 Maokais. Could potentially hit with a Prismatic Ticket, but I think it's not super likely. Toddy already with Maokai 2, Spencer also with Maokai 2, and Jukyu also playing Maokai on board, so I think the Maokai is probably just gotta give up on it. and to try to hit the rest of your board faster.
Yeah, it's definitely rough when you take an augment like Priz ticket that's so spec'd into econ and you're not able to like reach the full cap of 3 stars, but it is sort of a reality of some spots where there's just too many people playing around Maokai.
Our final god choice of the game, Cryogenic Hex being a very popular one, and wow, everyone on that left side of the screen taking that Cryogenic Hex. It's very, very powerful on our tanks, especially if you have one of these mega tanks from a reroll. So very easy choice for many of our players.
Yeah, these Yasuo Hexes have been extremely strong the entire set, ever since patch 1. Players have kind of been saying that the Yasuo Hexes were just the best god offerings, and they really haven't been changed that much for the most part throughout the set. We got level 9 from Jukyu on 4-5 with about 70 gold after leveling. Already has some of the pieces as well. 38 HP, so if he can hit here, I think Jukyu's in a fantastic spot.
I mean, we kind of knew this was going to happen when he got all the extra gold from that situation that happened on early stage 3, and this is exactly the results that was expected here.
Yeah, that restart mission, when you only are playing 2 units, is absolutely insane. Didn't get the Cryo Hex in time. Going up against Toddy, will it make a difference? I think I gotta feel...
If Toddy has the Cryo Hex down, well, actually, the Vex...
Yes,
why the Primordians
alive, but it's so close.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, the Vex splash damage killed all the carries first, but I also feel like Toddy, the same thing. He has the 1 Deathblade alone with a 2-item Gwen and a 3-item Belveth. I feel like having this Deathblade on the Belveth and maybe putting the Giant Slayer on the Gwen or something would give him a stronger board.
Yeah, I think it's one of those scenarios where he's probably thinking that he wants the Belveth to just have like the best 3 items for her, but I do agree that it's probably incorrect in this spot. I think maybe even just moving like the QSS onto Gwen and just giving the Belveth full damage might be an option if you want to keep the Radiant and the Artifact together.
Seeing the Hellfire Hatchet on this Master Yi 2-star, doing tons of damage, but will it be able to get through all of the mega carries that Toddy has on the other side? That Maokai's health bar is so thick, and there is no way to get through it quick enough. We did kill a good amount of units, but for Spencer here, who played around an early streak, trying to push tempo as much as possible, is already down at around 2 lives here at the end of stage 4.
Yeah, the spot does look pretty rough. I think losing his 6 streak to Metso on 3-1 was really backbreaking. When you have like the Priz econ, which I would consider Build-A-Bud to be econ, you really want to be able to make it to a fast 9 spot, and losing your 6 streak there sort of just makes it so you're going to have to play a level 8 comp, and now he's kind of forced onto Master Yi with drone uplink, which is not ideal.
Yeah, having that Prismatic Econ playing kind of a standard comp, you're just going to lose to the players who have Prismatic Power playing the standard comp. For example, Metzwell with the Corki has that prismatic item instead of the Econ, while they pretty much end up with the same board strength, but then not having any extra benefit from your Prismatic will just make you lose.
Really like the adaptation that Shoma has gone with here, being able to play around this Morgana 2 and going down to 3 mech instead of 4. We do finally find the Mighty Mech 2. We will upgrade it, but not get the items moved quite yet. So direction is found. The streak has stabilized, but Black Sheep on the other side still one off this Lysandra, but they're not carrying it at the moment, so it won't be a big deal.
Black Sheep found the Karma on level 7, so nice to have the 6 Darkstar online, but right now just holding the attack speed items on the Kaisa. Not a great attack speed holder because she has a pretty long cast animation with low mana, so she's not actually attacking that much.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see Black Sheep sort of bleed out into a bot 4 here. It just seems like he's not reaching the same board strength that some of these other players are, like Jukyu and Shoma. And we saw Shoma basically roll 0 last turn, even though he already has the Morgana 2, just only rolling for the Mighty Mech. And I think it's sort of a scenario where he probably scouted some of the other players in this lobby and kind of decided that he should just play it safe. Like Jukyu already with the full level 9 board, he might just be making the decision that he doesn't think he's going to be able to outcap him.
This will be a big
Yeah, I
test
think
for
that's a good
Bobster's board.
decision.
The Lulu does have good backline access, which is good against the mech, but is no longer having a bunch of hats on it. Instead, that it will be for the Milio instead. This Jax is standing strong. The triple Gargoyle Stone Plate gives a lot of resistances, and also the Cryo Hex giving more HP to work with, but it won't be enough to take down this mech. And so now Bobster is in a little bit of a rough spot.
Yeah, Shoma spent a bunch of money for this Mighty Mech too, but we can see it paying off here, getting the win against Bobster in a really critical round. Lobby HP is getting really low. No one's dead yet, but the highest in the lobby is only 45, so everyone's kind of getting to that point where every single life is becoming very important.
Spencer took another loss last round. Bobster did hit 3-star Milio, which, you know, when you have a couple items committed there is a great upgrade for that board. But Spencer here hits back against the wall. 8 HP left to roll, and now we'll be facing a level 9 Dark Star board from Deepay.
Well, we haven't seen Deepay's board in a while, but yeah, Bar 2, level 9. Also has the good emblems, using all 3 of them. The Rogue, not a ton of value right now, but if he does get Gen 2, will be huge. Is he going to be able to make it there, though?
Spencer falls down. Looks like Shoma took a loss, and Bobster falls out in 7th. Very sad 7th for what that start looked like. Just really didn't hit on that Priz ticket roll down, but Shoma lost. I'm very curious who it was to. Was it to Toddy? Was it to Jukyu? Somebody in this lobby is able to beat that mech board.
Yeah, Toddy and Jukyu both on win streak here, both with ridiculously strong boards. Toddy with that Exalted Adventure cash out, Jukyu with a fast 9, hitting 2-star, so many different legendaries. And Deepay with a Gen 2 in shop, but he doesn't have time to figure out how to buy it.
Black Sheep's board. The Cho'Gath's looking very strong, but it is you know, a strong brawler versus strong brawler matchup here. Toddy was the one who was able to beat Shoma in that previous round, so is clearly very, very strong, and we're seeing that here. The Giant Slayer will absolutely tear through that HP bar of the Cho'Gath.
Yeah, like you said earlier, Kimberly, Black Sheep definitely falling off. Also sitting on 8 Lissandras, but right now only carrying Lissandra 2 and Kaisa 2, so Black Sheep's carry situation looking very, very weak, even though he does have the 3-star Radiant item Cho'Gath.
Yeah, he did win 2 critical rounds earlier this stage. That sort of helped him stay afloat. So seems like he'll likely be able to top 4. I don't want to jinx him, but those were definitely important rounds. I'm not sure who he fought against, but definitely big. I don't think he's going to be able to go top 2.
Noma versus Deepay here. Deepay did eliminate and take down Black Sheep, or did lose to Black Sheep in the current round, but it will be Shoma trying to stand strong. The front line is big. The Ascension comes through, doing a lot more damage to the board, but the Vanguard emblem on that Tom Kench will prove to be enough. Shoma and his cash out, not quite enough to get to that top 4.
Yeah, that was Shoma's cash out getting griefed by Jukyu, allowing Jukyu to outplace him, which he probably wouldn't have otherwise. So that was a nice open on 3-1 from Jukyu to break Shoma's streak, not allowing him to get to that 400 anima item.
Yeah, and that fight against Deepay just now was really close. I feel like that was probably a Gen 2 diff. Just being able to get the DB, LW, and Rogue all in the same unit, and then he had blue guard breaker from his TG on Kaisa. It was just super fortunate for Deepay, and he was able to win that.
Yeah, absolutely. Deepay, we saw had that Gen 2 in the round before, but didn't buy it. But coming in just in time to take out Shoma in a really close fight.
That's while rolling down, seeing if we can find any more upgrades for our board. Another item to come through, but not quite sure where we want to put it. Black Sheep now has Vex online with the Dark Star emblem and those attack speed items. So much better holder of attack speed items, but it is only a lot of 1-stars for our backline damage, as well as, you know, an important frontliner in our Mighty Mech. So Black Sheep, hoping for a good matchup. Will get a mirror, a ghost, but it will be Jukyu on the other side.
Yeah, he's probably just hoping that Metzao dies and he can go forth, which I think he should be able to, but...
Yeah, as you mentioned, Black Sheep bleeding out. Had some early game strength, but really wasn't in the position to be able to cap his board. Hit the Vex, but at level 8, you're pretty much only stuck on only Vex 1-star. Going up against Jukyu, getting demolished, and not a close fight at all. And yeah, Metzao does die, so Black Sheep's HP that he saves does net him a 4th, so it's a good placement for Black Sheep.
Jukyu also took a loss. I think it was versus Todi on the other side, unless Deepay won, beat him also. We do know that Jukyu lost in stage 4 or stage 5 to Todi as well. So this Exalted Adventure cash out may just be the ultimate boogeyman in this lobby.
Yeah,
I think it was Deepay
that on
that
4 streak. So
yeah, I think he lost to Deepay because we saw Toddy killed Metzao. So yeah, we'll see if anyone can beat this Dark Star Bard and Jin combo.
Deepay's Bard is very, very strong and super massive from 6 Dark Star. We're seeing the amount of damage come through. The Gwen didn't get quite onto the backline early enough, and we will see Toddy take a loss there. We also see Jukyu take a loss. The fast 9 board from Jukyu did, you know, get a good placement, but not the first place that you'd expect from all of these 5 costs.
Yeah,
well, I think
on one hand,
Jukyu...
he might be a little bit disappointed, but like given the other boards in this lobby, it's sort of expected when his first 2 augments are basically just econ augments.
Yeah, even his 3rd augment, right, was a duo Q, so it's basically just 1 item. So Jukyu basically had no augments. He was able to get to the level 9 2-star legendary board, but then like Deepay was also able to get there, but on top of that has a prismatic trait tree giving him a lot of power, and the gold cyber uplink giving him a lot of power to all the important units on his board.
2-star Jin is casting. The amount of damage coming through is immense. The Bard trying to get through this Morgana will do so now, but now trying to get through all of the main damage dealers for Todi. Not able to quite get it done. It will be a win for Deepay. Hands in the air, 8 points so far, but adding 6 to that puts him in a much better spot.
You mean adding 8 to that? He got a first place here, so
there you go.
Math, TFT math.
Even better.
We love it. We love it. Yeah, and Deepay didn't build for anti-heal, and I do think that was the difference in this game.
I'm actually quite impressed. All 8 of our players managed to remember they had the Solar Hex and not build anti-heal, so good on them.
Kimberly, looking at how this game shaped out, what are you expecting to see players and how they adjust for the next game? Are we going to adjust strategy at all? Is there something you saw in this game that stood out?
Yeah, I mean, obviously the biggest thing in this game was that the 2-1 augment was prismatic. I think we just saw like some super high cap boards, and people who took the econ augments definitely sort of suffered when the people with the item augments, the combat augments, were able to kind of outscale them and reach their boards. I think it's also a byproduct of the stage 2 matchmaking. We saw 2 people 5 win streak, 2 people 5 loss streak. It's also just going to have a lot more gold in the pool. So the people who have those item augments are going to be fine on their econ. They're not going to be struggling on that front when normally they might be. So leading into next game, adjustments, I think it really just depends on the augment. I think we might see people sort of taking some more risks and trying to get those high cap boards, but oftentimes in those scenarios, the humble players will end up on top if they're sort of just like playing their game still and getting rewarded for making correct plays and not taking too many risks. So we'll just have to see how it plays out.
Yeah, there's also the 2-component opener for more gold as well.
Oh, we're only halfway through the day here for day 2 of our regional finals week 1, and we'll have sending it off to our analyst desk to break it down and give us a little bit of an update across our lobbies.
Thank you so much. That's right. We are going to be back to break down this third game before we hand it back over to our casters to take us through the fourth one. Hobe-san, Sub-Zero arc. We heard Kambuli talking about the fact that one of the first things that we could see in this game is that there was a prismatic augment offered on 2-1. We've seen a lot of those on the stream. I don't know if that's going to be something that goes away anytime soon.
Yeah, no, we started off with another prismatic game. I almost wanted to say prior to this that, maybe we'll see a game that's not prismatic. Maybe we'll see like a more chill game after this. And no, it's another prismatic game, another crazy start. You saw Toddy with the Exalted Adventure, which is one of my favorite augments. Got a really nice combination. Could play easily for the Gwen and the Belveth, and just got to cap out the board really nicely. Deepay with the crazy start, kind of a mix of, the emblem ensemble that we saw on the first game, where he actually got to choose to get some emblems and then made good usage of them. Really well played. So another crazy game. Maybe next game we won't see another prismatic. Maybe it'll be another prismatic lobby. We'll see.
Yeah, it was tough for Metzao trying to play tempo there. We see the Corki just trying to ramp up with the Pandora's Radiant with the Sterax. Jugju also has a difficult spot here trying to ramp up the composition. But yeah, Toshi has to be the name of the game. We see him on top, getting quickly that 3-star Gwen and Velvet to get the ramp up, then getting Radiant items. And the Boogeyman was on the bottom. Deepay with the Darkstar Bard. That's too much damage, Necra. Just obliterating every lobby.
I love it. I'm so here to see Darkstar take over these lobbies. It's just such a fun trait, and I feel like being able to see those giant units just start to take things over is also very fun. And so Bard abducting things, Deepay of course abducting that first place, and that's going to help catapult him quite far within the standings. He already came into this game kind of in the middle of the pack, but this is going to double his points, and that's going to be quite significant. As we take a look at our standings, 3 games halfway done through the day, which means that our competitors only have 3 games left to avoid this last page. They do not want to be here. 33rd to 40th is the danger zone where you will be out of the regional finals.
Less variance to be considered here. So 3 more games, as you mentioned, Necra, and that's the position. I mean, you're low, but you have 3 games still. So everyone still can make it here. And Sub-Zero, for Spencer, Koala, and Soulless, they need to really step up. And now is the moment to take risks.
Yeah, absolutely. You're still, the nice thing about this format is only bottom 8 get eliminated today, so you just have to at least squeeze out of that bottom 8. So even, a top 1, a top 2 in your next couple of games could make a big difference in getting you back into the running, back into the ability to play for games. We saw Solus there had a rough start, managed to get a slightly better score, so climbing the scores, maybe he can, keep doing better and get out of the bottom 8. The rest of our players here, 25 through 32, they're on the cusp, right? They want to have better scores so that they're in better position going into day 2 tomorrow, and also don't want to drop any games. If you are one of these players and you take a quick bot 2, you could be in a really rough spot going forward.
But conversely, if you're towards the top of our standings here, this is where you just keep that momentum high. 14 points right now for the cutoff between 17th and 16th place, where top 16 are going to be the players that we're looking at to join the TFT Pro Circuit alongside the likes of Kambuli, Wigwag, who get a chance to start their regional finals journeys in that week too. A great start here for some of our Latin American players. Michael, someone that we highlighted at the start of the day. Black Sheep, of course, taking a nice top 4 in that third game. And this is going to be a really great way to have that first half of the day go.
It's so important because for tomorrow, the points will also carry over. So you want to avoid the bottom 8, but you want to be as soon as possible. Toshi making the leap here. Also Silencer starting rough, but double top 1, taking the second place. This player coming in from Plains and making a statement. And I mean, the crowd's favorite here for Grea, from coach to pro player, being amazing and doing a great performance once again today.
Yeah, looking at this top 8, I'm seeing something kind of interesting. Silencer, Grea, Jukyu, I mean, these are players that we saw yesterday in play-ins, and they're doing fantastically today. So maybe a little bit of that play-in buff like we were talking about yesterday and earlier today, where if you get those reps in on play-ins, shake those nerves out in the first few games yesterday, you come in today confident, not nervous. And I mean, so far, a lot of those players are doing really well.
You also got a chance to sit, though, and watch from the sidelines if you were starting today. And maybe that was where you got a chance to take some learnings on your own time. Did you VOD review? Did you watch what was successful? Did you actually take away maybe some lines to avoid? There were a lot of lessons, Hoope, I think, like, especially from looking at the range of the compositions that we saw from play-ins.
Yeah, Reddy was talking to you guys yesterday on the interview, and he said it. He is very grateful to have that study group, that when things go wrong, he has somewhere to talk to them, because normally you're like totally stressed with the pressure, and someone else telling you, no, man, just think about this, think about something else, is something very important to have. So study groups, for me and for the players, I think is very important for both knowledge and emotional support sometimes.
Absolutely. And Reddy was also talking about the difference yesterday to today, less Fast 9 being played, and we're still seeing people obviously cap out on 9, but one of the things you saw in the lobby we just watched, Jukyu went very, very all in on Fast 9, ended up just capping out with a third, so still pretty happy with that. Good scores, but a lot of the people taking augments that allowed them, like Toddy, to play for the Exalted Adventure, the highest cap without even having to play Fast 9, ended up doing really well.
All right, fourth game's upon us, so we're going to send it back over to our casters, Sealy, Asa, and Kambuli.
Thank you, Desk, for breaking that down. Excited to see which of these 5 1 costs each of our players got, because I think these 1 costs are a little bit of... they're pretty good in the meta right now. I love watching it. Kambuli, is there any that you're really hoping to see around these 1 costs specifically?
1 cost. I think the TF buffs were something that people have been beginning to pick up on. I think it's like sort of an underrated comp still, maybe, but we might see people playing that depending if the Stargazer's okay. And then obviously the list Cho'Gath reroll is probably like the most popular one. I would assume we're going to see someone playing that.
Yeah, we saw JRC play the TF earlier, I believe in our second game today. I thought his spot was so bad. I said I was going to be surprised if he top forward, and he did. He only had like 1 Jax after rolling down. But yeah, we'll see if the Stargazer enables that TF again. We do have confirmation for the deaths. The Stargazer is the mountain in this game.
Yeah, getting early 3 Stargazer will be a great decision for most of our players. Looks like Artix is trying to play around some early Anima, possibly holding on to that, or maybe even just some Primordian Jinx reroll. We'll love to see that as well. Curious if anyone was able to make 10 gold. I know that is more a possibility when you get a free 4 gold from that immediate start, but we'll have Prismatic again. We will not be slowing down even a little bit here on broadcast, but instead we'll be getting all of the Prismatic augments to start our games.
Looking at Artix here, who qualified through the NA ladder, finished second on the ladders leaderboards behind Dank Memes. So showing a lot of consistency throughout the set. Looks like he's thinking about worth the wait too.
Look at the right side of our screen. There's 4 people playing Trait Tree.
Trait Tree definitely considered one of the premium prismatics, giving you 3 emblems, which are, you know, it's just a lot of power in the early game. The emblems give you a lot of stats. That was a change made halfway through set 16. I really like that change, since the emblems just let you play more kind of unique, creative lines. And yeah, Trait Tree, absolutely a strong option here. We got
yeah,
Anima.
It's funny that you mentioned that. It almost feels like it's been so long since emblems were bad. It's been so many spreading routes, so many trait trees over the last 6 months or so that I almost forgot that people were not taking these before.
I mean, it is pretty insane. A couple other augments to call out besides Trait Tree. Solus did flip the coin and got the Radiant item on his board. Cottontail did take Trait Tree and got Anima online, so he will be looking to lose streak. Cool Guy Dom, though, we saw Prismatic Ticket be the not fantastic in the previous game, but maybe we can turn it around in this one, trying to choose which reroll we will go for, holding a lot of options.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what Cool Guy Dom goes into. He's holding a lot of 1-cost options, but as we saw with Solus, 1-cost reroll, sometimes with Prismatic Ticket, even if you hit your whole board, is just not enough, because you are down that Prismatic, and you end up on a board that you could likely have anyway, even without it. We got a Sniper Stargazer for Upset Max, so potentially gonna go into that Mountain Zaya. Needs one more Stargazer before he can start printing those emblems with the Mountain.
Yeah, it seems like that's going to be really good for him. I mean, you would think that maybe having the additional Stargazer emblem is not that good since you're going to get a bunch for free anyways, but just getting that extra breakpoint throughout the game is super nice.
B straight tree
with Primordian and Nova getting 3 Primordian online, so great econ from his emblems already. A ton of power. Also has a Darkstar, so has that 6 Darkstar option we saw DPay with win last game with.
5 Noah did receive a bunch of buffs throughout the past few patches in order to get it in a more playable spot. Campbell, are you a believer in 5 Nova as a comp?
Yeah, definitely. I think I wouldn't be surprised to see him just play that here because he has the Primordian emblem, which he can also keep with that, sort of pair with Belveth, get a little extra power on his board. But I think the alternative option that he might take here is to just sort of use the Primordian emblem to get money early and then reforge both Primordian and Nova and stay with the Darkstar. So I think he's sort of at a crossroads and we'll see which way he goes.
Cottontail opting to play actually a pretty strong board, playing Brawler, Primordian, and a 2-star unit despite having Anima. So maybe he scouted and just saw the whole lobby is very strong. So if Cottontail is actually able to kind of get away with killing 2 units like last round and getting 2-1 Anima in, could be set up to potentially even go for like a 500 cash out maybe.
I need duplicators from Varus. Really will enable 1-cost rerollers in this lobby. I'm specifically thinking about those playing Primordian, but also Cool Guy Dom, who has the Prismatic ticket, and it looks like he might be even playing around that 1-cost Stargazer reroll.
Yeah, Solus flipped a coin and got a Radiant Gunblade. What do you like to play with Radiant Gunblade? I mean, this is probably not his first choice, but
yeah, I mean, just based on his opener, I would have to imagine he's playing into some sort of AP Shepherd board, maybe LeBlanc, just based on the fact that he has those 2 bows. I mean, Gunblade's sort of not great on anyone, but certainly not bad on anyone either. Just kind of an okay option.
yeah, it's nice to have that flexibility where he can use any carry with it.
Until taking another big loss. UCLF playing Fortune Strength, you want to be able to lose, pretty quickly to get down and get those extra artifacts. But when you have a strong opener, it's not always easy just to throw away all this HP.
Yeah, I think you don't really want to lose, but I mean, this augment is actually quite strong in stage 2. Besides the people with Radiant items and maybe Build-A-Bud, I guess there's all these trait trees, but just being up a random artifact in stage 2 is actually much better tempo than most other prismatic augments. But yeah, Fortune of Strength is really nice, where you kind of have the option to lean into that tempo, or you could go for the loss and see all your random artifacts that you cash out at 35 HP as soon as possible. 2 100 HP players going up against each other.
Yeah, it's going to be a huge round. We see Crazy Cat with the 2 tiny dupes and the Leona setup. So if he is able to win this, he might get Leona 3 online and just snowball this win streak forever.
Curious what the arbiter is for him if he's going to be printing Leonas. We will see right there. He does print 1, and so we'll be able to get that ASAP on the board, and keeping that streak is the most important part. We'll be very, very rewarded with a bunch of gold. I think Shepherd Emblem is kind of underrated right now. Being able to get the 7 Shepherd, it is pretty good, especially with all the LeBlanc buffs getting able to have a stronger carry in the back line. I'd be very interested to see if we do end up going full vertical or just staying around 5 Shepherd.
Yeah, 7 Shepherd did receive some buffs in the latest patch on 17.6, so it is quite a lot stronger than it was before. I think, just from perusing the stats a little bit, it seems like it might even be stronger than 5 Shepherd all the time. But I mean, obviously, if you're getting to those legendary upgrades, then it probably makes sense to drop out. But I would not be surprised at all to see him play 7.
Well, I'm not going for that one caution roll. The prismatic ticket looks like he's gonna go for the Lulu, a good option. Again, with a prismatic ticket, one caution roll just doesn't really cap high enough when you're kind of down a full prismatic of econ, but you're gonna get a ton of value. We saw Bobster take this line last game. Unfortunately, ended in a 7th, but hopefully it'll go better for Cool Guy Dom here.
Until continuing this loss streak here. Still level 4, taking big losses, not killing any units. It's going to be a risky strategy, but if we cannot get grief throughout stage 3, we can get to that 400 cash out that we know to be able to win games.
Yeah, Cottontail's spot looks insane. He got Anima in on 2-1. Was actually able to kill some units in stage 2. And yeah, it looks like as long as he doesn't get grief, which doesn't seem that likely, he just played against one of the lower HP players in the lobby. Yeah, should be able to comfortably get to that 400 cash out. Maybe even 500 if he is really feeling it, but 400 as we've seen. I think we've seen every single game we've seen today and yesterday, every time someone got a 400 cash out, they went exactly first.
I'm rolling a little bit, not finding a single Lulu yet. Makes it a little bit awkward. There we go. There's our first one to work with, so we can be able to get that on our board and start using that as our primary carry. Missing the AP items that we need for it to start doing a lot of damage, but for now, we'll be picking up that rod and hopefully getting some more of these perfect items later on. Oh, there we go. Just ask, and they're here.
Yeah, I mean, a bit of a minor thing, but I would have liked to see him play Aatrox over TF here. It's one of those... Oh, I guess he doesn't have his emblem yet with the mountain.
Yeah.
Yeah, typically with the mountain, if you get it on 2-1, then stage 3, it makes it easy to just drop TF because you'll have Stargazer in him anyways. But he does need that emblem before he can make the switch.
Yeah. In this case, he's also just has Emilio too, so he's carrying the Fate Weaver. But yeah, when you do have the emblem and you're carrying the Lulu, the Fate Weaver, of course, only buffs your Emilio, so it's very unimportant.
Crazy Cat still on a 7-win streak. Did take branching out and got another emblem. I believe it was a Stargazer emblem. So not going to quite be joining that club with the rest of the lobby, but we'll have more options to reforge late game. Upset Max also took augmented power to get an extra upgrade on that final augment of the game.
Yeah, branching out is great because you get the extra Reforger. He's already going to Reforge probably 2 of his items. He doesn't need the Arbor once he gets Lona 3, and then he can Reforge Challenger. So just getting an extra Reforge, extra gamble at getting something useful there is huge.
Yeah, I mean, looking at Upset Max spot, I am a little bit worried. He's sort of in that spot where he's mixed streak. His board is not particularly strong, and he has the augmented power, so he is sort of just trying to hold on as much as he can until 4-2 and see if he can spike. But if he doesn't hit his board, he's going to be in a lot of trouble, I think.
Yeah, definitely agreed. He has the potential for high upside. He has good emblems, but yeah, I think he only had like 50 gold level 6 on 3-3, so it's gonna be pretty. He's gonna need some high rolls to actually hit here.
I think a solid frontline upgrade is a good way to start, though, but we're gonna find the forecasts exactly that we need. CMB still trying to decide where we're gonna end up here. Playing around 4 Darkstar looks like that will be the choice. We're gonna get the 3-star Cho'Gath now online. We're still level 5. We have 4 rerolls left, so a little bit more resources to roll with, but we are very far away from that Lysandra 3. So Cho'Gath 3 and probably nothing else going to be upgraded to 3-star on this board.
Yeah, he did reforge that Nova Primordian, as you mentioned earlier. but didn't really get anything useful. Challenger, there's no Challenger Dark Stars, and an Arbiter doesn't really seem like he's going to be able to use either one of those. So just playing around only the Dark Star emblem.
Yeah, we'll see how it goes. I don't know how big of a fan I am of the decision to reroll Liz Cho'Gath. I think he's missing a lot of value that he would have had by keeping the Primordian emblem and playing 3 Primordian for the rest of stage 3, and then sort of playing more of like a level 8 Darkstar board around Asol. And we can see he's like really low on gold, and I think this is sort of a byproduct of the line that he took. But we'll see if the Cho'Gath, gets stacking early enough, we'll be able to carry him later.
One interesting thing to point out, and something we have not seen so far this whole tournament, is I believe LeBlanc is really contested this game. Crazy Cat, obviously having the Shepherd emblem, wants to play around there. Solus has near perfect LeBlanc items, and also now we see VCLF already having a LeBlanc on board. There's 2 Shepherd emblems now for Crazy Cat, by the way.
Crazy Cat spot, oh my god, yeah, he reforged the Arbiter, which he doesn't need after hitting the LeBlanc 3, and then he has a Shepherd and a Vanguard.
Insane.
And he still has another Reforger for this Nova, but he's going to wait until after the neutrals, so he can reforge something else along with it. But yeah, getting 3 really good emblems and also 100 streaking, I think Crazy Cat is very well set up to win the game.
Is this a Mr. 100 angle?
But I mean, probably not. Like, if you have any respect for his opponents, but I would say that his win share is like probably higher than 50%.
Listen, I know it's the America's broadcast, but I saw the most disgusting thing ever in EMEA to end the day. It was Deadliest Blades into Sword Overflow, playing Jinx reroll. Oh my gosh! And then he took Golden Egg and cashed it out and just missed 100 the whole game. Anyway, it was insane. Props to that guy.
I did catch that as well. Yeah, I saw his spot on 3-2 and I was like, wow, his spot is insane. And then I like went to go eat some food and came back and he was still 100 HP.
This is insane. This is insane.
Yeah, Crazy Cat probably looking to reforge the Nova here. Honestly has all pretty decent components, so normally you're trying to reforge some of these like maybe swords or something that are not that good in AP. But yeah, just reforge just the Nova, gets Anima. Useless emblem here, but it's okay. He's already high rolled 3 very, very good emblems.
Man, once again, we're seeing this Prismatic Ticket Lulu reroll, giving a pretty good roll down on level 7 and not finding a ton of copies what they're looking for. We do have more Maokais to solidify that front line, but the rest of this is pretty far away from 3-starred.
Dom a little slow on his actions. Didn't move the items to the Lulu. Did bench the Twisted Fate, like you mentioned, Campbelly, to play the Ross with still keeping his 3-star Gazer with the emblem. Not really getting punished for it though, going up against Cottontail, who has just barely missed the 400 cash. I don't know how much Cottontail's going to have after this round, but seems like
we're going 500, aren't we? Oh
no, he lost his streak.
He's only on he's only on a 1 loss, so he did get snapped by someone, but
only delayed it 1 round.
Cool Guy Dom opted to make Stoneplate instead of Sunfire, which I thought he would make, but he might make Morello, which I think actually could be good if he just moves that to the Melio.
Big thing to keep our eye on will be Upset Max being able to get the Prismatic here with that augmented power. Solus also playing around Reinforcement to try and get himself out of this contested LeBlanc lobby. We see it picked up on the right side of our screen as well. Lots of upgrades coming through. Big decisions here for Cottontail as well. We do have our Anima item come through as well. We'll be playing around some Master Yi and figuring out our board from here.
Cottontail did get the 3 extra dupes, so he has the Ergon shop, so if he wants to go for it, would only be 2 off Ergot 3. Has a lot of actions to make in this on this round to get the Lioness Lament, I believe, so that's an extra tank item for the Tom Kench here.
Yeah, kind of interested about Cottontail's augment choices. He has Glass Cannon on 3-2, which is not something I would think is super good in this line, just because it's only going to be for Kindred, and then the little buddies, which is, you know, on paper it gives stats that you want, but you're always going to be playing around the Maokai and the Urgot, which sort of don't contribute to the strength of little buddies at all. Yeah, I mean, he has the combat augments, so he does have the ability to win out, but they're not the best combat augments, I guess.
ECLF did now proc Forged in Strength, so want to see what artifacts he was able to pick up. You see Cool Guy Dom has so many 3-stars he's close to. We do have 3 coming through here. Ooh, you got the Static Shiv, which is fantastic on this LeBlanc, as well as a couple really solid tank ones. This is a great spot for VCLF.
Yeah, these are like almost picture perfect items for what he would have wanted. And he does have the LeBlanc too, which is pretty notable given that there's so many people trying to play around it. So we'll see if he can sort of make it to 9 and cap out this board. But I would think that he's probably locked in for a top 4.
Also,
Yeah,
Gilded Steel
so
into
much reinforcement to the LeBlanc too.
Gilded Steel into exactly this Blitzcrank as well. It is just fantastic. Also, we see Cool Guy Dom so close to hitting all these upgrades, but it's only at 10 gold in the breakpoint. So we'll need to see if he's able to complete any of those 3-stars, because if not, we can bleed out really fast.
Yeah, I'm definitely pretty scared for Cool Guy Dom. He's very close to spiking, but he also doesn't have that much gold, so he might have to give up on something, which would hurt his cap quite a lot with that prismatic ticket.
No duplicators coming through from Varus here is exactly what Cool Guy Dom would have wanted. Still 100 streaking for Crazy Cat, 13 wins in a row. I'm not sure if he's going to stop anytime soon, but he is holding on to some gold. It is still level 7, it appears.
That's got to be a visual bug. There's no way this guy's level. He's probably level 9 right now.
Right. I was like, there's no way, right? Because he has all that extra gold, and he was yeah, there's no way. I mean, Cool Guy Dom was able to hit the Maokai 3 and the Lulu 3. So we'll see if he can turn his lost streak around now. It does go for the Mallow, like you mentioned earlier.
Onto Smilio, so a secondary carry with also some of the utility on there. Maokai is incredibly tanky now. We're starting to see the mountain really scale up throughout this game, getting a lot of these extra emblems to go with it. Arctics was fairly strong throughout a lot of the mid game because of the 3-star on that Gwen, but now it's starting to fall off just a little bit here as a lot of our boards spike as well. Cottontail has figured it out and now put 3 wins in a row, stabilizing, but CMB and Upset Max are falling fast.
Yeah, CMB still has this Arbiter emblem on the Cho'Gath. Not sure what it is, but he's choosing to use it over the Val. Pretty interesting, but also is committing to a Diana on the board. Using the Challenger emblem, also interesting. The Arbiter Challenger, fitting the Diana, but yeah, this board with 0 gold doesn't look like it has much of a future. No 6 Dark Star. Going up against the 400 cash of Cottontail, this is probably the end for CMP.
We did kind of coke on the trait, the web we see on the left side. So I will give him the credit for fitting the puzzle pieces together. I don't think this is a winning formula, but it does look pretty as far as the traits go. Sadly, that's not the goal of TFT, but in my brain, I like to see it.
Yeah, unfortunately, his Priz Augment letting him play Diana on his board is not going to be good enough to win any rounds, but...
Yeah, Cottontail decided to just use the duplicators. He was 2 offer, got 3, but instead just decided to sell and use them for Econ, going level 9. I think it could make sense because he has a little buddies that isn't affecting the Urgot. To try to get level 9 instead and try to play around Fiora, which will benefit from that little buddies.
UCLF playing around 5 Vanguard, so not quite getting the 6th one in. But if we can go level 10, we can get there. But there's nothing really worth dropping at this point. Maybe if we find something better, we can drop one of our Vanguards. Maybe this new, if we decide that we don't necessarily want the CC right now. Yeah, we will do that right now in order to get more Voyager, all those stats on the board. Also, now a Bard pair in shop.
Yeah, VCL spot looking strong.
This Bard's not going to be too impactful right now, but as he gets more items, it can definitely become like the secondary carry that he's going to need later.
Upset match really low on HP, holding 40 gold, trying to level, but is it going to be enough on this mountain board? It does have the extra sniper emblem from the trade tree, what it's called out earlier, as well as found the Jin, but it's just not strong enough going up against the Forge and Strength. 4 extra artifacts from the cash out. Upset max 40 gold, but down to 1 life. So, oh wow, Bar 2 and Vex and Blitzcrank.
And this is kind of the story we see with the prismatic starts in our lobbies is if you can't reach this high cap that some of our players are starting to really get to on these boards, you just kind of fall behind and bleed out in the late game. Upset Max does get to level 9 here, has 4 sniper in, has 6 stargazer, lots of these emblems being used, but the items just aren't quite working out with their secondary carry.
Yeah, the DP bits that we were looking for last game is now here with the red buff and the Morello.
True.
And I think he had Sterex as his 3rd item on the Zaya for all of stage 4, so he was like looking for that red buff to complete the build and probably just had to take a suboptimal Treasure Dragon offering to be able to complete that.
We're just able to take down LeBlanc to get this win over Solus, and that means we will live another round to get this new 2 on our board. Also, another emblem too. Okay, we might be scaling a little bit, but there are some really scary players in this lobby.
Yeah, I'd like to see him arrange his items a little differently, like maybe Vanguard on Tom Kench and Stargazer on Kench, and then you can go 3 items on both of your 2-star 4 costs. Oh, actually, no, you wouldn't. That would only be 5 total.
Yeah, but certainly could be a better distribution just to get like, some items on the Nunu and help him cast.
We're getting massive sniper value, though, for the Zaya and the Jin here on the far right side, trying to snipe onto that Nami in the back line. A lot of damage coming through. The Gwen staying strong and now going onto the back line. It will be enough to take down the Nami and Arctix RX's board. No one falling out of this game quite yet. Cool Guy Dom also stabilizing, getting 2 important wins there to try and claw his way up the scoreboard.
Yeah, Cool Guy Dom has been on 1 life for a few rounds now, so just barely hanging on. It's really going to come down to the matchmaking for him. I mean, he has a good board, but probably some players in the lobby that he won't be able to beat.
Yeah, I mean, just being able to get to level 8 and fit the like all the units, including the Rost, is sort of a big deal. It's not something that you're able to get to often playing Lulu, just because it's like 3-cost reroll. Like a lot of the units are expensive to hit everything. But he's going up against Upset Max.
He did a nice trick there where he opened the component anvil and didn't choose. Able to pick Bramble Vest in the AD matchup.
Hope he makes a difference here. The Lulu trying to snipe the back line away. The Maokai falls down just as a lot of the stuns come through from the Lulu. The knock-up from death from that Rost will be the end for Cool Guy Dom, and that will be a 7th place for him. Really strong start to the day, but the second lobby proved to be a little tough for him.
Cottontail with that big cash out does take a loss. He was sitting on like 70 gold when he did take that loss, so did want to go level 9 instead of getting the Fiora right away. And wow, finds a Fiora with almost no gold. Kind of crazy. But the level 10, we'll see if it pays off here, going down to 1 life for it.
We've got items to put on Fiora right now as well, as we do a last-minute swap of positioning. We need to get these items on fast. We do see Arctix on the other side, who is also nearly 1 life if he takes a really bad loss here on the end of stage 5. But the Gwen is snipping onto the backline, but the Kindred is on the far side untouched as the Yeet wraps onto the backline for Arctix, taking now down that Nami on the other side as well. So not too bad of a loss, not lethal, so you will have another chance to fight on stage 6.
And we got 2 players dying here. Solas, who reinforcemented into the LeBlanc and kind of just committed to staying on level 8, so he was always going to kind of cap low. And then upset Max, as we saw with the Stargazer Zaya. Ended up hitting a pretty strong board, but didn't have the HP to outplay Solas here.
Yeah, I feel like if you're Arctix in this game, you're pretty happy to make it out with the top 4. There was some really strong boards, and he was able to just tempo with the Worth the Wait Gwen and make it to level 9. But even now, he still's not having like the Blitz 2, which is something that you normally want to cap around with the Space Crew, just because there's too many people playing around the Vanguards with VCLF and Crazy Cat. I'm assuming they both have Blitzes.
Crazy Cat is at 7. Shepard does not have the Blitzcrank on board, but has a pair on the bench, so not quite figuring out how to fit that in yet. I think when we upgrade it, which we decide not to, instead go for the 2-star LeBlanc, we'll be able to get this really strong board. This is just very, very powerful here. Hopefully, maybe it's able to beat VCLF, who had the Fortune Strength cash out.
Yeah, Crazy Cat has the Sona 2, but no items on it. Does go for the second 7 Shepherd. Really playing around this Graves too with the Caster Graves that we haven't seen that much recently. Caster Graves does give precision, so he has double glove items on it.
Yeah, obviously going against Cottontail, he's got a really strong board, but I can't help but wonder if the Graves is an overcook in a spot like this, where the Shepherd Summon is giving AP to your whole team.
Yep.
So it just makes a lot more sense to play around the magic damage carries in Sona and LeBlanc, and introducing this Graves is definitely a little outside the box, but it is kind of what he's known for. So we'll see if he can make it work. This is sort of a Crazy Cat classic.
VCLF.
Yeah, no, I also agree. I think the Graves would be better served as just a AP carry to benefit from the 7 Shepherd, like you said.
The artifacts on the other side for VCLF have proven to be very, very strong since cashing that out, won 9 rounds in a row, and is not looking to stop now. The massive CC coming through from the waves of the Shepherd spawn, the Bia and Bayan, able to do a lot here, but the rest of the front line just kind of falls down to this LeBlanc and the Bard on the other side. VCLF is level 10. He is absolutely steamrolling this lobby and is not looking to stop anytime soon.
Yeah, Crazy Cat going out in 3rd here after that insane start. I do feel like the Graves probably made him a little bit weaker, but I don't know if he would have been able to beat VCLF with this insane Fortune Steel cash out, where he was able to use every item effectively, and Cottontail, who of course has a 400 anima cash.
Yeah, it is sort of a case where Crazy Cat was probably slated to be top 2, and then VCLF cashed out these like perfect emblems, and now he's kind of taken his spot.
Final matchup of the game, level 10 versus level 10. The anima cash out versus Fortune Strength. We're seeing the power of the scaling, the risky plays, the HP trading for resources being the result in a top placement in this game. The Fiora did wrap onto the backline and is now killing this LeBlanc, and will be onto the Bard next. A huge wrap for Cottontail's board, and so is this going to be enough to be lethal? I don't think so. So we'll have another fight.
It's looking close, maybe without the wrap. Also, VCLF is still carrying this LeBlanc. Really wants the Vex, I think. Has 4 Shepherds, so not even using the LeBlanc. And of course, the Arbiter is only the Econ Arbiter, so it's not useful either. Does sell the Vex. Finding 2 more is a little bit too difficult here. Sells the Vex to try to hit some of these other upgrades instead.
Need to protect the wrap on the right side where our carries are for sure. This Blitzcrank maybe being able to do that. See if a swap did happen. We're on the enemy board here for Cottontail. Do see it on the same side as the carries. The few are going to try to do their best to wrap past that Leona, but Leona does not move. It is very, very tanky, but falls down very quickly to this Giant Slayer on the Master Yi, but not wrapping onto the backline will be the difference. VCLF standing strong here. The Blitzcrank looking to take out the rest of the team, and Cottontail will fall down. VCLF taking the win here in game number 4 of our regional finals week 1, day number 2.
Yeah, that's a huge cash out from the Fortune Strength of the VCLF, getting Stack Shift for LeBlanc to go along with Rageblade, one of the best possible backline items, and also getting the frontline items of Indomitable, Silvermere. The Triforce ended up being quite good on the Blitzcrank as well. So just getting 4 amazing items, and was able to beat Cottontail's 400 Anima cash out. The Melees weren't able to make it on the backline in that last fight. So really exciting finish from VCLF and Cottontail.
Well, it was a fantastic game and a fantastic cast. Camberly, thank you for joining us so much for these 2 games. Obviously, we're glad to have you on the cast because that means you're already in week 2. You're going to be competing next week for a spot at the Tactician's Crown. So super thankful to have you on. Anything we should expect from you from next weekend?
You can expect to make Worlds again.
I love to hear it. I love to hear it. Thank you so much for joining us. Excited to watch you play next weekend, and excited for the remainder of today to see who will join you in week 2. So we're going to be going to a quick break, and on the other side of the break, the analyst desk will break it down, show us the standings, we'll shuffle the lobbies, and get into the back half of our day to see who will make it on to the final day of week 1. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome back, everybody. It's the Americas Regional Finals, and I'm here with Hupe-san and Sub-Zero Arc to break down the action that we just had in that 4th game. And I know we were all so excited to see that artifact drop come through for VCLF. That was insane.
Yeah, I mean, Forcing Strengths, just having the possibility of getting so many power-ups there on the Leona 3-star, having double anti-CC, as you were mentioning, Sub-Zero, during the break, and we were talking about, I mean, it was just too much raw power, and Cotton was close. He managed to get to the backline there with the Fiora, but it just wasn't enough. It was too much power from BCLF.
Yeah, I mean, a really interestingly played game from Cottontail. We've seen a lot of people, basically every time we've seen Anima today so far, it's been played into Mighty Mech. But Cottontail had the trait tree, had the Brawler spat and the Rogue spat, so decided to go into more of a Master Yi build. And I mean, it went really, really well up until the end. Maybe if VCLF did not have hand-picked emblems there, he would have been able to come out with the win. But still, very, very good performance for Cottontail, putting him close to the top 8, and VCLF is actually in first place in points after today, after that last game. So very, very happy about that first.
I will say though, I was pulling for Crazy Cat to have the Mr. 100 game, especially after we saw somebody have that achievement in the EMEA regional finals. I was like, for sure this win streak is going to continue and Crazy Cat's going to get the dub at 100 HP. But did get close. I mean, third place is also a really great number of points to add.
Yeah, we see CMB cooking maybe too much, having the Graves, Darkstar, trying to, I don't know, Cho 3 plus a Diana there. So it didn't work out for him. So the Brazilian goes 8th, at least in this spot, putting him in a more difficult position from now on. And I mean, the rest, LeBlanc, Tempo, the Shepherd, with the 2 Shepherd trying to get onto that big Sayobin, the big, I don't know, the triple evolution of a Pokemon, if you will, and being so strong, right? Even to the late game, maybe the power wasn't just not enough, but to get there, it was perfect.
Yeah, the other main takeaway I have after watching this lobby is that Lulu is not doing great today. I think we've seen 3 Lulus on main broadcast, and all of them have bought forward so far. I love this line. It's such a fun reroll line, especially when you're in like Medallion Lulu and you're printing gold, or your Mountain Lulu and getting a little bit of CC, but it's just not working in these lobbies. People are reaching Lulu 3, but with like 1 or 2 lives left and are losing fights. It is an expensive board. 3-cost reroll tends to be really, really expensive. So if you don't stabilize really hard once you hit, you do end up bot 4ing, as is what happened here with Coldai Dom.
I mean, but we are ending up seeing some other 3-cost rerolls excel. I mean, Samira, I think, is one of those that has continued to look very good today. We saw the Victory reroll earlier on, and so I feel like there are a couple of reroll lines that are working, but this one, for some reason, maybe it just needs to be a different Stargazer pattern, like you were saying, and then we'll really be able to see that work. But for now, here are the standings. 4 games done, 2 more left, and then we are cutting the bottom 8 of the competition, so this is the page you want to avoid. There's still a pretty small margin in between Super Pino at 11 points and 40th place, and Tex and 33rd with 15 points.
Yeah, for Super Pino, a rough pot, but yeah, you mentioned Nekra. Only 8 players will be eliminated, so this last slide, and only 4 points with 2 games remaining. This means Super Pino with 2 good games, together with Koala, Soulless. Everyone here still have a chance, but they need to step it up.
Yeah, great thing about this format is that everybody always has something to play for. Even if you're at the bottom there, you can play for your life, play for your ability to play in the next day. And if you're up here in the sort of like middle of the pack, you're playing to try to do better, try to put yourself into a good spot for tomorrow, because the points carry over to tomorrow. Everybody right now is playing not just for today, but for their scores tomorrow, and to put themselves into a really, really nice spot. As we go further and further up the leaderboard, you're going to see more and more people in good spots here. Cool Guy Dom, after that last game, dropped a little bit. Dank Memes had a bit of a stumble there. I thought he was going to go 4th every single game today with his start, but he's definitely getting up there and doing pretty well after we talked about him on the pre-show.
I will say that, like, I'm really excited about Halloweens. This is not a player that we've actually been able to feature on the main broadcast yet, but one of the other underdogs coming out of the Brazilian region, 18 points is a really great position to be in going into these final 2 games of the day. This is a player that, like, you know how we rolled through the player cards during the break and they give us like, their fun facts and things? I think it's really cool to see that Halloweens is one of those competitors that has been playing for a really long time, but has actually tried this competitive TFT circuit and is being rewarded for that. Maybe even makes it into the TFT Pro circuit. There's still a long way to go, and of course, like as we start to progress up the standing, you'll see that like the points are starting to run away, especially with like the top 8 that we'll be looking at. But I'm just so excited. I think those underdogs are always the players that I'm looking at to see if they can make their breakout set.
100%. In this last slide, BCLF in the top, 3-time Tactician Crown representative for Brazil, together with Toshi, so the Brazilian store totally present, and Black Sheep for Latin America, they're also on third place. For Black Sheep, already have been to TAC Crown. For Toshi, this is his chance. This is his chance to start to push, start to get that possibility. So, I mean, normally NA has been the powerhouse in every tournament that we have from the Americas. So it's good to see also Latam and Brazil making a great presence now.
Yeah, NA needs to step up their game. We're getting shown up here by BR and Latam here, so we'll see. I mean, we have some other people like DPay and Ripple Overdrive who are right up there at the top. It's actually very, very close up there, and that's the other thing is even for these players who are at the top, they can't take their feet off the gas here. Every single placement still matters going into your games tomorrow. If you can do really, really well, you know, VCLF, Toddy, keep going first and second, then you're going to put yourself into an amazing spot going into day 2 and just be able to coast. Take some top 4s, have a chill day 2, and then make it to the TFT Pro Circuit.
We have reshuffled our players around in these lobbies so they get a chance to compete against maybe some fresh faces for these upcoming 2 games. And for this next one, we're going to be following Lobby 1. We've got one of our points leaders here, VCLF. We also have Degree, I think, Degree and Cottontail, both of our representatives from the North American region that are also going to be very close to the top. But everyone else, we gotta see Super Pino, I think, step it up. Look, we've got it's like the Latin American sandwich.
Yeah, totally. Also, not only the sandwich, yeah, Cottontail, for example, he's training with Metzao. Cotton is from Brazilian family. For Argentinian family. He lives in the US, but he talks Spanish perfectly. So he trains Metzao. He has trained many of the Tactician Crown representatives from Latin America before the merging of the regions. So it's also cool to see him here. He represents NA, but in my heart, he's also from Latam.
Yeah, and then Dank Memes, Degree here, just trying to show up NA, give us some good performances here. Dank Memes, somebody who we talked about at the top, has a lot to prove here going into this lobby. 18 points is like right there on the bubble. His fate is completely in his own hands. If he can get 2 good games to close out today and go into day 2 with a really solid scoreline, he's going to feel really good. And if he has some rough games here, then he's going to be going into day 2 really an underdog, going to have a lot of space to have to make up in those next few games in day 2.
I can't wait to see how this one goes. And so for that action, I'm going to turn it over to you 2 and CLE to bring us through this game.
Thank you, Necra. Appreciate it. Excited for the final 2 games to see who will be making it on to our final day, to see who will be moving to the TFT Pro Circuit. It is an exciting event and achievement for all of our players. And so, Hoope, Sub-Zero Arc, you guys ready to see who's going to make it out? I know we got to keep our eyes on the players that are on the danger line down below.
Yeah, we have it, man. Michael popping off, the GOAT of Latam, 4-time Tactician Crown representative. I want to see more of him. That tempo play, that aggressiveness that he's accustomed to do. Super Pino in a difficult spot here. Sub-Zero, we saw him on the standing on the pure bottom there in placement. So he will have to risk it. He will have to go for Anima Cash Out. He will have to try to play some 5-9 with risky spots. So let's see how he prevails on this difficult situation.
Yep, gonna have to go 1st or 8th as we get into this game, and we will see. It is a prismatic finale this game, so we already know that we're gonna have some prismatic in here, but we'll see if it's quite one of these, 2 prismatic or 3 prismatic games. We definitely know we're gonna have a prismatic augment at the end here, so maybe that can be the thing that these players are gonna use to catapult themselves as far as board strength-wise to a win here. So we will see as we get into this game.
One thing we saw in EMEA earlier today is that the cutoff was at 23 points for the bottom 8. And so for many of our players, we see their points on the right side of our screen. We need to be able to get above that 23 mark. 24 and above was safe in EMEA, but we really, want to give ourselves a cushion and set ourselves up well for the next day. So all the points we can get is what we're looking for, but really aiming need to be above 23.
Yeah, 100%. As you mentioned, threshold, and of course, summing as much as possible. Starting out with Chansen Lee, coming in from TPC, having a rough position in TPC, was not the favorite, but was able to at least avoid playing stage. So it's now here, trying to maintain his spot, and one of the players in risk for now with a primordial start, trying to get additional economy here. And of course, still waiting for an angle. We see on the right a lot of primordial start. Probably one of the best early games you can have is open to G. You're open to play Jinx. It's good flexibility, and you can also make a little economy while you get there.
Yep, this is a fantastic opener. If you can get there, we are missing the last piece and the hardest piece to find, which is the Belveth here. Also does have this list pair plus Cho'Gath, definitely a reroll comp that we've seen perform a lot today, and this augment is going to have a lot of influence on that. Spirit of Redemption, Booster Pack, and Epoch here, so has the multiple paths we can go down. Does have the Big Bang as an option. Don't think we're going to click it. We have no Meepsies. Hodge is a good item for Meepsy. Does see Anima Commander here. This is a very interesting option here. Cheng-Shin Lee is right in the middle here, so doesn't really have to play first or eighth. Oh, and 2 tanky, another great option, and our items are decent enough for it. So a lot of good options here. Do we want to play first or eighth? Do we want to just play solid? We also are going to be doing a lot of scouting here. See, Super Pino on the side did tank 2 tanky, so that's probably going to scare us off and force us into Anima Commander. Also, oftentimes, you want to wait to take Anima Commander until you see other people. Make sure no one else is trying to lost streak this game. Make sure no one's going to try to grief you. You want to get this in as late as possible so no one has a chance to grief you. And yep, going to put that Jinx in the front line. Just going to make sure that we're going to lose as many fights as we can here with this 2 on Anima.
BC left on the other side with solo play, getting that really strong start, knowing that this Leona is important, but we're not going to be printing quite yet. We don't even know what our Arbiter is because we've not been able to test it. But curious what Dank Memes has for his spreading roots. We know that that is quite powerful. All of these emblems are something that we're looking forward to. Another interesting choice is Michael taking that Conduit augment. We saw Kiyun play yesterday. Not too much success, though.
Also, we saw there the Super Pino tech. When you get an augment that you know you don't want to be contested, you take the augment, then you start pinging yourself. That's very important to do, and maybe that was the reason Chang-Shen Lee just avoided, obviously, the 2 tanky, and you don't want to be contested. And for now, Super Pino just getting anything possible. He doesn't need to win streak or lose streak here. So probably just be as strong as, not as strong, but just try to make some economy here and then pivot to the 2 tanky Samira Ornn. If he managed to maybe avoid the Anima player to ramp up, it could also be a possibility and maybe sell his work.
Yeah, that's going to be on everyone's minds here in this lobby. Is there is an Anima player. We know they're in this lobby on 2-1. So who can grief their board in this lobby to stop the Anima player? The other thing to think about in this lobby is we know Soraka is one of the gods this game. If you can get a Soraka boon, get some extra HP, this means you can go for crazy, crazy Anima cash outs. You're already plus 5 HP from the augment. So it's definitely a situation where Anima can go crazy if unchecked, and at this level of play, people are going to be looking to grief as much as possible. We even saw yesterday some players on like stage 3 were selling their boards to grief the Anima player to ensure that they didn't reach those super, super high cash outs, because if you're getting to a 400 cash out, a 500 cash out, you're almost just winning the game for free from that point.
Something to keep our eye on, though, is a lot of our players are playing around different augments and play styles that want to lose. Obviously, Cheng-Shen Lee has that Anima, but also Super Pino is basically full open into 2 tanky. We have Cottontail, who has savings account, so all he wants is money. So very, very likely that Cheng-Shen Lee does get griefed here.
Yeah, makes total sense. Have to be careful about that. Who opens up? We see Cotton here still just using, and this is one of the show of Super Pino versus Cottontail. Both of them want to lose, but both of them trying to greet the Primordial. So whoever wins here is actually losing Sub-Zero.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we have the combat augment here, the 2 tanky, which might be, it's actually such a close fight here. We can see just the Belveths in the backline hitting here. I mean, both players wanting to greed this Primordial to make as much econ as possible, but can end up in a spot here where you end up winning a fight where you might not want to. And yes, Super Pino ends up winning the fight there, which ends up breaking the loss streak, which is quite awkward, actually.
Good news, though, for Cheng-Shen Lee, who, you know, once you start winning, you kind of want to keep winning. And so it's less likely to want to grief the options there.
Okay, good chances here. Akali, Kai'Sa. Akali normally for the Jinx angle, we saw maybe one player trying to go for that. We have a treasure hunt player that is actually still looking for a way out. So it will be interesting to see what is the decision. Also for confirmation, Stargazer is Fountain. That's the Lulu that is able to heal. So normally good when you play Lulu, but if you play Twisted Fate, I haven't seen it directly. I think if you have a good Twisted Fate, it could work, but of course you need to have that tanky Jax to actually get some value out of it.
Yeah, Fountain is one of the ones that I haven't seen perform that well in the TF version. Theoretically, yeah, you can go infinite, get the super tanky Jax, have him pop off. I don't think any of our players this lobby will be playing it, but we'll see. There is the ability to play towards that treasure hunt, so definitely something that can happen. Dank Memes here has the Space Group spat, one of the spats that we have been really, really excited to see every single game today. It's 7 Space Group, so strong these days. Nami got buffed up on this patch, so very likely to see him play into that. He's got a really tanky front line here with the Warmog's Gargoyle onto the Nasus already. Just needs to kind of finish out some other items, and we do maybe run the risk of not having any damage items. Really want to prioritize in later carousels, making sure we get to some kind of damage, or else we're going to be stuck on just a super tanky front line and no damage items.
Bad news for him is he is kind of contested with a 2 tanky player in the lobby wanting to reroll that Ornn and Samira, but it does mean that Nami line will be open for him if he does decide to get there. And that shop, that's a great start.
Yeah,
we can get rolling with this one.
Yeah, beautiful. Finds also the Ornn, has some upgrades here, and he has the Psionic open, so he could find maybe a Gragas, get the Psionic, get the Brawlers in together with the Nasus. So good possibilities. Also Degree now showing only 2 Primordials with Prize Fighter, so trying to really win as much rounds as possible to get value out of the augment.
Yeah,
Doing it for now.
I love this augment. It's high risk, high reward. If you can keep your streak, you can put yourself into an amazing spot. I actually queued a game this morning on Prize Fighter, and I 15 streaked, got 3 components, and I said, oh, this augment is so amazing. But definitely had some times in the past where you take this augment, you lose your streak on stage 2, and you go, oh God, what have I done? It's not going to do anything. But Degree, in one of these good spots, has the 5 streak here, immediately going to collect an item component. And honestly, after these 5 wins, you've already gotten 3 components from this augment. It's similar to like an item grab bag. So already after you get your first component, this is pretty good value. And if you can get to another 5 wins from here, it's at 4 components. I mean, if you got another 5 at 5 components, then it's getting to like prismatic in terms of value here. So this is one of those augments that can cap really, really high, and Degree in an amazing spot here. Also good points wise, right? 21 points right now. So in a good spot in a lot of different ways.
I think Degree is one of these players that coming into this tournament, you may have heard the name, but you may not expect him to be someone that I would probably call a favorite in this tournament. He is someone that has consistently played through tier 2, hasn't quite got to the heights that he's needed, but when he has been at his best, he got 7th at the Tactician's Crown back in Remix Rumble. This is a guy that is a beast, and when he's locked in, can absolutely perform with the best of them, and we're seeing that here at 21 points, sitting right in the middle of the pack, setting himself up well for the next day, and I'm excited to see him continue on throughout this game and hopefully tomorrow.
Yeah, 100% finds the Jinx. If you want to go to that angle, he has some possibilities here. He has the Giant Slayer, so he could stay re-rolling for the Jinx if he managed to stable, but I think he will just tempo into Master Yi. Makes a little more sense to maintain the win streak, to try to maintain pressure in every moment of the lobby and not stay maybe forcing a re-roll in this moment. So Degree with a good chance, probably trying to go as deep as possible, as you mentioned, Sub-Zero. Maybe that 15 that you managed to accomplish, or at least 10 to get something differential.
Yeah, I think 10, he'll be pretty happy with 10 if he can get a streak. So yeah, I think he'll be fine with that. Yeah, Jinx a fantastic comp, but like you were saying, you really want to get all the slams you can in this spot here. In Jinx, you'd more want to like greed for specific items, things like Deathblade, versus here, we can just be happy, make the last Whisper, very likely playing into Master Yi from here. Great slams for it already, has the sword open for Edge of Night, so a really, really good spot into that line. Does have even Kahuna Huna, which is a solid combat option here, has Portable Forge, which plays into a lot of solid artifact setup, so a lot of good potential choices for Degree here, augment-wise.
The right side of the screen, we can see these augment choices come through live. We're seeing a bunch of these duplicators come through from Michael and Metsuwa, our Latin American friends, wanting to hit these 3 stars. Changshin Lee, though, is the one to keep our eye on. He has not won a round yet, so he is continuing that Anima streak and is hoping to continue a bit longer. But VCLF and Degree both at 100 HP still here on 3-2, and they're really hoping that they're not going to fight one another.
Yeah, Michael decides to use the dupe for tempo here. So Zoe 2, Morde 2, using the duplicators. That normally is a reroll option. Michael is well known for being the tempo player, the aggressive player, preserve HP. And then you might think, okay, but he doesn't have any, but he managed to get a 4th from places that really don't make sense. A differential player, someone that plays his own TFT, and he's showing it right now with this decision.
Yep, a great plan to stabilize the board, but sadly, we're going to rotate into a very, very strong board from Dank Memes here. Dank Memes going to win this fight, and he took Epic Roll Down at his second augment, so feels really good any fight that you can win when you're essentially playing down an augment, and this also means once Dank Memes does reach level 8, he's going to have a lot to work with here. I really wanted to see this board from VCLF. I'm happy we moved over to it because VCLF took Misfits here. This is really a fast 9 plan. You really want to make it to level 9, fit all these 5 costs in on your board, and we're on good pace to get there. We're on a 7 streak here. Really need to keep our streak is the only thing because we don't have any econ augments that are going to actually get us to 9. We're using the econ from our win streak here, so if we ever drop our streak, it's going to get a little bit scary, but if we can keep our streak for the rest of the stage, be that other person who's, you know, playing for a 10 streak after Degree just lost his, then we'll be in an amazing spot, and the Misfortune 2, a huge upgrade to allow that win streak to continue.
I mean, he did take down Degree's streak, so it is huge for his tempo and also controlling, you know, the tempo of the lobby and his HP. I love seeing that he's got 2 of those unique traits already, but it will be hard to get to that board. It's really like that Nova Graves board that has so many of these unique traits. Is fun to see.
Yeah, good options here. 3 costs, so misses the Varus, not giving the possibility of duplicators for the ones that were going for that option. So we see a little more balance here. Some people going for the Leona, and maybe not many priority. There was maybe a Lulu player that wants the Emilio, but not any premium here on the options of champion.
Yeah, pretty chill game so far as God offerings go. We haven't really gotten anything that's going to like warp the game, like a Scuttle Puddle. Still haven't seen that extra HP, which the rest of the lobby's feeling really good about as far as Changshen Li's spot goes, because still on that 8 loss streak, has a ton of gold saved up, and if nobody griefs this, he is going to get to a very nice cash out. 340 stacks right here is easily going to make it to 400 stacks. Likely we'll just take that 400 stacks and say, okay, we're done here, good enough. Already has the A-Soul on bench here, which is fantastic for the transition. If he does want to go crazy, he could try to greed for a 500, but it might be a little too crazy. We will see.
I love him taking a combat augment and then immediately positioning so that it is not being used. It's kind of antithetical of what you would do in TFT, and I just think it's really funny. So he will get ready for that big cash out and see what that will do. Maybe he's even going to reach 400 right now.
Yep.
Sure does.
Yeah, this is a really nice round. I mean, I think you can just take this cash out here. The slightly funny thing in this spot here is that if you're not going to like level and spike this round, you might lose 3-6 anyway. So it tends to be a little bit awkward in a spot like this, but the big thing is if you want to save for 500, yeah, you got to sack 2 more, which is just too much. So we take the cash out here, get the Psionic Slicers and the triple dupes. This means that we're very likely to want to play for an Urgot 3 as well on this board. You've seen a lot of people play this kind of new school version of this A-Soul board where they don't actually play Urgot anymore. But with the triple dupes, you really oftentimes want to play for the Urgot 3 here. So we'll see which version he ends up in. Also, if he wants to stay in the Psionic Slicers or not. We have a Reforger, so we could fish for something better, which could be one of these really good tank items, or we could reroll it into something much worse. So gonna see if he wants to take the risk here on the Reforger in just a few moments after this fight.
Makes total sense. And of course, maintaining the loot streak here important, even though he's not stacking the anima. He's stacking it, but he will not use it anymore, just trying to get additional value here because of the streak. That's 3 additional gold that is so important also for 2 rounds. So Changshen Li in a great spot here to do a 4-1. He cannot lose one more time, so probably just doing pre-leveling here and probably going deep and try to stabilize the board. Important, he needs to find everything, at least the Mech 2-star and Aurelion Sol 1, ideally 2-star.
ECLF maintaining that streak, 10 wins in a row. Changshen Li, I'm not sure he's killed a unit all game. Looking at his anima, it is very, very even in those numbers, and so not quite getting any of the stuff he's looking for. We'll get the Mighty Mechs now online, so we'll be able to play this. With the units we're holding, I'm not sure we're going to be playing just the 6 Mighty Mech.
Yeah, he's open to possibilities, I think.
Yeah, he's kind of cooking here. We'll see. Hopefully we beat the Gromp. They did at least nerf this Gromp, so we'll probably be okay. I don't know. I had a few games early on in the set where I lost to this Gromp when it was broken, but I think it's been nerfed enough that we will be able to win here. Okay, this is a really tough turn.
Oh
Look at all these anvils.
Yeah, he has the Morgana too. I think he knew he was on camera. He was like, okay, I'll give you a show. And he tried to buy the Master G. He bought 2 Tam Kench, but then he just committed here. He knows the Morgana 2 is strong enough to sustain the front line, and now he just needs the damage. Finds the Ace of 2-star here, and now he's stable. And also a Grave, if he wants to grid a little more and maybe have the opportunity to ramp into the later stages of the game. I feel it's difficult to put it in, but he does.
I mean, we got a lot of our actions off, but now we need to get items on board. We will lose this round. We're going to face Meswa on the other side, who has not quite hit his upgraded board yet. Does have all of his 2 stars, getting that treasure hunt as we go along, but not a very strong front line to go along with it with our main frontliner, but we have the 2 other upgrades that should stabilize us enough. Gonna be hopefully slamming a red buff here and getting some more items alongside that.
Yeah, a pretty good person for Cheng Shenli to fight here. Metsua's board is not that strong, still hasn't hit a lot of the 3 stars. The worst case scenario when you have this big cash out is that you fight somebody really, really strong and take a loss here and drop down to almost no HP at all. We do pick up the win there, which is very nice, can stabilize a bit, hopefully get a solid augment to stabilize us even further. Don't have the mech too, but having those other 2-star frontliners will help a lot in that spot.
Ooh, and we did know this from our encounter. It will be Prismatic to close out our game. Lots of quick choices coming through because lots of our players are going to roll.
Baron Slayer, normally good augment, but we're playing Space Group, so it's not ideal. He gets it anyway, so double stats is always good. But of course, you need something. Not having maybe the Deathblade made a difference here for the Samira. He needs power, and now with the additional base stats, base AD and AP, from the Baron, he can get maybe that additional damage that he needs.
Yeah, one of the interesting things in that spot is we don't have an econ augment, and 3-cost reroll tends to be pretty expensive. You could see we're pretty far from our board there, so we're gonna keep an eye and see if we can actually reach that entire board there, because with no econ aug, it's a little bit sketchy. We definitely want to hit everything in that spot, and we do at least hit the Samira here, so this is a big upgrade. Kind of funny, the order that we hit in here. Samira 3, but not that many Orns yet, so hopefully the plan is that Samira is gonna stabilize us this stage, make us pretty strong here, along with the Baron's Lair, and then we can econ back up, hit the Ornn 3, and then cap out high enough to get a good placement here.
One thing I'm keeping my eye on is Dank memes. Slow level 8 with epic roll down and a duplicator on bench means we should be on 3-star 4-cost watch. This will be something that he is confident in going for, and we'll see if that does happen on 4-5.
It's always great to have that mission, go for the 4-cost that no one's buying. So just try to scout, make sure you know exactly what you want to go for, and then do that deep roll down. No one's missing. The pings start happening. And of course, great to watch. This Degree, trying to stabilize here, finds only 1 Master G. Tam Kench is still 1-star, so not gold. So difficult position here. Finds the Kindred too, that is also important in the comp, but this might not be just enough. He needs damage for the Master G to access the backline.
Yeah, this is, I mean, we hit the Kindred too, but that's kind of the least important upgrade on this board. We don't have the upgraded frontliner in the Tahm Kench too. We actually do have the Maokai too, who we could tank for now, but we're holding on to this pair here. We did take the Kuhunhuna, so that is a big amount of combat strength on our board here. The Yi walks to backline and is trying to kill this Asol, but the Asol is just too tanky here, I think, is going to clear that out and is going to end up winning. And we also, look at Cheng Shenli's item, did end up reforging the item and got the Battle Bunny crossbow here, which is a little bit awkward. Definitely not the one that you were looking for, but it's going to do a little bit. He has it on Karma right now, which is not amazing, but it'll do a little bit of extra damage.
Super Parting Gift is a bit better here later on in the game because you can get 2 of these 5 costs that you're looking for and possibly get an early upgrade on level 8. Will be something to keep our eye on, but we definitely want to watch Dank Memes and his 3-5 here. 77 gold, I imagine, will be leveling and rolling quickly. I'm very curious if there's some backdoor 3-cost he's going for, not just Nami, which is the one he wants to play on his board.
Yeah, the Soraka shield, it was buff, I believe, last patch or 2 patches ago, so decent now to maintain your front line a little better. So some of them also getting that possibility. Degree needs to find the Tahm Kench that you mentioned, Sub-Zero, not finding anything here, and of course the Master G for additional damage. There's the Kench.
Kench and the Yi.
And no G.
Yeah, at least he paired. Oh, he hits the E,
Right.
but he doesn't have the gold to buy it right now. That's heartbreaking. But at least he has the Kench too. That's going to give him some extra econ to play with. Also, just stabilize his front line a bit. We see the 3-star Lulu come out here for Metsua. Only awkward thing about Metsua's spot is we never hit a 3-star frontliner. We're still here on Jax 2 on our board, and a Jax 2 is really not going to hold up against some of these really, really strong late game boards. I don't want to say that Lulu's going to go another bot 4 because every Lulu we've seen today has gone bot 4, but I'm a little bit worried looking about this spot. I don't know if we're going to be able to make it to a good enough front line here, and we're not super healthy in this spot after the Lulu might get a big cast off.
Ooh.
Okay. Can the Ornn finish this board off? He might be able to. Ornn does a lot of damage.
Oh my
Does
God,
actually
no.
win the fight. This Ornn unit is a beast in these late game fights. Actually does a lot of damage with his cast.
Cheng Shin Lee, though, did lose his previous fight. Not sure exactly who it was against, but we do know that this Anima cash out really did not benefit that much here into this late game. We didn't even go for any of these 3 stars with all the duplicators either. We decided to go the more classic route for Mech right now. So not looking great for Cheng Shin Lee. Needs to really turn it around.
Finding possibilities here. Shen Sword helping also the front line a significant damage here for Dank Memes. Trying to maintain tempo. Goes up against BCLF. That still maintains the Misfortune. Level 8 for him. Probably a lot of gold. We see 50, but probably closer to level 9 that we think. Trying to make that transition so important. And for now, just holding items. Access to the backline for the Riven. So a chunk here. BCLF in a great position right now. The leader in points. And just trying to maintain himself and some a little more.
Yeah, Dankmeme's really happy he gets to fight BCLF here because it's very likely BCLF is going to spike next round. Took those double combats into the invested as his last econ augment, so going to put him into a very, very good spot to go fast 9 very, very soon, which is really, really nice. I don't think there's anyone else in this lobby who's really thinking about Fast 9. And if you're the only person pushing Fast 9, that means uncontested Vexes. It means slightly uncontested Shens because some other people are holding on to them. And yeah, we can see the roll down here from VCLF. So many units to pick up here. Has a bunch of them. Is just going to start full selling board here to get all of these in. Really nice to transition on this 4-7 round because you get all of this extra time to roll down here. And it's a very, very hard turn to do, as we can see, trying to get all these units in. One thing that I am noticing is, okay, we found the Aatrox. I was about to say we might have ended up in Aatrox jail there. Not finding the Aatrox would have been horrible, but we managed to find it, found the Vex too. Last thing we really need on this board is frontline. Our whole frontline is 1-starred right now. Our best unit is the Rost right now, so we'd really like to find something like a Tom Kench 2. Seems like the Nunus are pretty hard to hit this lobby. The Morgana can be another option, so yeah, we're going to hold on to that, but yeah, needs to find some frontline here because no frontline is not going to cut it in these fights. At least we might be strong enough for these next few with just all of these 5-cost upgrades.
Be a humble, quirky Riven line on the other side, which does mean Dank Memes won't be going for Riven 3 at the very least in this matchup. BCLF does have so many of these unique traits online, which is just excellent foresight by him. Being able to choose that on 3-2 and know that we can get here, it's just, I mean, it's kind of a beast to play, honestly.
The Fiora ramping up here with the Kraken's Fury. So strong right now, BCLF. Being strong here and knowing that the Shen is coming, the Graves is just making strong. Great position for him. Metsao, on the other hand, low in HP together with Chansen Lee. 1 life for both. Metsao couldn't find the Jax 3-star. That is so important in this composition to give time to the Lulu, to make the Lulu Fountain heal someone that's actually getting that additional effective HP. So for now, just popping off. We saw the expression. He was just waving his hands like, okay, close it up here. So trying to just survive one more round.
Yeah, really hoping to just win 1 fight and have enough time to reach that Jax 3. We're sitting here 8 copies. It's so heartbreaking when you get stuck here. And we are going to rotate into this Space Crew board for Dank Memes here. And the Riven just flies straight to the back line. Always happens. I mean, this was really good positioning from Dank Memes. And I don't think the Fountain Healing is going to be enough to heal this board up. And it is going to be... I'm not playing Lulu anymore after watching these games, man. This comp has not done well today.
Oh man, Metsao does fall out there, and it looks like he won't be alone. Cheng Shin Lee does fall down to the 2 tanky board on the other side. The Anima cash does not quite work out. Oh man, it is heartbreaking to see these players drop out here and know that next game they're in danger and really need to turn it around and might have to just play for first.
Yeah, Lulu not being the comp today. Yesterday we saw at least 2 good Lulu games, but today it's just not working. Very difficult to navigate. You need to roll maybe at 6 to stabilize. Sometimes you stay on 6 to mature the Jax, but you lose rolling odds on level 7 for the Lulu. And actually, it's difficult to navigate. And it's too much pressure in the lobby right now. Everyone's strong. Everyone's pushing you. The tempo is hard. So yesterday was possible. Today, the tempo, the strength, the aggressiveness of everyone is showing that they don't give you a breather. They don't give you time to actually get the pop off and get the spot you need for the comp.
Yeah, exactly. Someone else who doesn't have a breather in this game either is Super Pino. Still hasn't made it to the Ornn 3 yet, and I think that's going to be the difference in this fight. I don't think Samira can do it all on her own, so he's going to lose this fight, drop down to 1 life here. This is what we were talking about. Without the Econ Augment, he's just not able to make it to Ornn 3, so just not strong enough here. Michael here, remember, took the Conduit Augment and is in an interesting spot. Made it to the Bard, which is nice, but we're stuck carrying this Victor on the board right now, which is really just not getting the job done. And yeah, oh my god, this spot is so close here from Super Pino. Made it to the Graves too, actually, somehow, which is incredible. A nice duo carry on this board here. Must have been the super parting gift, I imagine, that allowed him to get there, and is getting some upgrades here. But the biggest upgrade we need is this Ornn 3. We're just hoping to live every single round, see if we can just squeak it out. And someone's going to die this round. Michael versus Super Pino in this fight.
Yeah, Michael is very low in HP, both of them, and he doesn't have a comp right now. He just played for placement here. We knew he was tough. He got the duplicator as the second emblem, so he knows he's low. The Nunu is holding up, so let's see if the damage is just enough or no. Access to a backline. Michael managed to find a 6th place here, not happy with the performance, knows he could have done maybe that round that he actually lost could give him a little more win stick. He managed to do the win stick in the mid game, but of course there was no way to ramp it up from now on. Finds Super Pino here the Ornn, and now with the win condition to actually try to rush more points. For now, a 4th is good.
Dank Memes still sitting level 8, 70 gold. Has 4 rerolls still left from his epic roll down and that duplicator on bench. You know, I thought we were going to be on 3-star 4 cost way back when, but now everyone's scouting him, trying to see what his next move is, because this could happen really fast here in stage 6.
Yeah. We'll see if it ends up being a 3-star 4 cost. There aren't actually, funny enough, any Namis out of the pool because Super Pino doesn't have any, so could be something, though. Super Pino is going to be looking for those Namis. We'll see if we can beat Super Pino's board here, who just got that big spike. Really unfortunate for Dank Memes to rotate into him now that he has this 3-star Ornn here. Upside is Nami can splash the backline a little bit and try to, kill some units before the Ornn dies. She's doing her best here. Almost going to kill the Graves, but just not enough here. Super Pino was 1 life. If he had lost that 1 fight, he would have gone bot 4, but now he actually has really good potential this game, and he's scaling up the Graves. He played it a little greedy, honestly, but sometimes greed pays off, and if he can keep scaling up that Graves on that board, he is going to be really strong.
For Dank Memes, going to level 9 now in the next round, trying to find the Blitzcrank. That will be the next carrier that we want now. Try to disposition someone, maybe the Vex, get access to the backline. Right now, the compo is stable, but of course, everyone is ramping up so much. Super Pino with the 2 tanky together with the Graves. Fast 9 we're seeing. So Dank Memes need something additional for now. This is just a modest, a humble comp that has worked, has taken him here, but he needs to step it up now. Let's see if he finds the Blitzcrank.
50 gold to roll here. Cottontail also going to level 9 and having a good amount of gold to roll as well. Trying to look for any of these upgrades. We're missing a couple of our frontline upgrades, but on level 9, it will not be easy to find those. We'll be putting in another Voyager back on Dank Memes board. Not finding any crazy upgrades. We did find a Blitzcrank, and now we find another one in the shop, which we can duplicate to get that online right now, but we're stuck here looking at our items instead of buying and duplicating this Blitzcrank.
Yeah, hope that that's not going to be the fight diff here, because that could be huge. Blitz 2 is really impactful on the board. The upside is he's decently healthy, so worst case, if he loses this fight, it's not the end of the world, but all of these fights could make a huge difference here, especially as we rotate into this Corki board from Cottontail. Winning this fight would send Cottontail bot 4, and it's really close again. big cast from Corki going to come out here, but he's so low from the Nami splash, and I don't think it's enough. Yeah, he is going to go down here. Cottontail with just a humble Corki top 4, as usual. Just another day in the office, play some Corki top 4.
100% agree with that. Corki giving you exactly what he can do, playing tempo for Cotton, making sure he slams the items as soon as possible, and getting a good fourth to start putting him in a better position. 21 points, above average for Cotton, so this fourth place making him more safe for that cutoff. And of course, now thinking about tomorrow, Jack.
Super Pino, really important top 3 for him, playing this 2 tanky, putting himself in contention to be able to move forward if he's able to put together another good game next round. This will be a good picture of what the end of our game does look like. VCLF's level 9 board with all of these traits upgraded by Misfits, but Dank Memes having all of the upgrades on this Space Groove board. The amount of splash damage coming through is immense. The amount of CC coming through is even more so. And so Dank Memes able to take a win, and Super Pino also falling out in 3rd.
Yeah, solid placement for Super Pino. Really going to be happy to get some of those points on the board. Pretty surprised that VCLF's board it just was having a tough time into the Space Group board, but Space Group Emblem really strong. Nami being buffed up here. We've reached the Blitzcrank too. That Nunu ult so big against VCLF's board. Very, very clumped up for the Shen ult, and Nunu just kept rolling ball after ball at that Vex on the backline and was just doing so much CC. That's going to be a big thing that we're going to watch for in these late game fights is, can VCLF avoid the Nunu ball? Can he stop his Vex from getting CC'd in these final few fights?
Yeah, exactly. And he's very chunked. So the positioning is not in favor of VCLF. He decides to focus damage and embrace the crowd control here, Jack. Let's see if it happens well for him.
Graves has scaled. They have taken all of the mods for this and are now at laser ballistics, doing an incredible amount of damage now. I wonder if that's going to make a huge difference in this fight. The Nunu will get that last cast just from the Graves and will take down VCLF one more time. We'll have more fights to go and see if there's anything we can do to make a difference.
Yeah, I mean, all of these fights are quite close, but they seem to be going in the way of Dank Memes. We'll see on VCLF's board, is there any big upgrade that we can find here? Doesn't really have these kind of traditional attack speed items on Vex. No Guinsu's Rage Blade. Red buff is just doing its best. Guinsu's cosplay here is a solid attack speed item for Vex here. And yeah, the big thing that I feel like keeps hurting VCLF here is that our board is so clumped versus this Nunu, and especially this ranged version of Graves. If you line up the Graves and the Vex, then they're both going to get hit by Nunu Ball, and they're both going to get CC'd, and it's going to be really, really tough into this fight. We'll see what happens.
Nunu once again with a great angle here to hit both the carries, both Vex and Graves. VCLF in a winning position here, and there it is. The crowd control that you mentioned, Sub-Zero, so strong. Nami trying to fight it out. Vex doing damage, but the crowd control second ult there from the Nunu making great damage, and the Vex starts to ramp up a little, but it's just not enough. Not Fiora, Shen trying to pop off, and VCLF takes the win here. It's time.
Man,
Next one should... Yeah.
I really think that was a TG diff. We had IE Giant Slayer on our Fiora 2, and now we got a good TG once again, and another upgrade for our Graves. And so, oh boy, this is going to get closer and closer. Dank Memes needed to win that round, and now it could be lights out because of all these upgrades.
Yeah, the Graves continuing to get upgraded here. Another great TG onto this Fiora, by the way, the Shojin and the GS here. A little bit, not very tanky, but, she's still going to be doing a lot of damage, getting casts off and popping off here. We'll see. Once again, we still have pretty similar position to the last few fights here, but if we can blow up this Nunu before he gets too many casts off, then he is just not going to be able to CC our entire board here. Also, we did end up getting the choke onto the Graves here, so you can see he's really quickly chewing through a lot of these frontliners. Nunu dying so quickly here. I think Critical Mass might have been hit for VCLF, is going to chew through the Nunu as well. The Blitzcrank doing his best to pop off here, but the Graves with all these upgrades, just every single unit on the board going down here, and VCLF is going to be your winner in this game.
Top 1 in placement right now takes the win again. VCLF in a perfect position for getting to tomorrow CLE and having a chance to achieve the TPC Pro Circuit, the spot that is so important for them. So happy to see him pop off once again. Tactician crown represented so many times, and an elite player for sure.
so many times, but only back in set 8. It's set 17 now. It's been a while since we've seen VCLF at this height, and he is really, really proving his point at the top of the table. But Dankbeam's able to move up, was at 18 points towards the bottom half, and now getting that second place will propel him pretty far up. And so really excited to see what will happen in this game 6, because that's when it really matters. You want to really avoid 8th place if you're towards the bottom. You really need to get out of that bottom 8, and you got to do anything you can. And good thing is we've got some analysts to break down the action we just saw. So Nekra, take it away.
Well, we got one analyst. That's Asa, and Asa's gonna break down this game. But no, like speaking of what happened in that game number 5, I'm super excited to talk about this because I feel like that final fight between VCLF and Dankbeams, it really did go down to the wire. You were talking about maybe a small positioning difference that could have happened there from the Morgana just to make sure that it was protecting the Vex a little bit better, but then it felt like VCLF just turned things around.
Yeah, VCLF had the adaptive helm on the Vex until that stage 6, the carousel round, but instead they get an anvil, and then VCLF got a real third item on Vex, which is kind of his like main source of damage along with Graves. So that ended up really being the difference, whereas Dankbeams did get the third item on the Nunu, but that's not that important when you already have Thrium Ornn, the Shen 2, Blitzcrank 2 as well.
But at the bottom end of it, we had Metzao locking in that Lulu reroll line. And Asa, what's your vibe on this one? I feel like the vibe has been off for the other couple games that we've seen this Lulu line, but this one, I think it's solidified for me now that I don't want to see this reroll line again.
Yeah, Metzao definitely didn't hit. He died without a 3-star frontliner, so we didn't really get to see how strong he would have been if he hit that. But yeah, we've seen Lulu I think like 4 times between today and yesterday, and every single time it's placed I think in the bot half. Actually, Upset Max did get a third with it yesterday, but for the most part, this comp has been averaging like a 7.5 today.
It's not looked great. So maybe there's another way that we can end up seeing some of these AP carries. If you were thinking about like another option for 3-cost AP reroll, where are you thinking with those items?
I mean, we've been seeing Victor do well, but I think a lot of it, I mean, it's such a small sample size, right? Like, we've seen a couple good Victor games, but that's because people don't really think that highly of the Victor comp, so they only play it when they have a really good spot. Whereas Lulu, a lot of people think pretty highly of the Lulu comp, so they're more willing to play the Lulu comp, even if their spot is not that great for it. We saw, I think, last game before this one, a player didn't have the Mountain Stargazer right away, so they're actually kind of down a full emblem, but chose to play it anyway. So yeah, I think it is still a small sample. Lulu hasn't been doing that well, but maybe some people will see some success with it in the coming game.
Maybe we'll have somebody that will change our tune on it, but for now, I think this is the comp that I have started my hate watch for, and I don't want to see a player pick it for the foreseeable future. Some of these other comps, though, have looked really great. Wanted to quickly touch on the fact that in 7th place for this lobby, though, maybe on the opposite side of things, we did see an anime cash out, but that didn't go great. And so how are you feeling now for the vibes for the anime cash outs? I feel like we've seen a couple of questionable decisions throughout yesterday and today with those.
Yeah, so far we've seen everyone who was able to get a 400 cash out. They have gone first every single time, but Chen Li cashed out the crossbow, which is an AD item, but chose to commit to the mech line that he committed to before and was not able to use a crossbow, and then went 7. So it's almost as if he didn't have a cash out at all.
After the 5 games, we will see if maybe some of these players at the bottom might still look at trying to play something like that anime line just to try to chase those first places. But this is the page that this 6th game, this is it. You've got to try to get yourself out of the hole. There are going to be a couple of players that are able to do that, but I think unfortunately for Koala, that might be a mathematical elimination. This cutoff, though, is super tight, Asa, when you look at 32nd place being Shaco at 18 points.
Yeah, absolutely. Koala, unfortunately, has not top 4'd any of the games today, but only 8 players out of 40 total get cut. However, all those points are very important to go into the next day. So even if you're one of the players, like Tex, for example, who maybe has a few extra points above the cutoff, you're actually still trying to get a really high placement because you're going to go into the next day, those points will carry over, and you really don't want to just barely make the cutoff because then you're going to be in a tough spot immediately. So all these players really trying to get as many points as they can.
Still feeling pretty comfortable if you're going to be on this page between 17th and 24th place, but it really is about that wiggle room as you're talking about. So when we're taking a look at like the next slide, and of course our competitors that are in the top 8, those are the players that are fighting to get out of the regional finals early. On the successful end, you want to promote into the TFT Pro Circuit as quickly as possible tomorrow. So if you are sitting here at 24 points, 25 points, that's going to feel really great knowing when those sandwich cuts come in for the first time tomorrow.
Yeah, absolutely. The scores are quite tight in the middle area. Even on like the last few slides, we're seeing so many players with between about like 25 to 20 points. They're almost like all the fields in that range. But up at the top, we do have VCLF and Black Sheep leading the field, along with Todi, BR, and Latin America in 1, 2, 3. A little bit of a surprise, as NA is generally considered the stronger region.
How about VCLF getting first? That is crazy aura heading into this final game. 34 points to lead the pack. And you're right, since the merging of the regions, it really has been North America that has been considered the stronger of the 4. Latin America North, Latin America South, Brazil, kind of on the outside looking in. But this has been a huge turning of the tides, and I feel like that really did start when back in set 15 for KO Coliseum, we actually did see CMB take the Americas regional finals. That was really where I felt like Brazil cemented themselves on the map. Maybe they were really starting to edge out some of that competition, but here it was also about Black Sheep and Michael. I'm really excited about Halloween's again, a player that we haven't had a chance to see on the main broadcast yet, but from Brazil, I feel like is a breakout star potentially. But it's going to be so exciting to see how they do in this upcoming lobby. We are looking at Toddy. Maybe he can do a victory lap here. But for everybody else from the play-ins, Reddy has an opportunity to have that comeback from the TFT Pro Circuit. And then we're looking at some newcomers here, Tactician, as well as someone that's very exciting.
Yeah, Tactician is Bros's brother, so very interesting here. Yeah, going straight into the game. Everyone here can make it. They all have points played, except for Koala, unfortunately, only at 14 points. I generally expect the cutoff to go up about 4 or 5 points, since the average amount of points each player in the lobby gets is 4.5. So if that is the case, players will need about 22 or 23 points in order to advance to the next day. But even still, you don't really want to just barely advance. You're really trying to get as many points as possible.
This last game will decide everything. And so, Asa, I'm excited to watch from the sidelines with you as we send it back over to our casters, CLE, Sub-Zero Arc, and Hupe-san to bring us through our final game of the day.
Thank you, Necra and Asa, for breaking that down. Excited to see what happens in this game because this is going to be a nail biter. We have 3 players who are currently in the bottom 8 positions, and they have to fight out in this game. Hupe, who are these players, and what do we need from them?
Oh my god, they need a lot. Koala is the one in the dire spot. Koala has 4 points, and if we go by Asa's assumption, 8 points means 22. So it's very difficult to advance with that point. So in that moment, it's difficult. Bobster also has 17, so he needs a top 4 or better. But the most important thing is that you have to play your game. We were talking about this yesterday, Sub-Zero. It's not only about top 4ing or trying to get a spot. You need to play your game. And if that game means a top 1, you take it. And if it means a top 5, you need to cross it and maybe try to accomplish. So it will be interesting to see the lines that they pick and if they risk maybe a little more than usual.
Yeah, definitely. Just because you want to get the first or 8th placement doesn't mean you always have the option to get there. And for people like Bobster and Prestovant here, even a solid top 4 will at least put them, alive going into day 2 tomorrow or day 3. What's interesting here is that Prestament is one of these players near the bottom. I think this is somebody that, going into the broadcast, we were really, really hyping up. I think this is, one of the best players in North America and was somebody who almost wasn't even in weekend 1 of regionals. So it would feel really, really rough if we barely squeak into week 1 and then we get eliminated. So his back is against the wall here. He needs a really, really good performance in this final game. And we have a gold augment to start here.
Eat Death on the left side, the Mordekaiser hero augment would be fun. I would be so down to see it. It looks like he's considering it if he didn't instantly reroll. So would love to see that if possible. Solo plate obviously is a strong one. Late game scaling will get you into that level 9 quickly. And I think that's going to be where he will go. We look at the right side of our screen. We're going to see some of our augment choices come through. The main one I want to call out is Precedent taking Warpath, knowing he has a strong start and needing to deal damage to enemy players and needs to do that ASAP. This board's not that strong.
It reminds me of the Setsuko time when he loves to get the Warpath so difficult to accomplish and to actually get value out of it. So he's taking the risk. He wants to go for a full pop-off. Let's see if he managed to achieve it. More of a 4v4 augment sometimes.
Yeah, this is very, very high risk, high reward augment. If you can get there, if you can get to the cash out, I mean, it is prismatic level of value, but there have been players before who have taken this and not cashed it out before dying, and so hopefully that will not be precedent here. Starts off with a win, which is very good. We have the Milio too, and one of the most important things when you get this augment, when you're starting with a 2-star 2 cost, is that you have items that you can slam onto them, that you can multiply their power up and make them stronger. And we did get to this Striker's Flail onto the Milio here. Really, really good because he has that innate spell crit. Yeah, we're really, really looking to hit a front line at this point. We have a pretty strong back line at this point, but no front line yet. So that's the main thing that Precedent is going to be looking for there, and also hoping to not rotate into too many strong boards here.
Well, we've talked a lot about our players that are at the bottom of the table, but let's talk a little bit about those that are succeeding so far today. Todi is probably the most notable, one of the BR legends, a notable content creator, and starting off in a great spot to possibly play some Vigar, maybe even print it later on in the game. This is one of these artifacts with the Thresh's Lantern in the front line that many players like to take because you get another unit on the board just now in the fight. Helps you streak a bit through the early game, and if we're taking down a Koala on the other side, it will look like a great start to a streak for Todi.
Fun fact from Toshi, he's the only one co-streaming because all players are mandatory, they have to co-stream. So he's the only one that is co-streaming, showing his POV, but also there's casters from the Brazilian scene casting his POV and trying to, I don't know, taking the community in. Todi has been well known for not only being a big content creator, but actually making community within the Brazilian scene. So it's also always beautiful to watch the camaraderie that these guys have.
That's so cool. And so what? We don't need to hype this guy up at all. He's already getting hyped up by other casters. We need to give some of the other players in this lobby some love. I will say for Todi's spot, already with the Vagar 2 with the JG, a fantastic spot to play into this Vagar printer line that we've seen a lot over the last couple of days so far. Just a really, really good consistent spot. And with this many points, he can even just take a solid top 4 and be in a really, really good spot going into tomorrow here. We just saw Tactic Torn's worth the wait unit. It's Twisted Fate, which is an interesting one. This unit, we have okay items for him just on the bench here and might potentially get to someone's. The nice thing about TF is once you reach TF 3-star, he can start printing gold. And so Worth the Wait's going to print us a pretty quick Twisted Fate 3-star. You can use this to get a ton of econ on your way. And speaking of econ, we have Scuttle Party as an option here if people want to take it, or the Mystery Loot. Both really, really fantastic options here.
Can give a lot of different things. Obviously, mystery loot means who knows? Who knows what you're going to get? And everybody might even get something a little bit different. Tactic Torn is one of my favorite stories in the whole tournament. I think he's a young guy who kind of came out of nowhere, very little competitive history, has played a couple tournaments throughout the time, but came bursting onto the scene in Tacticians Trials 2, where he did win that. But he's been around for a while because his older brother is Brosif, who was on our broadcast yesterday. Brosif is a magnificent coach and says that, hey, I haven't been coaching my brother Tactic Torn. He's kind of figuring it out himself. We ask questions here and there, but this guy just might be a beast. And I'm excited to see if he can pull it off and make it into tier 1 alongside his brother.
Can we have information about this augment, the time break on augment? Do you have it? I really haven't seen it before. So, okay, you get health and attack speed when you
Attack
reroll.
speed
So
per
easy.
rerolls.
Okay.
Yep. It's an infinitely scaling augment theoretically, and if you get these free rolls from Timebreaker, you can use those to continue pushing tempo. I think Koala, honestly, very likely to be eliminated, needs a 1st or 8th year, so Just is going for something kind of crazy here, and we'll see if he can make it out here. This is an augment that people don't rate too highly, but it's also very uncontested. Also, this is the portal where XP costs less, which is kind of rough for this idea because it means we're going to naturally level up to level 5, which means we're not going to be able to send any rolls on level 4. So anyone who's kind of trying to look at one cost roll is going to have a rougher game, and people like Reddy here who have late game scaling can be very happy to coast to a very fast 9 and then cap your board then.
One big thing to note, there will be no 5-win streaker in this lobby. We did see a Phoenix take a loss, as well as Toddy took a loss as well. Bobster, though, trying to put a 4 streak together, where Tactic Torn is really trying to be uncontested on this loss streak down below.
It's so tough for Tactic Torn because you have the board, and normally with board you play Saya because you can play tempo and try to win streak, but he's losing, so he's not taking the value out of Stargazer. Maybe he will play some tempo Fate Weaver with the Twisted Fate, but for now, the situation that is happening for me is not ideally in his favor at all.
Yeah, absolutely. Somebody who is pretty happy about the spot, though, is Reddy. Getting another win here, going to any single fight that you can win with late game scaling is fantastic here, because in the early game, this is not a combat augment whatsoever. It's just slowly giving you econ. The nice thing is that once you get to 9, it transforms into a combat augment, buffs up all your 5 costs. So this is definitely someone who we're going to have to keep our eyes on as we get further into the game. Reddy also in a pretty good spot score-wise, 25 points here. So if he could get a nice score in this final game, would put himself into a really good spot for the next day.
Looks like at least a few of our players had taken the Scuttle Party, so we see these dancing Scuttle Crabs on our screen that will give us a little bit of extra loot to go along with the little bit of wait time that comes from getting this reward. And so maybe a little bit more of these items, some more units, a lot more gold, almost hitting 50 gold here for Crazy Cat as we're very close to our level 6 here. Not a ton of commitment, it does look like, across the board. We don't see a ton of early emblems or anything to give an incredible direction.
Yeah, already the Twisted Fate 3 finds the anima here, so probably would just keep losing. Maybe try to get a small cash out and try to play, maybe Corki with Fate Weaver and try to use that Twisted Fate as an additional holder for maybe utility or AP items. He's not selling it, so he's just committing, because he should have sold it before if he was going to use it as an economy booster. So it will be very interesting to see what's the angle he's looking for.
Yeah, an interesting spot getting that anima in here. And another person who has anima in here on this board, along with the birthday reunion here, is Phoenix. Birthday reunion, you tend to think as a win streak augment, but I've seen a few people go this route, take the anima, and we're going to try to use the combat value from the anima to just launch us into a fast 9. And a prismatic augment is also something that could make fast 9 really interesting in here. Yeah, we're going to take the invested here. This is a ton of extra gold to play with, so very likely we can just use this, go for a bit of an anima cash out, and then just shoot straight to level 9 here and have a ton of combat value on those 5 costs onto our board.
Cody taking trait tree, so we'll definitely see what he was able to get. That will give some direction for sure. But Crazy Cat and Reddy both taking 1 buff, 2 buff to give them both 2 items and a duplicator to help them hit when they both reach level 8. But I mean, the one that wins the day on the right side, we're seeing Baron's Lair being the choice for 3 of our players.
Toshi finds here the Darkstar emblem with AP Flex, so very good angle here, having already the Cho'Gath, having some Darkstar units to play the Darkstar Aurelion Soul that we know is so strong. He will just need to make a good pivot and start to just play his game, right? Just play as strong as possible and then do the transition on 4-2.
Yep. Never feels bad to be in the highest HP position in the game here. Has this Vigar, has these items that are transitioned really naturally over to the Aurelion Soul. Later with the Darkstar emblem, maybe even we see that Darkstar Bard again that we saw in an earlier game. But yeah, his spot looking fantastic here, picking up another win. I mean, every fight that you can win is important, not only just for saving HP, but also he has no econ augment, so he does really want to win as many fights as possible so that he can reach level 8, find the rest of his board, and eventually push level 9, find things like the Jhin, and really, really cap out.
Obviously, we know prismatic augments really help swing a game, but I do think the main player that I'm seeing that augment really helped them out was Phoenix. Wanting to get to level 9, now has the gold to help him, and when he gets there, he'll have a bunch of free rerolls from invested. So excited to see how that turns out. Tactic Torn trying to figure out how to fit this TF on the board. We do have it online right now with 2 Fate Weavers, so we'll be getting some good damage in and be able to hopefully tempo this into something else later.
Yeah, has the precision in, has the 2 Fate Weaver that you mentioned, so now he can slam Striker's Frail, try to use the crit from the trade to ramp up a little the damage. So for now, looks good. The thing is, how does he make this a great comp, right? He's just ramping points. He's 29, so he's in a safe position, but of course he wants to get as much points as possible to get into a better spot for tomorrow.
Yep, if we do want to play around Twisted Fate as our late game carry, for Fate Weaver is the most important thing to get. It's a huge buff to TF, gives you a really solid duo carry in the Corki as well. So that is definitely our dream for capping out this board here. You'll also see the Thresh boon taken by so many players, just random, tends to be really, really good. There's a lot of good random stuff you can get here. Also, a lot of people are going to be locking themselves into the Thresh God boon later. That slow accrual of value is really nice, especially for people at the top who have a ton of HP. If every single round you're getting some HP or items and you can live into stage 6, maybe even stage 7, you're going to be very, very strong at the end of the game. So this is going to be a very high cap lobby at the end there.
Opster will be getting one of these hexes from Yasuo on board. It's just, this Thrush boon is very interesting because you're able to get something random, something that's good, but also you get 2 gold. So you can get a lot of extra stuff to work with. And Bobster with the clear direction towards Master Yi. So trying to figure out where this hex will end up.
Okay, for Toshi, we have confirmation in Soraka Embrace, so very good. Normally you get that additional power for the front line. And we have for Prestiven 8 HP that I think is not the best one. I think it's one of the low roll one.
Yeah, Bobster looks like got Solar Hex, so I kind of wanted to see him place it down so I could just see which one it was, but we got confirmation from production that it is Solar Hex here for Bobster. Very, very solid one. I don't believe that he had heal cut made already. Okay, that's good. Always sweating that if you slam like a Sunfire Cape and then get a Solar Hex on top of that is always horrible, but doesn't have it yet, so that's going to be nice. Going to mean that he doesn't have to go for that Sunfire or red buff or anything like that, so pretty good for him. We see a few more. Crazy Cat got Starry Quest, so that's some extra gold to work with. So a lot of solid buffs coming down for all of our players here.
Ready, stabilizing around a bunch of 2-stars in the back line, looking quite strong here on stage 3. Has lost 2 rounds in a row despite having all these upgrades, but Koala on the other side is playing around this reroll and is specifically playing around this Ezreal, which is probably the only time you can play this augment, specifically around carrying these timebreakers. So interested to see if he can turn this into a top 4, because personally, I haven't seen this augment succeed very much, but I mean, this looks like a good setup for it.
Yeah, I love it. It's almost a meme comp when you get the Ezreal, but it is strong. I know a lot of pro players have tried to figure out the best way to play this Ezreal from a long time, and people like it because it's the ideal fully ramped board with the Ezreal, with the Cho'Gath, and Koala knows he's low in points, finds this angle, and decides to play it. So, I mean, he needs to play for a first to even have a chance, and for now, having fun with it. 74, so very close to the Warpath cash out here for Prestiven. And this is the difficult spot, but because you need to win now. And normally without the cash out from the Warpath, in stage 4 it's very difficult to win.
Yeah, this is the really awkward part of the game. You see Prestiven even took new recruit to get that extra unit on his board to do a little bit more damage to every person that he's fighting. So he's right up there. You really want to win 4-1 because a lot of people 4-1, they haven't spiked their board yet. They haven't hit these like 2-star 4 costs and things like that. So Prestiven is going to level up here. There is an interesting question here of, do you roll down and spike your board here? Or do you say, we're going to go straight 9 and say, Hopefully we win 4-1, and if we don't win 4-1, then we can sack a few rounds, spike on level 9, and then win later. And that looks like what Precedent is going to go for here. So trusting, if we don't cash out now, we'll be able to cash out later on our level 9 board. Because if you do roll down here, then you kind of cap your game and you say, I'm playing around 4 costs in this spot, versus now Precedent can play 4 fast 9 as an option here, hoping to fight somebody kind of weak. Doesn't really get one. Crazy Cat with all these upgraded 3 costs. Yeah, was really hoping to find someone a bit weaker here and just take that easy cash out. But we'll see. Maybe Riven can do something. Yeah, I don't think so. This Ornn is way too tanky.
It's crazy because as we looked across the lobby, we saw so many of our players go level 8 on 4-1 and roll down. And so for Precedent, it's a scary move here because now we have another round for people to get stronger, another round for this augment to come through and make it even harder to cash this out.
Yeah, we have a silver now, trying to get strength here. He needs to win the next round. Goes for the Ban of Thieves, just trying to get an additional carry. Probably will go on to the Riven and maybe try to cash out. Okay, Phoenix, yeah, big roll down here, level 9.
Oh my god,
Get the cash out. Fiora 2.
Wow, 4-2 level 9. I haven't seen this in a while. This is an insane roll down. Graves 2, Fiora 2 already coming through, hitting so many of these units, but not really filling out the board quite yet. We hit a bunch of upgrades, but the rest of our units are still lacking. We have the Vex. We can put that on our board as well. I mean, man, this is going to be very, very hard to beat. And he's got 20 HP, so he's got 2 lives to work with.
A really quick roll down from Phoenix. I mean, well played on the roll down. We hit a lot of solid upgrades here, hoping to rotate into somebody who is not super strong here so we can take a nice win, because the Graves 2 is great, but he needs time. He needs time to ramp up here, and to have time, we need to win some fights here. So we'll see if Fiora can get through this giant Cho'Gath. One of the crazy things about this Cho'Gath is from random boon, they got the cryogenic hex, which is on the Cho'Gath, making him tankier here. And that might even be enough to swing the fight. The Ezreal here shooting backline. The Graves aggro's onto the Ezreal. It's super close here. And oh, he's just barely going to lose the fight. It's such a bad loss for Phoenix. He was really hoping to win that fight there and is not going to get the win. Very rough. Also, didn't pick up the Morgana pair. I'm actually pretty surprised. Okay, he does buy another one, so I think he just missed the last one in shop because he needs frontline. This is a situation where our frontline is a Tahm Kench 1. It's a Maokai 1. I mean, our best frontliner right now is this Fiora 2, honestly, which is not what you want out of a frontline. So hopefully we can find some kind of upgrade, or else this game might be pretty rough.
Yeah, I mean, he didn't commit fully to the normal stage of the board. He just got what he hit. So he has a Sona 2 that actually doesn't go in. Normally you want the Vex. And the Guinsoo is now on the Graves. So the removers will be important, but he needs to hit the Vex too. Finds a leeway here, going up against only Saya 1-star. So Jack, maybe this is the breeder that he needs to maybe accomplish something. Vex pair is already on the shop.
Yeah, I think that was a pretty unfortunate loss, facing somebody that is really strong right now with all of the 3-star upgrades. But Phoenix has shown this set so far that though he is tier 2, he has an incredible mastery of the set. Played in both of the trials and went 12th and then 3rd. This guy is absolutely crushing it through those tournaments. He's a 3.2 AVP, and so this is a guy that is definitely a favorite to make it out if he can continue this streak. We're able to get another Shen online, so I'm not sure if he had a Shen pair.
Yeah, he does have the opportunity to take Morgana 2 if he wants. The big thing for Phoenix here is he got Roll the Bones from the Thresh upgrade here. This is fantastic for him because this is exactly what he needs. A little bit extra gold to cap out his board, hit the 2 stars, and get there to everything else. So this is exactly what he needs here. Is going to hope that he gets some reasonable rolls here, because every once in a while he get like a 1, 2, 3 and get some no gold at all here. So let's see how much gold he does get up. Okay, a pretty solid amount of gold here. That's not bad at all. Will allow him to roll down here. And yeah, still Tahm Kench pair and the Morgana pair here, really just looking for that front line. And if he can't get it, just hoping that he can just steal 1 or 2 fights and save some HP. The other thing, he's got the Fiora on the board, so every single fight he can win with Fiora is going to be big. And now we rotate over to Reddy, our other Fast 9 player.
Also, not having the item economy to transfer to Vex, so decides to put the carry and the Guinsoo on the Graves, and he just is not going to play Vex, he's just going to play the Sona. He decides that this is better for now and just trying to find that immediate tank that is so important. Reddy, on the other hand, has the Bard, looking strong, big front line there with the Morgana, and now going up against Crazy Cat, who's playing the Nami Flex AP also.
Reddy was a player in the TPC who didn't have the best set. He had to play in through play-ins yesterday, and fast 9'd into the TPC like 1 or 2 times. Yesterday, he did it 3 times, and we're seeing it already on display here in our game number 6 of day 2, and piloting it very, very well. So maybe he was just saving his energy, scaling just like a fast 9 board.
Yep, just some late game scaling out of Reddy, getting the good scores later into the game here. Does find the Blitzcrank 2 here, which is really, really important onto that board. Finally gets to use the dupe there. So his board getting quite strong. On board with Tactician here, he did get to that 4 Fate Weaver that we talked about earlier here, and we'll see what his board can do. He's on a 2 streak here, which is pretty solid. Rotating into Prestivint here. Remember, Prestivint had that almost Warpath cash out, but is waiting this stage to go 9. Scary thing for Prestivint here is that there's 2 players who have already reached 9. A lot of Blitzcranks out, some Vexes out, and so Prestivint, as the late fast 9er in this spot, is going to have a very contested roll down here. And so if he ends up in the situation where he rolls down and can't find any of his units, he might never be able to cash out this Warpath, which would be heartbreaking, but we will see what happens when he rolls down.
Also, the hero play, no, for President, because he's 18. You could say he didn't need that many points or that amount of risk, but he's not thinking just about going for tomorrow. He's thinking about passing to week 2. So he knows he needs to get a great placement here. And this is the path. So very close to that. 4 wins, 5 lose streak for him, and going for that strategy with the fast 9 and trying to stabilize with huge benefits from the Warpath.
Finding one big upgrade here for our damage dealer, but again, the front line on these fast 9 boards is the hard part often. If it falls down quickly, your back line doesn't matter even a little bit. 8 out of 10 units on the board. We still need to finish filling out our units. Need to get more front line. We'll upgrade the Jhin. Oh boy.
It's a little scary, yeah. I mean, you invest a lot of gold in upgrading this Jhin, who is not going to give you that much value, but we are going to get, this is the full 5-cost shop here.
Whoa.
Does give him the entire Fiora 2 here. Really, I mean, it's fine, honestly. A Fiora 2 will at least allow him to spike the board here. But yeah, I mean, another situation where it's just, where's the front line? We're stuck on Morgana 1. We don't even have a Rost 2 on this board here, so we're really hoping to fight some weak boards here. Can rotate into Crazy Cat. Upside is, we're level 9. 10 units in, so we got a lot of combat power on this board, but can our Morgana 1 frontline hold up here against Crazy Cat's board? The Blitzcrank CC is pretty good. Remember, this is also the fight for his Warpath here. If he could win this fight, that he can cash out, but I don't think he can. He is going to lose this fight and drop down lower in HP here.
Wow, now the chance with the Fiora 2 will probably transfer the Thief Gloves to the Fiora. He needs a good roll from the Thief Gloves so the Fiora actually advance. The first upgrade here for the Graves is a delayed Graves. So yeah, crazy spot here for President. Very difficult. 20 HP and still having catch out. Koala now 500 health, 21 attack speed. Not bad at all.
Not bad, but it is not doing fantastic here on stage 5. It just isn't holding up against all these fast 9 boards with an incredible amount of resources.
Yeah, and Koalo just 1 life here, just trying to win. I mean, when you're this low with Ezreal, usually it's a bad sign because it means you haven't gotten so many Ezreal stacks, you haven't got so many Cho'Gath stacks. Does have the 4 Timebreaker in, which is very cool, but I don't know if it's going to be enough against this Aurelion Sol Darkstar board here. The Baron's Lair comes in here, so it is some extra damage, and the Cho's holding on, so maybe one more Aesol cast is going to clear it out there, but it did buy a lot of time for the Ezreal. This can end up being a close fight here, and I think Ezreal can clutch it out with this cast here, and yep, just barely going to win that fight for Koala there. And we also see Prestivint take another loss here. 7 loss streak for Prestivint here, and this is where these Graves upgrades start becoming quite expensive. We need all this gold to upgrade our board, but Graves, I mean, is stealing our gold to upgrade himself. So it's a very, very difficult spot here. We got some extra rerolls to play with from the Thresh boon, so that's something. We get a Rost too, but we really badly need Morgana too, and we can see Prestivint trying to just optimize as much gold as possible so that he can hit something. He still hasn't cashed out Warpath. He needs to win 1 fight to cash out the Warpath. It would be so good if he can get there, but let's see if he can versus Toddy here.
So tough here, Jack. The Karma 2 online, the Darkstar Aurelion Sol is just so huge. Having this possibility, 6 Darkstar now online. Good damage from the Vex, but not from light. Morgana falls down. good crowd control, and it's looking very bad here for Prestiven. Last chance for him to advance, and it will not be this time. Toshi breathed, and Prestiven is out in 8th place. Will finish at 19 points.
I mean, we called it out. On 4-1, he went to level 8 and didn't roll a single time. And he was 1 win away from cashing out Warpath, and he never won another round. It was something that we had predicted and warned to be a danger, and it's exactly what happened here for Prestiven. So he went for it all, and it wasn't quite in the cards for him this time. So early exit from the regional finals from our player that was highest in pro points from the TPC entering, and now will be exiting here in our first cut. But there's a lot of players still in the action. Crazy Cat down at 1 life as well, playing around this Space Groove line. Our items are a little bit awkward for what we're doing. Double blue buff on this Nami, so lots of mana coming through.
Yeah, and lots of mana is really good on 5 Space Groove. Every cast is making Nami stronger, giving her AP that's then scaling with the blue buff, so it's pretty solid. The question is, can our frontline hold up against this board? And versus Phoenix board, I do not think so. This Vex does so much damage, and finally, Phoenix reached the Morgana 2, the Graves 2, all of these upgrades fast 9, so that is going to be a loss and an elimination for Crazy Cat. Looks like Koala also got eliminated here.
For Crazy Cat, 26 points is enough to advance for tomorrow, but will be in a difficult position. So tomorrow will be a very difficult time for him. Will start to step up. Koala was in the worst spot right now in terms of points, so he will also be eliminated today. So the Brazilian is the last spot right now, and the dreams of TPC will not be this time. So maybe next time, TFT always give you revenge. So I'm sure we will see more of Koala and Prestiven in the future.
Torn probably going to be pretty happy with a 5th place here. Maybe he can get a win here to move forward a little bit further. But playing around this for Fate Weaver board, the Twisted Fate being from Worth the Wait, he kind of cooked on this one. I'm pretty impressed by this gameplay. Obviously, it's not a fantastic result, but with the Stargazer offered and the position that he is in, it's looking quite good. And he might even be able to take down Bobster here.
Yeah, don't talk trash about the TF. He's doing a lot of work, but the Zaya also cuts off here. Oh, it's such a close fight. Yeah, quite the cook from Tactician. Ended last game at 29 points, is going to get 4 points for this game. So not the worst. A pretty good spot to end the day at is going to be probably like 8th through 16th after this game. So a good spot for him. Reddy also goes down, also going to be at 30 points here. So in a pretty good spot as well. So a lot of players closing it out. And as we tab over to Bobster here, this is someone who was really low in the points. This was one of our 3 players in the lobby with the lowest points here, and he already has a top 3 here and wants to play for more. Is level 9 with a bunch of free rerolls here. I mean, is thinking about capping this board even higher.
Yeah, for Bobster, not a stranger at all in regional finals. Has won one regional finals for the Americas, so he knows how to step it up. Now with 23 points, should be above cutoff, but is danger zone still. So he wants to sum up as much as possible here, playing the Saya, playing the Jhin, trying to find additional items for the Jhin, but for now, the front line is the one that will have to suffice. He needs a lot of ults here from the Nunu and try to get the Vex and the Graves as soon as possible and not ramp.
Cody on the other side, we see with this Dark Star board that has been doing quite well. Phoenix, though, looking to take this Vex all the way to the top in this lobby. Lots of extra resources. The fast 9 for Phoenix, able to kill that front line pretty easily. The Blitzcrank respawning, and this is one of the advantages we see of getting to 9 before everyone else, is you can hit your stuff before everyone else. Bobster falls out in 3rd place, but a good placement to get him possibly into tomorrow.
Yep, solid placement from Bobster. Now it's just a battle here. Battle NA versus BR. Can Phoenix get a little bit of honor back after BR has been dominating today? We will see. Notice that he went for the choke onto the Graves to try to blow up that really tanky big front line for Toddy with things like the Mighty Mech 2 star. So really just trying to chew through that incredibly tanky front line as quickly as possible. And even got the Sonnen 2 in on 10, which is a great way to cap up the board, get some mods on your units.
Is it enough right now? Toshi, full damage there on the Aurelion Sol together with the Karma left side, so gets the wit side. This is very good for Toshi, already taking away a few of the tanks from Phoenix. Access to backline there also, the Vex has been stunned. Blitzcrank on the back together with the Fiora, but they go to the rough side, and it should be enough. Toddy take a huge hit here, and Phoenixia now with the great spot to get a top 1.
I mean, massive amounts of damage coming through there, but the main story for me is Toddy getting another top 4 here, top 2. He's really going to put himself in contention, even be the top spot heading into our day number 3 of week 1. It's been very, very impressive to see him play today.
Yeah, Toddy likely not to close it out with another first, though the Blitzcrank may help if he can get it into this on this board with the Thresh's Lantern here. We'll see if that's enough here. I will say, if you look at the bottom of Phoenix's board, you do see a 10 win streak there. So I think he's feeling pretty good about his spot, but maybe Toddy can swing this with the Blitzcrank being thrown in onto this board here. There it is. The Acel doing a lot of work. Really want to kill the Fiora with the Acel ultimate. Decent Nunu ult here, but does look like Phoenix. His units are getting chewed down by the Acel. It's actually an incredibly close fight. The Vex is just barely clutching it out here. It does mean that Toddy's going to live. It was close enough that this is not the end of the game. We're going to get another item here, and we are going to go again.
What do we need this here, Jack? I mean, Phoenix is clearly the favorite here. So much damage. The Grey has been updated, and Toddy needs to try something. Gets an additional unit here, an additional item, but he doesn't have the gene to start to try to get an additional damage here.
Where does this Blitzcrank go? It's just currently sitting on bench, which isn't very helpful. Doesn't really do too much, except it's getting pulled in by the Thresh's Lantern. So it's probably just RNG of where this Blitzcrank can end up if it can knock up the main tanks on the other side and really displace and mess up this fight.
Yep, we will see. Toddy can pull in a quick win here. Looks like the Jhin got the Darkstar buff here.
It didn't pull it in.
It's not sure if it's intentional here. The Blitz, oh no, yeah, it's absolutely stuck on the side here. The Fiora's on backline. Oh, I mean, I think that is a 12 win streak to end out the game for Phoenix. All right, so at least NA on top. Not really, because I'm pretty sure Toddy's still in first place, but NA at least on top in this game. I'll be happy with that.
On top and on bottom. Precedent going 8th place in that game, but we don't need to talk about that. Really, really good showing from Phoenix there to get that first place. Really fast 9-4-2, really showing the process of these 5 costs. And this is kind of what we talked about even at the top of the show, is that this fast 9, especially here in the Americas, is performing quite well.
Yeah, I mean, perfectly executed. It was a difficult game. Everyone maintaining tempo. So much pressure in the line. And Phoenixia now with these points in a great spot for tomorrow. Remember, only 8 players will be eliminated. And tomorrow will be huge. So the big cutoff is tomorrow. And today will be a sad day. And we will say goodbye to 8 players that will not have that dream of going to TPC, at least for this set.
Well, we don't want to keep you waiting. We do have our desk to break down this action and give us an update on the scoreboard as soon as possible. So, Necra and Asa, take it away.
Thank you so much. We are done with the 6 games that we were promised for these 40 competitors. And Asa, at the end of his scoreboard, we will only have 32 left. But for this last game, I want to kind of go back to what CLE was saying about the Fast 9. With the regional differences that we've seen between the EMEA regional finals and the Americas regional finals, Americas has definitely trended more towards the Fast 9 compositions. And we saw a lot of players in this lobby beeline for that.
And we saw it work out for Phoenix, who was able to take out Toddy in the end there with the fast 9 board. But Precedent also going 8th, he needed kind of a lot of points. So kind of taking a riskier line with this fast 9. Almost cashed out the Warpath. He had only just one more win, but wasn't quite able to get it. So really sad for Precedent, who his regional finals journey will be ended here.
Yeah, it was heartbreaking to watch that, and Koala as well did take that for fun Ogden with the time breakers, just to be able to have a fun last game for this day. But there's still a lot of amazing competitors left in our running, but to walk back through some of these other moments, I still feel like the Meeple board was super cool. I mean, Reddy also beelined to that level 9, as you can see here on that 4-5, but I thought it was very interesting to see the differences in how these boards were played, or even with these Meeple units, like Tactic Torrent also had Meeple in, but it really was about like the Fate Weaver, the TF that you ended up getting out of that worth the wait, and then also that front line with the 4 Bastion.
Yeah, Tactician got the worth away Twisted Fate, went with a 4 Bastion for Fate Weaver. Had the anima opportunity to go for a bigger cash out, but chose to just take a smaller cash out and then kind of play tempo, ended up getting a 5th, which is enough to secure his spot. I think he's already secured actually to tomorrow. I personally would like to see lean more into that big anima cash out that's been doing so well this entire tournament when you have the opportunity for it, but chooses to take kind of the safer guaranteed placements.
I like that that's kind of like your whale that you're chasing, Asa. Somebody doing the big 400 anima cash out and then going first with it. We just have yet to see it. For now, though, let's take a look at the standings. We do have those ready to go. And so, unfortunately, on this page, we are going to be saying goodbye to these 8 players. Their journey ends here. And it's actually more heartbreaking than just Prestevant and Koala. Asa, I'm actually super surprised to see like Michael is in the bottom of these standings. Super Pino, after having a great day in the play-ins, is also not going to be making it any further.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Michael and Prestevant definitely some of the favorites coming into today. So really surprising to see them go. But of course, it is only one day, only 6 games of TFT. So a lot of variance in just the shops that you're offered, the augments you're offered, but also just the mentality that each player in. You could just be having a bad day, and that could be the end of an entire set's worth of hard work.
It's tough because on the main broadcast, I did feel like we saw a lot of those high variance games anyway. You know, like a lot of the prismatic augments to start that really ups the tempo of a game. We had the triple emblems at the very beginning of our day. That is obviously a huge curveball for what you might have come in for that prep. But the players that are towards the top here are the ones that were able to take their own path through these 6 games. Tried to get the most out of it, even if maybe they had a little more variance thrown their way. And so 30 points right now is that cutoff for the top 8 here, as Arctics, RX, and Jukyu and Ego actually all have that 30 bomb.
Yeah, actually quite a lot of... all these points are important because all these points carry over to the next day. So out of the 32 players who advance, you can see some of them, VCLF coming in first with 41 points compared to some of the players at the bottom with like 25 points. That's going to be a huge cushion to actually making week 2 and securing his spot in the pro circuit for the next set.
VCLF, Black Sheep, Toddy, they've been at the top of the podium all day long, and 37 points even feels like a good cushion on top of just the 41 for VCLF. But the rest of the top 8 there, and even the top 16, are so close that I feel like this really is going to be such a fun day of competition to watch tomorrow because of all of the cuts that we have. I think we have 7 games where we have to get from 32 players down to just 16. It's gonna be tight.
Yeah, absolutely. Next week we're going to be competing for Worlds, the Tactician's Crown, but a lot of people, especially I think the competitors, really consider tomorrow to be the most highest stakes day of the entire regionals event, because that's going to be the one to determines whether they'll be able to stay in the pro circuit or enter the pro circuit, some for the first time, for the entire next set, the next 4 months.
Well, speaking of which, we do have our interview to finish out the day, and we are so excited to be welcoming Silencer to our broadcast. Silencer, it's so good to talk with you, and I'm hoping we'll be able to get to know you a little bit more from your journey so far in competitive TFT. So how are you doing?
Doing fine. I just ended my day pretty bad, but it's all right. I'll bring it back tomorrow. No problem.
Yeah, I mean, you did great yesterday. You did great today. Yeah, you're a newcomer on the scene. Tell us a bit about yourself. Like, how long you've been playing TFT? How long you've been competing? Yeah, tell us a bit about yourself.
Yeah, okay. I've been playing TFT on and off since like set 10. Set 10 was when I first started to take TFT pretty like hardcore. Like I used to play set 1, but that's casually. But because I'm very on and off, I sometimes show up for a random tier 2 tournament and then I just don't show up at all again. But recently I've had a lot of free time since my time in my life freed up. So I've been able to grind a lot this set. And I'm actually pretty happy with where I got this set.
Yeah, I mean, like talking about just what you've been able to accomplish so far, you come into the Americas Regional Finals as one of the top qualifying point earners, which was a new change for this set in particular, where we got a chance to see the accumulation of the trials events where I think you got ninth in the first trials and then 21st or so in the second one, but good enough to be able to qualify for this. Do you feel like that's able to kind of show the growth that you have had as a player? And do you feel like you maybe were a bit more confident coming into regional finals because you were able to prove yourself in these trials previously?
Yeah, it feels pretty good to do pretty well on the trials. I was actually pretty sad on trials 1 because I lost the 8th place by tiebreaker. That was 1 point. On trials 2, I didn't play that well, to be honest. I didn't have much time to prep, and I thought I would. I basically knew I just had to get to day 3, and I would have been in by points. It was really funny. At the end of day 3, I basically was watching the stream because I think 3 people out of the remaining top 16 had to make it to top 8 for me to make it. But luckily that happened, and I'm here in regionals.
Oh, that sounds like a fun sweat. Good time
It was
hate
pretty
watching
fun.
some players.
I had to hate watch 10 different players and love watch 5 players. So sorry.
So how do you so since you basically said this set you had more time to devote to TFT and take it more seriously as a competitor, how did you use that time? Like how did you divide your time between maybe like playing or studying TFT?
To be honest, I don't study at all. I just play a lot of ladder games. When I was really free, I played like a lot of ladder games. Right now, I don't have the time to play that much, but I sometimes look at stats, but I don't really look at it. So I guess it's a bit lucky that I'm here. It's not often that you can just play games and get this far.
Well, there's something. There has to be something said about that, right? Because does that mean that you have had more time on the patch? Do you feel like some of that hands-on experience might have given you a bit of a leg up in the competition? How are you feeling about the patch?
I think a lot of it is I just have a lot of familiarity with a lot of the comps. Like I remember in like Trials 1, I played like almost a different comp every single time. Like I'd randomly play Diana, I'd play some other comps because I played so much other that I've played most of the comps. In terms of dispatch, I've only been playing a bit of PvE scrims, and I did play a bit of ladder, which is honestly why I didn't do that well today. But hopefully I get to play a lot tomorrow before the games, and I get to have a good day tomorrow and qualify.
Yeah, what would you say your play style is? What about like what do you think like your edge compared to the other players in regionals is that has helped you get this far even without studying?
I think my edge is being able to identify spots that I cannot go first on. There's a lot of spots that I notice like it's impossible to go first, and I play for placements, and I think the little bit of placements that I save here and there is really good. And I feel like another edge is that I'm actually able to convert a lot of the augment spots, a lot of the gamble spots into first, because I play it so much in solo queue. It's my favorite augment choice. Like if I see an emblem augment, I choose it. If I see like worth the wait or like fortune strength, I always take it. And I think I've had enough experience with so many different lines that I'm able to convert it successfully most of the time.
I love that. So then I'm looking forward to watching you pick more trait tree and more of the fortune strengths tomorrow. That'll be really fun. But Silencer, the goal for you is to make the TFT Pro Circuit. So what's your confidence level going into tomorrow, and what would it mean to you to achieve that goal?
I'm actually pretty confident going to tomorrow. I think I played lines that I wasn't supposed to. I basically from PvE scrims and before prep, I've decided that I'm not gonna play level 8. I'm just gonna reroll a fast 9. That's it. That was my conclusion. It's a little bit of tech leak, but I think today I was a bit nervous and I played too many spots, too many lines that I shouldn't have. So I'll just shore it up for tomorrow, and I'm pretty confident.
So then what would it mean to make the Pro Circuit?
To be honest, I didn't think about it that much. I've been playing TFT competitively for fun, but it'd be really cool for me to make it to the Pro Circuit, because sometimes when you're just playing ladder for no reason, it's kind of sad. But if I make it to the Pro Circuit, there's a lot more to play for, and honestly, I watch the pro circuit a lot. I watch Rodan always. I'm a big fan, so it'd be really cool if I get to play in the pro circuit as a fan.
I love that. Well, Silencer, before we let you go, wanted to give you last room to final shout outs and things like that.
I guess final shout outs. I'll have to shout out CLE. When I asked, because I have no connections at all to anybody. I know basically GG9 because I knew him from way back, but we don't really talk that much. And I basically, when CLE asked me some questions for regionals finals, I asked him if he knew the place to play PBE scrims, and he was the one who got me into the PBE scrims Discord, and I was actually able to practice. I think without that, I would have just been playing solo queue, and that's not very good practice.
Oh, I love that. We're gonna pass that on for CLE for you because that's so awesome. I love that so much. Well, Silencer, thank you for taking the time to chat with us, and best of luck tomorrow. We're cheering for you.
Thank you, thank you.
The CLE shout out. Oh my gosh. I mean that's true though. Like you need to have the scrims. But it's so funny to hear from Silencer that like playing ladder by yourself is sad.
No, that's absolutely
real one
true.
for
I
that.
mean, it's good that CLE got him into those scrims because I mean that's way better practice. And I do think it's a testament to the TFT community, honestly. Like if you're someone who is trying to get involved but you don't know who to talk to, honestly, like almost any of these people, you can reach out to them. You can reach out to me, and yeah, they'll help you get what you need.
So true, though. I love the TFT community for that because it really does feel like it takes the village in order to make the player, and everybody spreads that love around. It's been a great day of action for the second day of the Americas Regional Finals, but the competition gets really tough tomorrow as we narrow down our 32 players left into just 16. We've got 16 returning TFT Pro Circuit players that are waiting for them in week number 2, but this final day, Asa, what are you looking forward to for tomorrow?
I mean, like I said earlier, I think it's the highest stakes day of probably, I mean, honestly, like the entire set. I mean, there is like World's Winner, which is really high stakes, but this is determining your entire next 4 months, whether you make Pro Circuit or not. Some people may that may determine whether someone's like really committed to TFT or they choose to take a break. So it's such a high stakes day. So it'll be really exciting to see a lot of players play at such a level that they really care about.
Tomorrow is going to be the final day of weekend 1 for the Americas Regional Finals, where that promotion and relegation is really going to take true form. We will hopefully see you there as we start out our day at 1 p.m. Pacific. And no. Yes, 1 p.m. Pacific, 4 p.m. Eastern. There's a lot of other time zones that I'm not going to do the math for, but also make sure that you're following on socials so that you don't have to do the math at all. You're just in the know for when these streams are going to be going live. But that's going to do it for us here. We want to say a special thank you as well to Kambuli for lending us his voice on our broadcast today as a special guest, and of course to all of our competitors that put on such a great show for us. We'll see you all tomorrow to conclude our weekend number 1 for the Americas Regional Finals for Space Gods. See you then.